blink, 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 blink. No.
Can't really combo down the Juggernaut because of the Blade Fury, unfortunately.
The moon was around in the neighborhood. Maybe if they could have.
Control up top, but doesn't look like he's going to go scouting.
Oh, you might be able to. Can you sniff them?
Gosh. Mind Control walks past a second after Miracle was at the secret shop.
This is very, very spooky here for Liquid. Diffusal Blade from a Timberman. I mean, this man, I don't know where he's getting these items from. They just keep appearing out of thin air. He really is getting through them. Blink, Manta, Diffusal, Vanguard, Battle Fury. This man's very scary. We've seen how effective the cleanup can be from Liquid after kind of towards the end of a fight. But the jump, the potential is just a lot higher for OG. So Liquid have to be so careful with the positioning and just try and be as aware as they can on. Dropped onto the boy, and here with the Raw follow, they're looking to take down Kuroki on the sidelines. Meatball to the face, and he's gone. We have to get that, but Timberman coming in. Linkers has been popped, but again, I'm going to have to find the follow-up. He's got the Blade Fury. Will take down Moon on the Beast Box. That will be the gem going over to the way of Liquid. For one.
Void's got Chronos here soon.
Yeah, he's got to just wait for the Doom to come up, and then Backball Fada and Timberman jumping in, looking to focus down No Telling. There won't be any Chrono anytime now. 90 seconds off for the sidelines fly. Pots the Supernova, they're trying to come in, trying to take it down. They're not going to be able to get the hit through. They've got to back themselves out. Crit on the sidelines, being chased down by Fada. The Linkers protecting Phoenix from the Timberman, and Crit is going to go for the TP out. Is he going to make it? Dragon Sails through. Miracle on the sidelines, still trying to play around, but it's incredibly low. But Timberman coming in and all going to be taken down. Possibly one more touch. The Aegis is gone. Crit, looking for the stomp. Sleep on Savada. Already, Miracle needs a lot of help here on the sidelines. He's been left alone here. He'll try and walk it away, but the Sentry, the Omnisash, the hate is real. He goes down. Crit, looking for the stomp. Get onto Jack. The man's coming in. He drops an Earth Splitter, and he's going to find anything on the back of him. They'll find Crit as well, and this is what we're talking about. Liquid. When they disable those key heroes, as you said, they get the Doom onto the Void, they're able to jump down with the DK, remove No-Tail from the fight before he gets a chance off the back of the Doom to get that Chronosphere out, and suddenly it's all kind of easy going for Liquid as OG are kind of forced apart, and they kind of lose their rhythm. You know, they lose one of the key components. They don't know what they're doing.
It's just such a chaotic team fight, and when you've got heroes like a tinky, like when you're put apart in so many places, and you've got these tinky frontliners in like Dragon Knight and Jug, you're going to win those kind of fights and engagements. OG won like a well-coordinated Blink Raw initiation, a Blink Chrono, or a Chronos beautiful off, and I think Void needs a Blink because he's getting caught up by the Doom every single time, and the lack of Blink dagger makes it hard for him to find these good Chronos. Doom is always finding him first, so. But there's still 4 alive on the side of Liquid now, just the DK dead. And there's always that scare of, if you get initiated on by a Doom, DK buys back and just cleans up the fight. You don't quite know his buyback status, so OG gonna respect Liquid's high ground defense, and also the fact they don't have either Raw or Chronosphere, meaning their initiation is very limited right now. God.
Shiva's Guard now done for Fly. Crit. grab himself a yours, just have a bit more control in these team fights, and also just in case he gets caught out by the silence from that Earth Spirit. And talking about Jax, he will be able to come around to the jungle, get himself down a ward there on the cliff.
Having double raw in the late game, having a Void who's built himself to be a carry. Now has the Blink Dagger. Okay, I love this pick up. He's needed this for a while.
Yeah.
Invoker, again, a great late game hero. Once he gets that level 25 Invoker, maxes out all his Quaswex Exort, so things gonna continue to look good for OG moving forward. On the side of Liquid, you have heroes like Earth Spirit who maybe kind of taper off a bit. The damage output is just nowhere near as reliable when you're up against all these BKBs, and even the Enchantress, not particularly farm this game. If you're gonna farm the Enchantress, great in the late game, but this is not where Kuro's at right now.
Indeed, he's starting to struggle to catch up. He has just finished off, he's got the Shiva's Guard now done on Enchantress, so this is certainly going to help in these big team fights. But we'll see how heavy OG want to go in on this top lane. We can see what the pings are coming out. They are going to get ready to move in hard up top. And we'll see indeed how well Liquid are able to stop this if OG do come in with this one.
Sure. How much OG really want to be the high ground pushing. I think ideally for them, they're going to wait for a hero to come out to defend this lane and initiate on. They're going to chip at the range track just with Forward Spirits again. They're looking for that catch. They want to initiate in with a Raw or Chronosphere and get a kill or two before a fight breaks out. Pushing into Liquid's high ground as a 5-man unit, not going to be a good approach to this game. It's going to be Roshan respawning very, very soon.
That was unfortunate Sunstrike timing. Literally a few seconds before Rosh is up.
Does scout out Liquid right by their base.
See if they want to try and fight into that then. Let's have a look. They're sticking around in the jungle. Ping's coming through. No tail going in for the time warp.
No sentry there. I don't think he saw Fata.
Man, looks like both teams just going to be avoiding each other for the time being here in the jungle. And the ping's coming out to Rosh. So OG maybe heading over, but as you said, you feel, I mean, do OG's line up, do they need to find a pick before going to Rosh, or can they afford to just go in and kind of take it away from Liquid?
If they can keep this, like, if they can get the top lane pushed out and have a hero like Jug farming the top lane, then they don't have to get a pick off. But without pressure onto the mid and top lane, taking Rosh is very risky for them. The DK has great initiation tools with the Blink and the Silver Edge. And Radiant Vision around the Rosh pit is entirely reliant on the Hawks.
Looks like OG are going to be very, very careful about trying to commit for it.
Yeah. Big thing is here, OG have a lot of good vision in this dire jungle, which, despite Jarek's having a gem, hasn't scouted either of these two cliffs recently, so OG see a lot of the Liquid movement right now.
Liquid moving around the map, Fada. Continuing to farm on top of that. BKB just picked up 1,500 gold. But yeah, 30 for 30 at this point of the game, 46 minutes in. It's very crucial the next big team fight.
Yep.
It really could kind of be the setting stone for things to come as this game starts to get to the latter
refresh
portion.
of a moon, so 2 Raws in the next engagement.
OG again, kind of just teasing around with the side of Liquid, you know, just keeping the pressure in on all the lanes possible. Liquid, they've been going to look for a wraparound here as they come through the Radiant jungle.
They see everything. There's a dire ward on this cliff.
Oh,
they see the entire OG side.
See if they can get the perfect jump in. They see Miracle, yeah.
They don't have any good ways to break his Lincolns is the problem.
Let's see what the plan is. With the wraparound, and we go. Onto the Lincolns, are beautiful. Gets the zoom up onto Miracle and Fana knows that follows through with the stun on the sprint. Same on the big Chrono on the back liners. Raw, holding Fana in place. No, just trying to do it, but he hasn't got enough damage here on his own. Now with the Shiva's got the movement forward fly with the Supernova. Can they take it down? It looks like they can't. They just can't deal with the Supernova move with the second ult. Onto Fana controlling again. They have lost crit on the other time, but Miracle with the BKB. Fana with the DK takes down one. That's two. Dude at the moment on the side of Liquid. Can they find themselves more? They can. Just gone as well. Mind control to fall. And they're going to find themselves a 5th OG here with the perfect reaction. That's enough. GG, straight out like that.
Liquid just went all in. I think recognizing that their late game wasn't going to hold up against the Void, the Beastmaster, like these huge ultis in late game scenarios, you don't match up well. And that's where Liquid's like, let's go all in. We've got the vision advantage. we can get the good jump. Doom had the ensnare creep, so he could break the Lincolns and then immediately Doom, but Notel was so fast with that blink chronosphere, and that was kind of the key
that
item.
really was what it was. Just blocking off the rest of the team from getting themselves in the fight. And also what was really key as well was that refresher primal war.
Yes.
The fact that Moon controlled Fada, he was one of the big damage dealers. He was unable to do anything then in that team fight. And Miracle just sat there with a BKB thrown and the punches thrown in his combos. And well, what a game. And as you said, just at the end, just Liquid tapping out, realizing off the back of that, the pushing power of OG, they could have just stolen the Ancient, of course. It was just over, but a very, very impressive showing from both teams.
Oh, I mean, from Liquid, it was right off the bat coming out, trying to shut down Miracle. Kuro's Enchantress getting a lot of pressure done, but Liquid just unable to transition as well as they'd like to into the late game scenarios, and OG just remained composed, pulled out the victory. It took them some time, but great stuff from game one.
Yeah, absolutely. I just, off the top of my head as well, just crit as well in the Elder Titan. You saw those stomps in the mid game, insane, and Fly, such a stable performance on the Phoenix. I think we saw one egg get taken down, but
There we go then, a little brief history of OG, and of course they are the Frankfurt major winners. Not so good in Shanghai, but looking to do better as they move towards Manila, and certainly looking to do very well here at Epicenter. In terms of the way that they match up, there's an interesting little storyline, a little thread in there. They mentioned the defense 5 against Liquid. Since then, Liquid have always been the bridesmaid. What's occurring with them? Why are they not able to just make that extra? Every time they get to the final, you think, this is it, this is the one, and then they've fallen over against Wings. Damn, that was so close. What is it about them that stops them winning a title?
I think they've just got unlucky. Like there's like one team that shines. Like Wings, I don't think anyone went into that tournament.
No one had them on their radar, did they?
And Liquid just get caught out.
Yeah.
I think that they have a team that is, like, is going to be strategically really sound because of Kuro. He has some pretty innovative ideas for most patches. They've got some players, they've got players on the team that will shine at the right times, but I think it's just like they just don't seem to hit like their full momentum or something about it. It's like every single time I look at Liquid, it's not a team that I look at and it's like, oh, they're going to get first place at this tournament. I look at them going, they're going to get top 3. And that's how I see them, right? It's just something about it is that something they're not going to perform all the way to their peak standard when push comes to shove. And I'm not sure exactly why. I think the only person...
we can keep that conversation going, but the draft is ready, so let's pop the draft up and we'll get into there, and we'll continue to talk about Liquid as well as the bands come in.
I think it's a bit limited on the fact that they focus on the same kind of heroes and drafts. Like, I feel like they're all very talented players. I'm sure they have huge hero pools, but it seems like they they go with the same kind of heroes in their drafts to try to keep to a sort of formula. And maybe what happens is they encounter a team, usually in the finals, they went on a dream run because they figured out the right heroes or what's a little bit better actually, and they get crushed in that way.
Right.
Because every single time that happens, the finals, man.
Well, let's find out how they go through the draft. OG are going to go with Beastmaster straight off the bat. No real big surprises. The IO's been banned out, so
Can still death
interesting.
push
We
with
wondered whether
this.
that would be targeted.
All right, and I think great picks here for Team Liquid. There was a game that Liquid played against Cole, game 1. Cole went for the all tanky cores with lots of armlets, and Earth Spirit just wrecked that strat. And I think that's with Magnetize, exactly. And that's one thing that I think that is the solution towards armlets and Dragonites and things like that right now, is they need to have magic nukes that can kill those heroes in those 10 to 15 minute fights.
I was kind of expecting the Earth Spirit Darkseer as the opening, but the Doom is still fine. This probably means that our Doom is going to be a offlane Doom. I'm not the biggest fan. I much prefer the 4-position Doom, but as long as they're running some sort of aggro dual line, I think it makes up for some pretty obvious weaknesses of Doom. Starting out with no armor and current patch that is very physical damage and even minus armor heavy, it's kind of dangerous for that person, right? We've seen that a couple times. Most notable was like Swindles when he played the Doom offlane. He died over and over again to Slardar.
I want to talk about this ET pick, because yesterday it was picked 5th, which was sort of okay. Everyone figured that was all right. Today it got picked 3rd, and we were all a bit like, "Whoa, second phase pick? Well, that seems a bit strange." Second pick now?
Yeah,
I
this
think
is something that Shiva and I were talking about earlier, is that the kind of meta shifts or the style of drafting within tournaments develop very quickly, and I think prime example is Frankfurt Major last year, where Dazzle was picked very rarely. But as it progressed through, and especially as Secret and OG went through the tournament, Dazzle went from being a 5th pick to like, yeah, we'll pick Dazzle at the end just for the grave and a bit of armor here and there.
But that sort
did the
of
exact
makes
same
more
thing.
sense though, Gareth, doesn't it? Because it kind of opens the draft up, and USD will leave them plenty of different options. King and ET in this.
It's a bit more interesting.
It protects you, basically. It's the same reason that Earth Spirit was picked here in the first round, despite the hero getting nerfed and Boulder Smash being worse. They need solutions against ultra tanky lineups, because there's been so many games now of this tournament, especially in the last day or two, where they just grab Huskar or Dragonite and they get Armlet and they just win the game. If your opponent has a solution against that and you don't, then your opponent can just ban out the counters, and they can be free to pick all of the best tanky cores, like
Okay,
Dragonite.
and we're going to see if that's the
like that.
bans now, because that in theory should be the bans, shouldn't it?
But they can also pick them now, because they have some minus armor as well through Elder Titan. Both teams have some good solutions in their early game to those tanky heroes.
Yeah, we're going to see those kind of heroes being prioritized more. In fact, Kevin and I just got done with Complexity going for a 1-2 of Ancient Apparition and
some others.
Yeah, we've been talking about the
Yeah.
AA as a first pick for a little while, and it's finally happened. I think Gareth actually called that one yesterday, so
yeah. So
it's
if
been
you're
coming.
if you're naturally going to become tanky, then like Elder Titan's a great response. Takes away your resistance, makes heroes squishier, and it's percentage-based damage on the Earth Splitter, which we've seen some pretty good success with that. Plus, it couples with really popular heroes right now, like the Mirana, like free arrow shots all day, every day. But sure enough, they actually give one of the heroes that's affected by Elder Titan kind of the most in the Dragonite.
Yeah.
Don't think the aura applies to Dragonite's passive though.
That's
I think
bonus
it's
armor on top.
separate. Yes.
Oh, okay.
So it doesn't remove that, but he still does have pretty high base armor.
So we haven't had the Phoenix actually, because it's been banned most games. Actually, it's been
And
kept out of the pool.
And Newbie were one of the teams that really kind of abused Phoenix the most over the past couple of weeks. And again, it's another hero that's both good at dealing with tanky heroes, but also keeping your tanky heroes alive with that Sunray and having that percentage-based heal when you're pushing high ground, especially. It's very good at that.
It does
And,
do pure
there's the
damage
jug.
though, right? Sunray is pure damage, so it doesn't actually stack well with Elder Titans. So they're getting some anti-synergy there.
Yeah, and now they've got percentage-based damage into a percentage-based heal from Juggernaut with the healing ward. Juggernaut's kind of constantly be one of the favored carries for various reasons. It deals with the aggro dual lanes that are being run pretty well. It combos really well with the strength heroes that are being run, and all around just a nice carry to have that keeps tempo pretty well as well.
And Vlad's is now a super value pickup for Liquid, as they do have 4 melee heroes. Actually, almost all melee heroes this game.
I'm a little bit concerned about the support combination of Elder Titan Phoenix. You have to have really solid disables to couple with a Phoenix, and Elder Titan can be a little hit and miss, a little.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with that actually. Their early game rotations might be a bit weak. Phoenix is mostly gonna have to prioritize his levels, I guess. I mean, it's a great Supernova game with this many melee heroes. It's very fantastic.
But now they get a hero that sets all of this up.
Such good team fight on OG. But I definitely am scared about their early game.
Right.
And I'm slightly surprised about this considering how OG played their previous series. It was literally all in push strats. Changing it up, they have more strats than just that one.
It's also kind of interesting if you look towards objective taking, and especially the Roshan pit, I think, here for Team Liquid on the Dire side. You know, Juggernaut sure with the healing ward, they've got Sustain through Scorched Earth as well, but they don't have a great way to kill Roshans. This is going to be mainly about like fighting around things, so I think OG have the right idea in looking to defend their tier 1s with big team fight ultis.
I suppose you're right. They can still grab like Avenge though.
True, get away with Terror going.
I was thinking Bench would probably be one of the highest profile heroes for Liquid at this point. Minus armor, saving mechanism against Void and Beastmaster.
Yeah.
I think even if you don't get that, another defensive hero that's still in the pool, something like the Dazzle, which can be considered. Not a terrible fan of it most of the time, but I think you've got enough disables on Team Liquid at that point.
That's sort of okay here. I would definitely prefer Avenge though.
I agree.
For all the reasons you mentioned. Very likely it's banned though.
Dazzle was first phase banned.
Oh, was it? Oh, Dazzle was, okay.
Oh, it
No,
was.
not
I didn't
Avenge,
even
though.
notice that. With Dazzle.
Yeah,
That's definitely a targeted.
exactly. They
against
don't
OG.
want him to do that death five man. They just executed it so well. I don't know who they've been practicing it against, but I'm sure they found some team and they practiced the 5-man. It was so effective the way they did that.
Yeah, it was a Huskar game as well, wasn't it? Dazzle Huskar.
Yeah, Huskar, Dragon Knight, and Bristleback with
Bristleback
a
was the other one.
pipe.
Yeah.
Like, how do you kill that?
Yeah, there was a decent number of those Frankfurt heroes that came back into the meta. Dispatch.
Yeah, it's funny actually. OG's
Huskar,
first game against the Lions
Alchemist.
almost reminded me a little bit of Frankfurt in the way that they drafted. It was almost like, oh, we've got back in a TARDIS here and gone back in time or something.
Even the offlane is a little bit better for Moonmeander, who was notorious last patch for complaining about how the offlane was very simple, you know, Iron Talon gaming and that sort of thing. We've gotten a little bit away from that, and the offlane is a little bit more dynamic. You can get some more aggressive style offlaners rather
Also,
than the
shout out
farmers.
to Moonmeander as well. Glad you brought him up because we shouted out to Miracle for being near 9k MMR the other day. But Moon's also very close to 9k MMR right now.
What's
Ridiculous.
Yeah, like 1,200 points away, right?
No, he's not that far away.
Did he tweet that? Are you talking about his tweet?
Yeah, he was only like 2 games away.
Wasn't that
Moonmeander.
everybody said it was
Oh, was it?
Miracle's
There's a
account?
couple of games.
That was a miracle.
Everybody said it was Miracle's account.
Yeah.
He just changed the name and tweeted
Yeah,
it.
that's
Moon
fine.
was trolling people.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's just trolling.
No shout out for Moonmeander for trolling.
Got you, man. Got you. Double troll. So, where's the Void going? We thought Beastmaster would be offline. We thought Eldertime Phoenix were
I
support.
think it's a safe lane Void. I think
Yeah.
it's
Voca,
the
yeah.
carry Void.
Okay.
Miracle Voca.
Maybe we'll see a little bit of
I
Radiance
like it.
action, a little bit of Vanguard, a little bit of Radiance.
Not bad. Would keep them all. Yeah, if he just stays alive, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, we're talking about survivability, right, Purge? And we casted the game that where Juggernaut, you know, gets the Vanguard build. We're talking about like these heroes just kind of like going for that. The Faceless Void carry is that times 10.
Yeah.
Close quarter combat with Radiant's mischance as well, against all these melee heroes.
Yeah, I'm worried about Doom though, because if he gets Doomed, then it's.
Yeah.
I mean, still Radiance burns, I guess, and they can still keep him alive with Phoenix. I guess it's okay.
But it is interesting that Liquid have either banned out or picked all the heroes that OG used in their first 2 matches against Alliance so far.
I don't think that's super surprising though.
No.
I mean, everybody is playing DK now, and you know nobody even goes Drum anymore. It's literally treads Wand Armlet every single game. The value is too high. But against a Phoenix, Elder Titan, Invoker, tons of nuke damage here, and really good team fight as well.
Yeah, Phoenix was like a Liquid specialty that we saw at Shanghai that actually turned out to be like quite good for some other teams as well. But the thing was, in this patch, it almost feels to be stronger. If this is going to be a strength meta, where a lot of heroes are getting free armor and such, pure percentage-based damage is awesome.
The Enchantress, which has sneaked through undetected.
I like it.
Whereas
It's not
it's
picked
been
enough.
banned quite an awful lot.
Yeah.
Very quickly then, let's go down the row. Gareth, quick 10 seconds.
I really don't know. I think it's really too close. I'm gonna OG.
Wow, that was very fence-sitting of you.
Yeah.
Purge.
I'm gonna go with Liquid. Enchantress will make space, and they've got tanky cores.
Okay, Cap. Yeah, straightforward. straightforward as it comes. Nicely done, panel. Split decisions once again from the judges here on the panel. Time to head over now to the commentary desk. Odie Pixel is waiting.
Indeed, thank you very much, Red Eye. Here we have it. Liquid versus OG. It's myself and Gods, and what a couple of lineups we've got. We are going to be treated to what looks to be No Tail on the Faceless Void. We're going to see a very nearly 9k Invoker from Mr. Miracle himself, something that I feel like we haven't been treated to for a while, and wow, this is going to be good. I mean, people were, excited to see what some of the top tier teams would be doing on this patch, and here at Epicenter, we're really seeing some kind of crazy stuff.
Yeah, and Miracle's Invoker was just one of the best when this hero's being picked all the time. It was one of those heroes that really rose to prominence under this OG team, so really looking forward to see him playing that. And I mean, they get a bit out of their comfort zone, it feels, with the IO plus Dazzle as the first bans, but they've adjusted, picked up a Phoenix Elder Titan support duo. Curious to see how they make this one work.
Absolutely. Well, see here, just starting off, trading a few blows around the bounty rim, but I will go for the lineup here for both sides so we can see what we've got coming into the game. It's to be Fly, of course, on that support. Phoenix, Crit on a hero that we do know to be a hero that does enjoy playing, that Elder Titan. Miracle, the showman himself on his Invoker. Moving on the offlane, Beastmaster, of course, something a little bit different, but I'm excited to see it. No Tail on that safe lane Void. Over on the side of Liquid, it's going to be Kuroki and Enchantress joining forces there with Jerax on the signature Spirit hero. That's seen its ups and downs, but we have certainly seen that people are still able to do a lot on this ban, and mind control on your offlane Doom up towards the middle. Liquid got bouncer on that Dragon Knight, and to finish it off, the Timberman on the Juggernaut. I mean, looking at the two drafts, the two lineups, who do you feel to have the more comfortable game? In your eyes, who's got kind of the, has OG got the OG draft, has Liquid got a more liquidy draft?
I think it's neither team totally in their comfort zone. Like some of the Liquid picks you see, like taking away the DK was a bit of a block pick after OG ran it both games. And Liquid don't really have strong lanes in the sense that their two supports, one of them is going to be roaming and one's in the jungle, so there's no like stable laning support to help secure them early game farms. So very likely OG can contest the lanes a bit, but similarly on the OG side, you've got a conventional support as well. Phoenix and Elder Titan, perhaps a little bit more laning presence coming out from these two, but it's going to be really up to Kuro to get a lot done out of this jungle. Starting in a very unconventional place, he could have actually taken the career snipe here, but didn't. Oh, he's going to go. Turn his head around.
Вечный просто мало, пожизненно мало спортсменов.
Looks like he was spotted.
You can see they're being very careful with the positioning of that top lane. Crit laying him to the Timberman here. Absolutely beaten down on this poor old Juggernaut.
Yeah, and this is where having the Earth Spirit plus the jungle Enchantress really gives you weak lanes. And the fact that you've seen Kuro on the Enchantress in that position there gives him a ton of information. They now know his gangster rotations will either be going towards mid lane on Miracle or towards the bottom lane to help out the off lane too.
Let's see how Miracle plays around this one already. Coming in with the Satire Blast, they'll chase him down. Fodder and Kuroki, have they got the damage to deal with it? Oh, Dragon Breath's going to bring him fairly low, but Miracle should be just about fine. I mean, that Satire Blast, one more right click might actually do it. We'll see how far he's willing to dive. He's got down the ice. Is he going to be on point? How good is Purple Balls? It is! Kuroki there with first blood. I'm sure they started to draw, they knew he was around. Didn't matter, he's just taking down Miracle on his Invoker. What a way for Liquid to start the game.
Absolutely. Miracle, just overestimating how tanky he was. He waited a long time to use that tango. Could have actually dropped the grab even to tango up, but not respecting the Kuroki rotations.
What a way to start. Yeah, and Kuroki just goes back to the camp. He's like, alright, let's just continue doing this.
He's got a Wild Tornado. It's all about shutting down the mid Invoker this time around. And well, if there's a play to shut down an OG, it's definitely a Miracle.
Absolutely. Yeah, if they can keep control of the Invoker, find the space on the other lanes and run so far towards the top lane.
Нет напоминать групповой этап китайского мейджора, и
Jerax just kind of trading hits it.
стратегии, и получалось
aggressively forced Jerax
когда
back
они брали,
behind the
когда они
tower.
брали вот эту
Stairs will have to back him up. I mean, this is a really beefy offlane combination, isn't it? The Beastmaster and the Elder Titan.
Oh yeah, they've got boots up on both heroes, so there's a lot of chasing potential. And both Earth Spirit and Jug have to be very careful to do that.
Miracle! Oh, Kuroki, you've not just gone and done it again for a second time within 3 minutes. The Sunshine will be dropped down,
Он
it's
бросил
going to go
под себя
down
Sunstrike с
again!
надеждой, что
Mid
может
lane
быть как-то
is getting
Сафир в этот
absolutely
Sunstrike
trashed by this
зайдет, и
Enchantress.
как-то умрет, до того момента, когда
He's
берет
giggling all the way to the bank
за
here.
Absolutely. What Miracle's trying to cold snap and sunstrike the safety. That's how you know things are not going well for him. Almost saves his life with that cold snap.
Да, нужен какой-то
Kuroko has the last laugh. and
Кто?
Miracle's
Ну,
TP'd right
без
back
разницы
in,
кто,
already
хотя бы
taking
титан.
harass, taking a breathe fire,
Это
and now
любой
we see
герой,
Crit
в принципе,
rotate back into
но
his own
он
jungle
отдает
just to try and offer some
крипам.
На топе
assistance.
Мун, проблема у него огромная, раскрутился здесь момент момента,
Крокис
забить
is
Муна,
alright.
да, его еще
Oh,
заслонили.
Beastmaster at top,
Огромный
going
трабл
down
Муна,
to
кушает
Flame
этот
Fury,
Verify,
just
конечно, заслонить
Could
Муна.
quite close the gap, and he's got the sound, so
Стоял,
means to get himself back into fighting shape. And on this top lane, the Shimmin's been able to find quite a bit. He's 12 for 6 on the Beastmaster, 3.5 minutes in. This is a really strong
Странно
start
об
for
этом
Beastmaster.
заявлять, но скорее
They
всего,
did
если он
manage to
все-таки венеров,
deboard
то
behind the mid
что-то об
lane,
этой
that
игре он
observer that
понимает.
Kuro planted, so that's going to make life a little bit
Да,
easier
ну
for
что
them
ж, 2-0.
as far
Счет
as
в пользу Лики.
protecting Miracle, but
Опять-таки оба
this
фрага,
is
напомню,
perhaps one of the weaknesses with this OG support duo is that they don't really
И разбегается.
offer enough in the laning stage.
And they roll in with Jarrett, they go in with the Blade
Ничего там не
Fury.
увидел.
A little bit of a
Никаких раскладов.
miscontrol there. They don't actually manage to focus the same target now. Sunstrike from Miracle, alright. He's getting he's turning his game back on after a bit of a beat down at the start. Jarrett's going for the TP, but the Stormstead's cancelling. Sunray will continue. Jarrett stuck in the tree without mana. Without any escape, Grip is going to run down. One more smack to the back on top of it, but can't quite dive the tower. So Jarrett's lucky to get away with his last game. Oh no! Poor old Miracle! This is so much hate on the mid lane. I mean, this is how I can imagine, you know, he goes into his pub games, everyone's like, let's kill Miracle, alright? He's the guy who's nearly 9k. That's exactly the approach that Kuroki's taking this game, and he's made it his sole job and sole purpose to just really screw up Miracle.
So what you're saying is Miracle's fine because this is how he's used to
Well,
play,
that's the
you
thing,
know?
though. That actually means Miracle will be used to this kind of pressure, if not even more. So there's definitely the potential for Miracle to come back off a bad start, but I mean, my goodness, Liquid is certainly making sure that he has one of those.
And he's playing a hero in Invoker that can get kills without even having wall farming. He can just throw Sunstrike out the last, hit kills with raw targets, courtesy targets, and that's probably just going to become part
На
of the
самом деле
game
не
plan
особо хорошо
for
получается,
the
потому
OG
что
side.
ДК
I mean, that really is the thing. If this game ends up to turn around, you know, it gets to the point where we see OG eventually win, if that's going to be the outcome. I want people to remember when Miracle was at the start. Maybe in another bit of a tricky situation, the body block from Kuroki. Look.
Dire team pick.
One of the strongest heroes as soon as the patch hit, but it's fallen off a little bit since then.
Yeah.
Hasn't been drafted quite as much. Considering how OG played the previous game, I just feel like those are the heroes they're letting through again. The Dragonite Invoker, stuff like that. Now they've got the stun setups. They don't even need Chronosphere to get Phoenix kills now. So maybe they're trying to force their opponents to do this. Say, go ahead, you can do that. We'll grab AA or something, perhaps. Maybe that's why they banned Slark.
Has Miracle played DK? Because I know No-Tail has been kind of their DK player recently. Does this also signal a shift of Miracle to safe lane for this game as well?
I think they could just do Moon offlane and
Moon offlane
safe
Void
lane, I guess.
Reserve time.
I wouldn't want to do DK versus Darkseer though, so I think that's a bit weak.
DK mid, Faceless Void offlane, Phoenix support, and then they need
Carry
their
support.
crit and Miracle heroes.
Yeah.
Support carry, yeah.
I can't imagine Dragonite would be good versus Darkseer.
No.
In the lane. It'd be really rough. And then most of the time your ult would be away so you couldn't push the lane because he would just Iron Shell creeps, so. Gotta be mid. DK surely. I don't know if A is really the pick just yet either. Maybe 4th pick, maybe 5th pick, but right now DK alone isn't going to be enough to make it justified.
I like Disruptor as their 5 position here, and not normally thinking of supports at this point, but I kind of like I like Disruptor versus Phoenix and Void. I think that it combos really well with Darkseer. And
it's pretty good for both teams, to be fair.
If you leave it out there, I think, I mean, I guess OG could pick it up, but I think it would be 5th ban. Oh, they went Vengeful Spirit instead. Okay. That's fine. I mean, we also said, like, we thought Vengeful Spirit would have been the best support last time. We saw that was banned away, so.
A little bit of minus armor, not that much though, to deal with Dragonite. He's still gonna be very tanky, but
maybe they're gonna go Slardar or something. Ion Shell.
I would kind of like that, I guess. They're gonna have some troubles killing Phoenix Egg, no matter what. But,
yeah.
But their early game will be very high damage, and good mobility if they do go slower.
And it would be one of those lineups again that was just kind of like fight. And even if you lose a fight against like Chronosphere Egg, come back, fight. You do it again. I mean, you look at, despite what I said earlier about long cooldowns, all of OG have long cooldowns for their ults.
You mentioned the AA earlier, Cap, and I'm just wondering now, OG could go for like a Dazzle 4th pick and ban AA 5th if they wanted to. The fact, well, I guess Earth Spirit Venger picked up as their 2 supports, so AA wouldn't really fit in.
There's
no way.
There's no way Liquid would do that. How about Gyro this game? How's that look against OG?
Sure.
Looks pretty decent, right?
Yeah, I think it looks pretty damn good. If you're afraid, like you have something against the Earth Spirit Darkseer, you're not as threatened by the Ion Shell harassment. You have some fast team fight that makes sure that, just in case, if Liquid are going to try and get really aggressive on you with something like the Bench Slardar that we talked about earlier, then you have a hero that's able to combat that really well. It's always able to fight. And you want to take control because you're dire side naturally, so you can go ahead and focus on Roshan. But I think Gareth was right on the money about the Dazzle, very clearly. Ooh. That's going to be...
There's the minus armor. And it also helped that OG picked their second
fifth ban Huskar here, surely, as Liquid.
Yeah,
just because.
You're actually totally right.
Just because.
You're completely right, actually. They could still pick it. I mean, it looks like it's different than the previous strat, but the only thing that's different is that they have a Void offlane instead of like a constantly ready to fight offlane. Dazzle Phoenix can still heal.
10 seconds remaining.
Don't give that to OG.
Huskar would be quite good against Alchemist.
Phoenix Huskar.
Fairly good.
Phoenix Huskar sounds really stupid.
Yeah, you've got the Sunray heal as well. Oh, God.
Can't kill him. Yeah, quick, he's getting lower and lower. Oh, wait, he got shell engraved.
And if Elk goes Radiance, then doesn't do enough to Huskar. I guess you'd get some misses, that'd be kind of nice, but I just envision Elk getting blown up repeatedly.
Yeah, you'd have to go like, you'd have to go back to like the medallion into Silver Edge build or something insane to beat Huskar.
It could almost work. It was okay actually against Dragonite too.
Phase Boots, Armlet, S and Y Silver Edge, something like that.
Yeah, and you would get Solar Crest after or something with Blink.
But it's hard to say no to the Radiance, Manta Octarine if you, unless you're specifically countered like the Huskar. So,
yeah, they do ban the Huskar.
It's banned out.
Good for them. 11 seconds left to draft, so they've got to pick pretty fast here. But this is going to be their mid.
I think
unless they do Alclin.
I was thinking out mid because Dragonite, right? And then any aggressive safe laner is good. I was thinking Slardar versus.
Love this pick.
Also good.
Tons of burst damage. Can kill the egg super fast.
Yep.
With all the minus armor, he's actually able to deal with Dragonite okay. And they don't have that many stuns, but if they stun the Face's Void and Ursa jumps in, they can burst him down fast. It's one of the few carries that can actually lane versus Void without any help from supports, just because you keep stacking over the overpower.
Yeah, it's so annoying. You're like, you undo the damage that was just done, but 15 seconds.
Again with the Drow.
And a Drow. Okay, just a few seconds before we head over to the commentators, so we'll get your last thoughts on that Drow pick and who you feel like had a better draft, Gareth.
I really like Liquid's draft. Matuma on his, famous Ursa. This is a hero that he kind of made popular last year, and I think he's got it.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to go with OG. They've just been 5-man pushing so well all day today, and they snuck out it again. Draw with the last pick means they're gonna take Raxes. And...
Okay. Bit of team play, bit of pick, Cap.
It's really hard to say no to the 5-man of OG. I want to say yes to Liquid's lineup though.
Okay.
I'm down.
So,
Ursa.
Okay. Going with the Ursa.
Liquid.
Okay, once again, we have a split decision on the panel. I love it. It's good for arguments, right? But let's find out what our commentators think of the draft as we head in to game number 2. Odie Pixel and Gods, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Red Eye. And indeed, here we have it, going into game 2 of OG and Liquid. And what a few drafts we've got going on. OG, of course, was something that's not a little too dissimilar from what we saw them run earlier today. This whole kind of idea of having Miracle on the Drow, having that no-tail DK, and having that pushing power. And yes, is against a lot of heroes that on Liquid could be seen as pretty good against a Drow. But we've got to remember, this is Miracle on his Drow Ranger, who out-carried a Spectre earlier today and went on to win the game. And Crip...
He's got
He's fine.
I love that they Iron Shell the Earth Spirit before he TPs. Like, that was a lot of damage onto the Phoenix.
But yeah, so this game, I mean, is the Miracle Drow Ranger going to work as well as it did earlier today?
Yeah, as far as the OG draft, it's very identical to what they did against Alliance earlier. I think they had a Doom instead of a Void, but it's the Dro plus the DK. They take objectives really well. They've got the great sustain coming from their support duo, Phoenix Sunray, as well as the Dazzle Heals and Graves. So it's exactly what they had earlier. Alliance did something very different to Liquid, and they were much more about like taking their objectives, hitting their timings. Liquid is going to be fighting with Ursa, creating a ton of space, helping the Alchemist get room to farm, and playing for that kind of late game Alchemist. I think, I mean, I got to kind of side with Purge, and I think for the most part, OG have just been executing this draft so well that I give them a bit of an edge here in game number 2.
Absolutely, and well, we're going to see the rune spots. It looks like Liquid might have a chance of securing themselves both of these. Bottom lane, yeah, indeed they will. Timberman grabs himself on for the Ursa and fire onto the Alchemist as well, so. It's just the small things, but nice little start there for Liquid. As it looks like OG just weren't too content on trying to contest their level 1.
Yeah, they were hoping to secure themselves the top room with that much of a fight, which wasn't possible. And they didn't want to fight into an Iron Shell Earth Spirit as well.
No, not at all. Yeah, they're definitely very strong potentially at level 1 for the lineup of Liquid. And interesting lanes at the moment, so it looks like to start at least, Liquid, they've got 3 heroes up there, including the Starks here.
And they want to zone right from the get-go. Jerks is in the side trees as well, though. And
there we go, rolling across. Let's see what we can try and kick off there. Iron Shell gets laid down onto the creeps, just pushing in the lane. But won't be able to find anything off the back of that. And I mean, are they going to keep these 2 supports up here, or do you think we'll just see Liquid be very, very active across the map with these?
I think they can deny a lot of XP and farm. They can contest the Dro's farm. They're going to get a side pull off here on the big camp, which is going to be very disruptive for the OG tri-lane who wants to get XP up here. But good news for OG is they've de-warded their pull camp, so they can kind of do a little pull. Well, they tried to actually stack this, which didn't work with the Earth Spirit coming in, so to be Liquid just kind of disrupting the lane equilibrium, getting the way back to their tower for mind control to farm with.
And I guess the reason why they can do this is because of the off-lane faces void from the side of OG. Ursa, he's going to be relatively safe laning up against this, and just having that solo XP and solo farm is going to massively benefit the Timberman, who we already know, this guy, if he gets a good start, he is going to be, borderline unstoppable on this hero.
Does mean you're giving Void like decent farm as well as free XP out of the lane, so while it's a slightly Ursa favored matchup, Moon should be able to get some farm out of this.
See up top, they're keeping on the pressure, Magic Missile rolling in with a slow as well, Fly. Going to be able to ward this off, but only Jess, and now trying to turn around with the return aggression. Miracle standing his ground, getting the arrows through. You can see just this, look at Mind Control, just running straight in, heads first, with the Iron Shell surging forward.
Could have almost baited Mind Control in there for like a double heal bomb, but not wanting to hold their ground.
They might just find, Kuro here. He's going to get gusted up. One more touch will do, but gets himself out to the right. Nice control in from Jarrett, holding the back. Kuroki's going to live, and it might be the side of Liquid who find first, but they will. They'll take down Fly. And at the same time, look, chasing down for more, looking for crit. And also, I know they've also lost the Void down on the bottom lane. The Fairy Fires keeping Mind Control alive. They're going to do it. They get 3 on the top lane. Do lose a second in return there as Dazzle comes through and picks up Mind Control. We'll see if they can clean up Jarrex as well. Miracle looking to chase. They don't quite have the kind of the control to deal with this. So a lot of action going up top. And the fact that bottom lane, I think the Timberman ended up killing up the Faceless Void.
Yeah, it looks like just having that Orb of Venom with the early Earthshock slow, getting him a kill. Now, that was before he even had the boots, I believe, getting that kill. So Moon to a poor start with just 4 CS and Ursa. 13 CS and a kill now over him. Very much not the start OG had in mind with these lanes, and just a great decision from Liquid to do this offensive tri-lane, sending the 2 with the Darkseer of all heroes, and able to put a lot of pressure onto the OG side.
And we can see in the mid lane as well. It's
another roll up top.
Let's see if they can finish this one off a little bit cleaner. Last time Liquid did lose a couple off the back of this. As the walk in, a nice Magic Missile to stop the last advance supply coming through. Here's the turnaround. Can they make the side of Liquid pay for what they've done? No, nice surge onto Jarrett's, getting him out of there.
Crit's just level 1 is the problem. If he has Sunray or something there, it's a counter kill on Earth Spirit, but the pulls and with the pressure that Liquid's applying, like OG is not getting farm all levels on the heroes in the top lane. There's no, it's not like either of their cores can rotate in. DK at level 6 doesn't even really want to roam around unless he gets like a haste rune up top. We're not going to see him move around. Moon as a Faceless Void doesn't rotate well, so very much you just have to live with what they've got at this top lane.
And we can see now, coming down towards the top room. I'm not going to be able to do anything about mind control picking that one up, but it really is the thing. Just this bottom lane, you know, Matsuma Man. This wave, he's nearly going to be level 6 against Moon, who's only just reached onto level 4. The difference between these two heroes in this 1v1 has been absolutely brilliant here for Matsuma Man. He's played this lane perfectly.
Oh, absolutely, and that's the other thing. Like you talk about the course, unable to rotate. These two kind of defensive supports don't rotate either. Void hits level 6. You can't easily bring someone like a Dazzle or a Phoenix. Perhaps Phoenix TPs. I think that's almost going to be the play here for OG. Is get Void level 6, TP Phoenix down bottom, and go for the kill on Matumba Man. But even that's very big ass when he's got Enrage.
With the smoke, looking trying to get themselves in position behind the tree line. Maybe looking to dive in onto Fly. Here we go with the roll forward. Dazzle straight away. Nice silence onto 2. The kick as well. They'll find 1. Can they get Miracle as well? Being surged up, and the Ice Shell damage doing it as well. Sticking through the Trail Ranger. They'll look for Miracle. He's going to try and keep himself alive in the heal. It isn't going to work. Double kill for Mind Control. Tower hits. They're going to have to toggle these over. Try and keep themselves alive here. It's a nice disengage as well. Mind Control TP's out. That time, Soda Liquid finding themselves 2 kills and losing nothing in return.
Well, that's why you first pick Earth Spirit. Jerix's initiation's getting the stun into the silence combo while he's rolling. Dazzle doesn't get the single spell off as he goes down, so just great aggression coming out from that top lane, and means Fast, not just the 1v1 at bottom, but Fast has had a pure 1v1 mid against the Dragon Knight where he's just free farming away. They're even on CS, but this is very favorable for an Alchemist who's maxing Greevil's Greed, going straight into the Armlet. The Soul Ring up already. Just getting all the farm in the world that he needs. Didn't even commit to the bottle, which is kind of 600 gold safe.
Coming in very deep, and the control's going to be there underneath the tower. No-Tail coming far too close for his own good, and Liquid punish him.
And Jerax getting the 2 hero silence off. Not just silencing the Dragon Knight, preventing any stuns, but silencing off Fly as well, who was sitting behind, looking to grave the Dragon Knight there to save him. Very impressive Earth Spirit
And this
plays.
is the thing as well. We saw Jerax having an amazing game pretty much in game 1, even though they didn't have a good start. Obviously they didn't end up winning, but still the Earth Spirit performance was, it was always there. He was always in the right place at the right time. This time we're going to see what he's able to do in a game where he has a great start. You know, halfway through level 4 at 6 minutes in, he's 0-1-6. This is an ideal start for an Earth Spirit.
See, DD room picked up from Matumba Man, and the possibility of aggression off of this may be his downfall, because 2 heroes have smoked his way, and a Chronosphere is ready for Moon.
They do need to punish this Ursa. He really has been having a great time on his own down here against the Void. And they're sending in another hero as well. Everyone coming down in, Miracle as well.
They scanned them. He scanned
that
behind.
scan.
He knows exactly what is coming his way.
And they're investing so much in trying to find this kill.
Yep. It's a ward though. Is he going to poke his head up too far here? They've seen him make this rotation. Matumba Man. He's going to sneak by.
He is out. Wait, he's not going for Roche, is
He's
he?
putting a ward up.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He snuck by, got a ward up.
I mean, the fact that, that whole rotation is wasted is absolutely huge. You can see the side of OG scanning the jungle, trying to find something, but they need to have No-Tail in the mid lane. Liquid coming in hard, and they'll take it down. The DK's gone.
Yep.
And this game, 8 for 2. Liquid having an absolutely impeccable opening across the map. Well, the Superman is going to start to find Moon. The silence as well, my goodness, Jerax! What a god! Setting that up there so Matumba can take it out. There's no time, nothing. Beautiful silences from Jerax.
Smoting.
That the awareness, he's always there to make sure the team gets away with what they need.
That's a rotation from OG towards the bottom lane that accomplishes nothing. All 3 lanes being dominated by Liquid right now. 5.2k net worth on Alchemist. The highest on the Dire side is not even 2.6k. OG are getting pummeled here in game number 2, and we're just 8 minutes in. And it's about an 8k gold lead. Yeah.
I mean, a lot of this down to the Alchemist, but still, nonetheless, this is a great start for an Alchemist. We don't always see the Alchemist being as far ahead as he is at this stage of a game.
And he's got stacks to fall back to, so he's just going to rotate himself into the jungle, farm up some double stacks, and be on his merry way. There's nothing OG can even do to pressure him. This is how you punish a Drow Ranger strat. Just beat it in the laning stage. Drow, not really strong laning hero, has hit level 6 now, but even so, there's nothing OG can really do to team fight. Phoenix is just level 3. Everything has just gone wrong that could go wrong, and for OG, they've just got to kind of find some pickoffs here or there to give them some of that juicy comeback gold.
Yeah, ideally just, trying to utilize this Chrono from Moon to set something up, but
you can't, that's what they were trying to do bottom, and that's the thing, that's their way back in the game.
4 heroes down there, and they end up losing the Void and wasting a lot of time for the team.
Yeah.
Fly. Could be in a bit of trouble there. All it requires is Jerax to hit his spells. And was there really any question if he was going to miss them? Absolutely, once again, it's Spirit. The angles are brilliant. Placement is perfect.
And now Master Man is on the Tumberman, so easy access to Roche, but more importantly, easy access to just amplifying up the aggression coming out from the side of Team Liquid. They're going to just take this mid-tier 1 tower, it looks like, for no contest.
Bottom lane OG. Also taking a push onto the bottom, trying to find something in trade. The power of Liquid certainly being shown here in this opening. Really remarkable.
Coming down with an acid, and that could be enough to hold on to this tier 1 tower. They'll see the Alchemist behind the tower though, so he's going to be a little bit careful.
I mean, they can certainly defend this, as we can see. Just that push isn't strong enough from OG at this stage of the game to just take a tier 1 like that. Even with the amount of space they were given. They lose a tier 1 mid, they aren't able to find a trade. And as you said, the Alc just coming into farm up the lane. Barter keeping himself at the top of the board, 7.5k net worth. He's double that of the DK at only just 10 minutes. That's the thing as well, that he's managed to create this lead so early on in the game. Oh, Jerax again. When has this man not been making the plays this game? Every second, every minute, been setting up for the team. I mean, this certainly is going to be one of those games that Jerax is going to be putting on his highlight reel. 119, involved in 10 of the 11 kills.
The only one he wasn't was that solo kill bottom by the Ursa. So.
Which I mean, I don't think even the Tumberman expected that to happen, you know what I mean? But everything that should have happened has, thanks to this Spirit. Jerax. I mean, it kind of begs to see if this continues like this and OG aren't able to pull it back if we see them take it away in the last game, the deciding match. Because at the moment, Liquid are certainly pushing it that way here. Really, really strong stuff. I mean, if you're OG now at this point, we know Miracle, he is kind of the king of the combat. But on a Drow Ranger, it's not really a miracle hero to do it on, yeah, especially when you're this far behind.
That's not a comeback hero on any player, and that's the big issue here. Their way back into this game is going to be from finding those kills, using the Chronosphere plus Sunray. We're seeing Boyd go for a very defensive build, maxing out the Time Warp, no points in bashes. Look at this network lead. I mean, there is an Alchemist, but still, it just looks so scary. 12k lead. Anytime you're getting like a 1,000 net worth a minute advantage.
Oh, say goodnight.
Yep.
Farewell, sweet prince.
2 points in the stun, enough to get that kill, and that's Radiance money.
Radiance of 12-minute armlet Radiance. Forget the Sovereign, but I mean, how do they stop this Alchemist?
I don't think they can. I think they have to prioritize getting kills on other heroes and just accept the fact that this Alchemist is going to power farm and be a huge nuisance later on. Because you have got percent-based damage coming out of the Sunray, you've got the Chronosphere, so for OG, it's find pickoffs wherever we can on like viable targets. Like this Darkseer spending a lot of time up top. Going for a smoke kill in Darkseer, while not the biggest kill to get, is better than nothing. And then ultimately we're going to get in this scenario where OG's fights back in this game are going to come from the high ground defense. Yeah, they've still got tier 1 and tier 2 towers up, but they're going to be so far behind on farm. There's going to be an Aegis on the Ursa most likely because it's an Ursa, he takes Roche with ease. OG is going to be all about the high ground defense this game at some point. And even No-Tail, he's picked up a Gloves of Haste. I guess he's not going to fight, he's going to go into the Armlet build. He's just incredibly poor. Everyone on this dire side just has no farm whatsoever to work with.
Yeah, I think just really looking at Jerax, I mean, his activity has caused him to be at a stage of the game where he's only a few hundred gold behind Miracle and No-Tail.
No-Tail finds Mind Control, but there's zero follow-up for this, and TP already coming from Fata's Alchemist.
Let's see what Liquid can set up here. They're ready to go. Crit. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. There's a Chronosphere buying some time here for the Phoenix. He'll get the Supernova out. Maybe OG can turn this. And Kuroki swapping Matumberman away. Kuroki will pay with his life. Does manage to save the Ursa there though.
Yeah, very wise play from Kuro there just to...
Oh, here we go. Miracle. He is not having a great time here. He really is not. Liquid just beating down hard off the side. Matumberman driving up to the sideline. They'll lose the tower. They'll try and fight though. Matumberman coming in fact, Bombi jumping forward. Will be able to try and reduce some of this damage here. Can he get himself out? He's got the help of Jerax and Mind Control, but this maybe could be being Liquid biting off more than they can chew. They're going to lose one. They may lose Jerax as well. He'll roll himself out, but he should tick down to 8 HP. Will finally pop. So Liquid maybe just getting a little bit overzealous there, feeling a little bit confident, and OG are quick to shut them down there.
Yeah. I mean, those pickoffs is like the the slow climb back into this game for OG. They need a lot more where that came from. Still an Alchemist who is just farming out of control for them to deal with later on, but kills will start to add up if OG can find a few more. Gonna be going for the minus again on the Phoenix. Wouldn't be surprised to see, like at this point you're way back in this game as the super late game, so if anything, like getting multiple minuses may even be the name of the game for him. But
oh, crit. I hope you enjoyed that summary because it's going to be your last. I mean, just the money that Farter's getting as the Alchemist. This is the thing as well. He's been farming absolutely ridiculously, and he's also been finding the kills. He's what 302 on an Alchemist at 14 minutes in. This is, this is going to be one of the best Alchemist starts I've seen in a long time in competitive. He's just had such a clean start, and OG has been able to do nothing about it.
Now the tough man will secure his team road. We're getting Blink Dagger money as well, and the Blink is going to be even more sadness coming Miracle's way, most likely, following that.
They're going to try and find it.
They see with the weave.
Oh, silence for Jax. Now onto the sidelines, but from that, they're going to find a jump, and they're going to need to do it soon. A couple more swipes, and that will be gone. Trying to fight for the sidelines. Move comes in off. He's going to move. No! It's going to go down to the radiant. He just is on the floor, but no, still Ursa is able to grab it. They're not able to get themselves in and take it away on the sidelines. They did manage to find the Alchemist kill. They will take down the Roshi as well, but now with Timberman turning up with Jarex, they're going to look to try and clean these boys up. At the moment, OG is looking fairly strong here. See if they can chase this down though. Fly and Miracle running back towards their base. No, to make it. Time to make. We can't. Done OG. They do find very value kill off the Alchemist, picking up as well as, but they do still not get the chance to take away that Aegis from Liquid, and Roshan still goes down to the back.
I had 3,000 gold swing just off of an Avenge kill.
I mean, this is, as you said, as long as they can continue to find this, they can certainly swing their way back in, but they need to do a lot of swinging. We're still at a 10k lead at 16 minutes.
And Miracle's stacked up a lot of Ancients here, so he's farming alright. We'll hit level 11 fairly soon, has Crit kind of there just to back him up.
I mean, what is the game plan now for OG? Are you just kind of waiting for Liquid to come to you? I mean, can they afford to do anything themselves in terms of aggressive? Do they just fight around kind of Moon's Chronospheres?
Fight around pickoffs, look for heroes who are off farming by themselves. Like a hero like Alchemist is... Liquid aren't going to necessarily fight, man. Like an Alch doesn't want to be grouping up with his team. He wants to be on one side of the map farming while his team is kind of pushing towers elsewhere, and they can TP in should a fight break out. So for OG, it's kind of evaluating the map. Like they want to get up as much vision as possible so they can figure out which heroes are by themselves and go for those pickoffs. For Liquid, it's like, don't let OG get chain kills together. Kuro needs to be sitting behind like the high value targets and stopping them to save them, like we saw at bottom with the Ursa. And in theory, you just need to be making sure you play as polished as possible moving forward. So OG may look to smoke again soon. They're close to a Shadow Blade, it looks like, on Dragon Knight. Oh, he's got the amulet at least. That's going to give them an initiation tool to help find those pickoffs.
This seems to be as well a very common build here for DK now, doesn't it? It's just armlet into Shadow Blade.
Yeah.
As it seems to be as well, we're seeing more DKs do that rather than the armlet into Blink Mana Blade as well. I mean,
yeah,
I guess it depends
did the Blink last game.
Yes, he did, yeah, that's
I think for No-Tail we've seen mostly the Shadow Blade.
Wait, no, he got the Silver Edge last game.
Yeah, he got it after the Blink.
Oh
though.
yeah, he got both,
he got both.
He did get both in the end. That's right. Moon has got the Chronosphere back up. See if he does find the option to set up anything around here.
And Kuro's just solo farming and pushing. It's the pilot I play where it's like you're a support, so it's not really worth investing ultis to kill Kuro. And you also don't know if he's got heroes behind him. He could be bait, he might not be. It's not worth risking to kill a low priority kill on something that could backfire. If that's an out, you maybe go for it because you kill him, it's worth it. It's worth the risk. But
now this is something a little bit different. Vanguard on Jarex Spirit.
Okay, this is to gear up towards the high ground push. Having a Crimson Guard is going to be a really useful item against the physical damage coming out from Drove, DK, and Void. And it's not like there's good items you can get to fight against like the Chronosphere Sunray. Sunray being pure damage and all.
Yeah, that's true. I guess this is one of those things as well. As we saw in game one, Jarek's can do a lot without items. That basically he just needs to keep himself alive. And that Vanguard could just be that sustainability that he needs to, you know, if he gets clipped on the side of a Chronosphere, just having that extra bit of damage block to deal with, as you said, the right clicks of OG. Good though, in with the push. Unable to get the final touch into the tower, but nonetheless, tower taken. Falling into the pockets of the boys on the Radiant.
Yep. OG are just in the bottom side of the map, utilizing the safer farm in the Radiant jungle, hoping that a hero comes down here to perhaps farm that they can pick off, but nothing really presenting itself right now. And a smoke from Liquid, looking to reclaim their own jungle. I think recognizing the situation that OG are a bit too much farm out of it.
Here we go, eyes onto Moon, swapped into the silence immediately. Trying to put the follow-up stun to control him, and yeah, they could take it down. Actually dropping the wall, a little bit scared he might get the chance to try and walk out. But that, a plus for the side of OG is wall down. Still, Liquid, they're going to look to try and fight again, try and take down another bit if they can get it off. As they want to try and remove the tier 2 in the mid lane. Maybe also look for the tier 1 they're still standing on the bottom. But that lane is being pushed out at the moment by the side of OG. And we can see with the graph, you know, the fact that Alchemist has continued to get his flow back on. They have managed to regain that little bit of a dip that OG caused them to have.
Yeah, when things slow down. Oh, Crit, bottom lane, gets caught out trying to TP home.
Oh, but I mean, we saw that at the start, the Radiant first from Absolution kind of taking him down.
And now no Phoenix Sunray for the high ground defense. This makes life very difficult.
With the swap onto Fly, they can start to get things. He does get the Grave off in time. Fly starting to retreat, but now Liquid then is ready to move in, and Matuma going to work. They'll take them both down. Just Miracle Moon left alive. Chrono comes out, but it's only going to catch onto one. They do get the gust onto Fada. Fada trying to get himself away from this, but he's not going to survive. That's a big kill here, but in return, Liquid jumping back in. Jarek with the boulder smash onto Miracle. The silence won't catch him. The claws off the bear will do, though, and they'll find themselves a double kill. For Matuma, for Mind Control, in fact, with the Iron Shells. I mean, this is OG crumbling. Yep. You're looking at the base being pressured at 20 minutes in. They're going to be able to find the melee ranks from the look of it.
It doesn't feel like 20 minutes when you click the Alchemist side, but they'll get the job done. Take a lane of racks here, and OG really in dire straits. The gold deficit gets even bigger. Fud had to buy back. Couldn't actually get the armlet toggle off with the two right clickers in the throw and the void hitting him. But ultimately,
and I think
not something that's going to matter.
I think at this point as well, you look back at the draft, and as we were saying, you do wonder, maybe that 5th ban on the Huskar from Liquid really has done it here. Was that what OG were after? Maybe the Huskar definitely could have tried to clean up in return, but as we're sitting here, you know, Miracle is being graved. But it may not just save him. That's beautiful stun. The combination for Jared coming in, forcing OG back, but Timberman jumps forward. But he has to get a lockdown, has to back up now himself. But still, they're all standing around. The wall's being dropped amidst the 3 of them. No-Tail trying to finish off the bear. He's not going to quite make it. The bear turns around, takes No-Tail down. The will is with Timberman. They'll go for a supernova here, but Liquid, they'll move in, they'll start to punch. They should be able to take down the egg, and they do. They'll take down the supernova. Mind Control taken down in return. Double kill for Miracle. He is holding. There's a Terra onto Moon. They'll swap him down to low ground. Magic Missile, very nicely done onto Miracle. There's still the chance for Moon to time warp back up. The illusions coming in, burning down Miracle here with the Radiance. Miracle being forced back, will still survive. The buyback from the crit on his Phoenix, they will actually hold the high ground against Liquid, but they're really having to give it everything to just slow down the aggression of Liquid, who are not scared to dive behind those tier 3s. But yeah, it's a big defense, and even with that buyback, as we can see, it does pay off for OG.
They're still just so far behind. The deficit is just getting massive right now, and this is Alchemist is going to just power farm, continue to accelerate his item progression. Has a couple of item slots to work with. Crimson Guard now picked up.
Yes. Now that's balanced.
Well, Roshan sometime in the next 3 minutes as well. So very likely we see Liquid just go for that next high ground push around Roshan. If anything, I think OG have to try and contest it because of how far behind they are and how almost certain this game would be lost.
One lane as well. They're ready to go. Being caught out, but look at the oh! Matumba, man! Absolutely destroying Moon. Now moving on to No-Tail as well. He's a little bit tankier, and he will manage to stay alive for the time being. Fly's actually coming to back him up with the heals, but he's already had to use the Grave onto Miracle to keep this Drow alive. So DK's going to go down. Mind Control jumping in, looking to chase down for more. The stun, holding Fly on the sidelines. crit is going to fall. It's a double kill for Fighter. They should be able to find Fly as well, and they do. Triple kill for the Alchemist, 4 dead. Miracle does get himself out of there. And this is all whilst the tier 1's still standing. GG is cool. We saw Liquid tap out in respect to OG's play in the last game, but this time, I mean, OG, they've got to respect how well Liquid played this. What a performance. 26-11, 24 minutes in. OG, they just never had the chance to get the lineup off the ground. Liquid were just right in their faces every single time. And I really think it goes back to just the start that Jarex was able to give the team.
Yeah,
that performance on Earth Spirit.
Absolutely. Hands down MVP, no question about it. Liquid won. They won all 3 lanes, and they won all 3 lanes convincingly. It wasn't like often you see teams lane it such that they can like have like a narrow edge in each lane, but no, you have an Ursa completely destroy a Faceless Void, had like 20 CS to the Void's 5 CS and a solo kill over him. You had Alchemist a good 1 to 2,000 net worth over a DK, even though they're trading CS equally, that favors the Alchemist. Then top lane, it was kill after kill coming out from the Darkseer Earth Spirit duo. Every single lane was just a stomp for Liquid. And when you have a Joe Ranger strat, you cannot lose the early game lanes that hard, because then you miss all of your timings to take towers, to take Roshan, and that's the Joe pick's meant to be.
Team Liquid's turn to ban. Complexity's turn to ban.
Okay.
Team Liquid's turn to ban.
Ready when you are.
Complexity's turn to ban.
Welcome back, everybody. Game number 3 between Complexity and Team Liquid. Complexity, if you thought that Team Liquid was just going to come in here and 2-0 Complexity, who is a qualifier team who barely made it out of the wild card, you are definitely dead wrong. The game number 2 was one of the most exciting matches we've had so far in Epicenter and so far in this patch too. And Complexity did manage to eke out a win, drawing the series close to a 1-1. But game number 3 ahead of us now. Purge, did you feel more confident after seeing Complexity in that game too?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Like, Liquid is thought to be top 4 team in the world right now, something like that. Top 6 guaranteed. So the fact that Complexity, a team that was struggling in the wild card, that maybe shouldn't have been invited to the Manila Major, the fact that they took that game to them and played better than them at a couple stages was pretty impressive. And they didn't really pick a cheesy strat either. They just did jungle lane Axe, they started him in the dual lane, and they transitioned it really well. It was a good solution to what Liquid drafted, and they executed it well.
So we go into game number 3 now with a fresh draft on our hands, and we'll see whether or not Complexity choose to pick up the Axe themselves again. But Team Liquid do get their hands on the Doom, and that's definitely been one of the, I would say one of the more profitable first picks. I think it's just a nice opener in many ways because it's still a 4 position at the end of the day, right?
And it does lots of stuff, right?
Yeah.
be 4, it can be 3. I'm sure they'll play 4 though. I don't think I would see Mind Control playing that. But it's very versatile. It's good against a lot of stuff. Doom is always good. There's always gonna be one hero that you're happy to Doom in every single team fight, so that value is quite fantastic. And like you said, it's kind of hard to pick against a bit. Yeah, it's not really a lot of good openers that are gonna say, "Wow, great, Doom's not gonna do anything now, guys." Except for maybe like Enchant. Oh, that doesn't even work though.
Okay, we talked about Ancient Apparition, right? We talked about it fairly early on, right? With Veggies, the Armlet that was being picked up, so many strength heroes. We thought,
I guess we did.
Yeah, Phoenix and Ancient Apparition was the 2 heroes that we talked about as like, yeah, but there's percentage-based kind of damage is good, but
10 seconds remaining.
we haven't seen a whole lot of either one of them.
Yeah. It's been getting
5
banned the few times where it looked like an okay pick. In some games, even banned second round, sometimes even first round maybe. I don't know if I've seen that, but
certainly never like first 1-2 Ancient Apparition. That's
clearly not, definitely not. But it's good against Doom. The minus heal counters out Scorched Earth. If they pick any other strength heroes that get Armlet, for example, then Armlet becomes much worse as well. That's really just been the build lately. But they kind of cover themselves in 2 ways here. They get Slardar, who's good against tanky heroes, and they get A, who's going to counter people that regen as well. So we'll see how Liquid adapts to this, and this may be, you could call this a strat, a cheesy-ish strat from Complexity. It's an opening that nobody's doing right now. Nobody touches this, and have they... Like, when you adapt to the meta and you look at all these tanky heroes that are strong, do you have something that works against A? Is the question. And how do you draft against it when it's right up there at the start? Normally you're like, oh, well, we'll deal with A if it comes out like 4th, 5th pick, something like that.
Right.
But when it's the first pick, do you just play like you're in the previous patch? Do you just play it normally? Do you aggressive tri-lane them?
Yeah, I think you definitely run some sort of aggro dueling. So I would expect Doom +1 to be running at that top lane.
Okay, I like that.
Other than that, I think it's just primarily like aggression, right? I'm not sure. You don't draft any heroes that are obviously super exposed to Ice Blast, right? You're not going to pick up an Alchemist this game or something like that. But other than that, I think it's just aggression and don't draft those kind of heroes. I can't really think of how else you would really.
Does this let Complexity draft Alch now? They have been playing on Dire side. They played one game versus Newbie like that, where they did it mid, did some stacking. It didn't work out so well. Newbie was very good at shutting it down,
5
but
seconds remaining.
it could happen, especially with Slardar. It's a pretty good combo there. Also, I would say Chilling Touch with Alk is not bad. You usually get some attack speed items, so you can slap that out pretty fast. Phoenix now banned. Definitely a hero that Team Liquid would draft a lot in the past, just for some good roaming. It's very good against tanky strength cores, so I could definitely see an Alk pick out of Cole here.
Yeah, I could see it too.
Possibility.
Well, there was a team that ran like Slardar, Alchemist, Witch Doctor, and like
Bench or something.
Yeah, it was like the super minus armor, physical damage, even from the support sort of deal.
Yeah, I kind of like it this game, honestly. I don't know if they... Yeah, I guess Laundry is okay to ban here. It's really good against Ancient Apparition. It's just got too much HP. A is bad against it. But Slardar is good against it, so I was a little confused there. But
right.
I like it. I think the banning of him is good. The one game they lost against Newbie as well, they did play against the Lone Druid, so maybe they're taking that lesson and bringing it here. I think there's honestly a high chance that they grab Alcon Cole. There's no reason for them to ban it now, because they've got the AA. Dragonet's getting banned as well. This is the problem. Like, Liquid has to ban all these heroes that AA is good at, and now this lets Complexity basically take all the best heroes. They either get to take them, or they force opponents to ban them. So this is one really cool thing that AA allows here. By being such a good armlet counter, and such a good tanky strength regen counter, they get to grab whatever heroes they want. Now, Puck is pretty good against AA, though. It makes AA's ganks basically worthless, because he has to be stunned for the full duration of the cold feed, because otherwise he can just phase shift the actual stun portion.
Yeah.
But I kind of like Puck this game. Good against Slardar, kind of hard to catch sometimes.
Puck's an aggressive hero as well that Ancient Apparition can be kind of food for.
Yeah.
So Night Stalker is going to be the choice for Complexity. We'll see whether or not this is some sort of aggro dual lane of their own. I really honestly wouldn't be surprised. That's definitely something Complexity prefers, the 2-1-2 setup. So this is probably their 4 position in that regard.
I do like how the AA is comboing with both of these heroes, though. They both have disables that allow you to set up cold feet.
Yeah.
They're both very right click heavy, which makes chilling touch better. With the exception of maybe Slardar, where it reduces the amount of bash chances you have, and it doesn't, the magic damage doesn't synergize with the minus armor. But those, like, that is a tri-lane right there. Slardar and Night Stalker AA, if they do like an aggressive tri-lane like that, that's extremely strong for kill potential.
What about one more hero that sets up Ancient Apparition Ice Blast, the Batrider? So if we did see Complexity go 2-1-2, they could run the Night Stalker Batrider, aggro duel, Slardar Ancient Apparition, safe lane. They have a nice aggressive hero that starts fights, and that's usually what you want, right? Against a Doom, you want to be the one kind of setting the tempo. So Doom has to respond with, you know, not really good ults.
I would agree with that. I don't feel like Complexity run bat that often though, so I'm a little unsure about that.
Yeah, they only run mid bat, right?
If that, yeah. I feel like Chessie is fairly straightforward with the heroes he picks. I think he's gonna be playing NP this game most likely.
Yeah.
But Limp will play stuff like team fighting mid heroes kind of, and Liquid is going for push strat. It didn't look like it at the start, but now with the Beast Lycan, they have insanely good push. Very good early game aggression too. Fast Necro on Beastmaster, they get a blink on Puck and they're gonna kill anybody. Like, actually anybody. If they Dream Coil 2 to 3 people and they doom one of those 3, the other 2 die 100%.
Which means Complexity now have to try and counter that by focusing on winning the laning phase, right? They got to get active before the Necro books are up. Yeah. So this is going to have to be a Nature's Prophet that is TPing around relatively early on. They have to have a successful night. That's a big one.
Yeah, I would agree.
Night Stalker has to have a good 48 minutes.
They just don't have good counter push right now. A's pretty bad at that. Slardar's very bad at it. Night Stalker's awful at it. Nature's Prophet is only good at that every like 90 seconds or less. So I like this, the way that Liquid did this. It didn't look like a push strat coming, but it is clearly here, and it's going to be hard to stop. Probably, it could be offlane Beastmaster, I guess. Jungle it as well, maybe, and do Doom offlane, but probably safer to offlane the Beast.
The Dazzle, I think, even with the Ancient Apparition on your team, was appropriate if we're dealing with a push squad. Certain amount of sustain is going to be kind of hard for Complexity to deal with. Meanwhile, we have the Axe Band away.
So what is the support here for Liquid? Vengeful Spirit, I'm guessing? Just like a generic save your allies, push towers hero?
5 seconds remaining.
It'll work okay. It'd really limit the weak disable. Like, Complexity is fairly weak disable at the moment, so yeah. Could definitely be something like Venge. I was thinking Winter Wyvern, but obviously you don't want to do that against AA at all. There's just like no question. You just don't do that. Maybe something like CM could work here. More mana, nukes, really good early game presence. I think CM could be alright. It's kind of weak against Night Stalker. A little weak against Slardar once he gets BKB, but before that, she seems alright, kind of.
Yeah, I like the Crystal Maiden again, actually. I think I like that choice quite a bit.
Okay,
but
Rubik instead. So if you can't pick Slardar, you pick Rubik instead to steal his ultimate, I guess. If they can steal Ice Blast, that's really good. Rubik's pretty good here. More counter push. Gives them some initiation, I guess, is something they needed. CM wouldn't have been able to do that. Because now at least they can do, other than the Puck ulti, they can do like blink lifts, throw into your allies kind of stuff.
Yeah, even early on they can maybe get some movement with Rubik Beastmaster, Rubik Puck, Rubik Doom even.
Yeah.
Any of one of those is a pretty easy kill on somebody in the early game.
Yeah, I think it's a good pick here. And it's really nullifying a lot of what Complexity does for damage. I didn't mean to pun there, but no field, Fade Bolt also reduces right-click damage. Those two together, I've never thought about that before, but Rubik does actually reduce your opponent's damage by a lot, in both ways. Yeah. And Cole's damage right now it's all right. It's not amazing. Night Stalker is pretty limited. Doesn't have much burst. Slardar doesn't have that much burst. It's good like right at the start, but late game it's not super burst heavy. Ancient Apparition is burst heavy, but it's all magic, so I kind of feel like if Cole doesn't just get kills right at the start of the fight, they just lose every fight.
You know what I was feeling? It's the tiny pickup. I was feeling like a Razor or something, you know?
Really?
Because of the fact that I was like lane domination, physical damage to couple with the minus armor. Just so I was like, because you have to win the laning phase right here is Complexity. Yeah. And well, Tiny is at least kind of a snowballing hero.
I kind of like it. It gives them team fight opportunities early. They can toss in Slardar, for example. He can slow down the push a little bit by doing like 600 AoE magic nuke. If he gets a Blink Dagger, he can potentially just one-shot people at the start of the fight. Like if he can catch his puck, or if a Night Stalker approaches with a smoke, for example, sounds his puck and they can kill him, they win the fight.
Right.
So Tiny is the burst damage that they were definitely missing a bit of. Even with Ice Blast, they still have a lot of very tanky heroes. Oh, also the Ancient Apparition Ice Vortex plus Tiny combo is just amazing because you can easily add the Vortex. You're like, oh, here's a free veil on your opponents. Tiny, have fun one-shotting, and he's gonna be able to do that a lot better. So, but if Liquid gets ahead and they get tanky enough and they get a pipe, the game just ends because Cole won't be able to get kills anymore. And Tiny's not gonna scale very well as an anti-carry against like Lycan or Doom because he's not very good at killing single targets. So we'll see how this goes. The laning stage definitely has to go well for Cole. The first nighttime is pretty important, like you said before.
All right, our game number 3 between Liquid and Complexity. We're going to start off with 2 very early TPs. Z-Freak is going to get a ward down, and
Is Crow going to spot is the question. Okay, the Treant has noticed him, so they may end up dewarding this.
Yeah.
On the cliff one. It's such a good ward when you're against like Doom roaming though. You see where he starts, where he heads after he grabs the creek. Will he go mid? Will he go off lane?
Right.
All those things help so much. Are there sentries though? Looks like it's Jarek's playing Rubik actually. Okay.
30 seconds to battle.
That's kind of surprising.
Yeah, that'll be cool. A with a lot of regen here. Z-Freak, when Boots starts, so he's going to be roaming more than what feels. And Swindle's actually playing Slardar. So does this mean, okay, Chessie's playing Prophet. He's also got Boots. A lot of Boots in this game, actually. So does this mean they're going to do Swindle safe lane, I guess? Farming Slardar?
Yeah, I think that's just... I am actually surprised that it's still this way, that it's still that Swindles does not play the Nature's Prophet and Chessie still does.
Okay.
I thought by now that they would have switched it up, right? Because they used to be that way, and I was like, okay, I understand Swindles is swapping into the offlane position, and maybe he doesn't feel comfortable with Nature's Prophet, and very clearly Chessie does, but
yeah,
I just expected that over time it would switch by now, but...
Yeah, a little peculiar to see them do this change like this, but they're level 1 smoking. They're gonna try to kill the Rubik. They could actually just collapse on him so easily here, especially with 2 Boots heroes. This is actually such a cool gank because you always expect the support to be sitting up front due to blocking the range creep.
And this will be your first blood. I believe they're gonna reveal themselves straight onto Jarek's. Right click him really easily.
Oh,
yeah, okay, finally Hanskin. They really wanted to get that kill over to Chessie, but...
So this makes their players playing what heroes to make a little bit more sense if they do try. No, they're ditching, okay. I really like that. I like that A's are sometimes being active with level 1 chilling touch. It's a huge cooldown. Get it on cooldown, get a kill with it, and then go back to laning normally. And Mind Control is going to get a fast 2 because of this, so it's in some ways a negative, but I'm into that. I even like when A's will go mid, give it to their mid, and then harass the opponent mid, and then that gives their mid carry like 3 last hits.
Yeah, see,
I like it.
The alternative, like, you know, the whole harassing chilling touch just doesn't really feel like it does much, right? It just burns some regen.
It's one tango, basically, so this was better. And they basically said, haha, surprise, you thought that we changed our minds about dual offlane with Z-Freak, but nope. That's our life forever. It'll never change. It happened again.
Z-Freak is so tied to that. And it's funny because like it's normally the brothers, right?
Yeah. Not this time.
Even then, even now, still dual offlane it is for life.
Bot is harassing so well on limp here. Rune is coming up here. Top rune's gonna be grabbed by Kuro. Bot rune covered by Z-Freak. He's gonna try to keep the Rubik away from this most likely because Tiny definitely needs as many runes as he can get here. He wants to go for this last hit, but...
Yeah, he's telling him, you know, just hold on, but Jarek's gets the deny.
He taunt? He did. He did give him the taunt.
Oh, yeah. He was getting the taunt earlier, too, when he was in lane.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they played against him, though.
Oh, okay. Well, that was really bad for Limp, because now he's at half HP. He's going to have to use spells to go for last hits here. Like, Fodder can easily go for kills. Like right now, he's just going to punish him for, like, 100 HP.
Well, right clicks on the low armor Tiny, and things are all good. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Kuro is up here. He managed to get himself a Satyr. Probably the best creep you can get your hands on at the beginning of the game. He does have level 2, and he will go for the Infernal Blade as he sees an opportunity to get some damage on Hanskin.
Not even as good as it used to be.
Yeah.
I actually did almost nothing. Used to take like a third of your HP, now it's like 5th or something, 4th maybe.
Yeah, it did 15 more damage.
Per second. Yep.
Is it per second? Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
For 4 seconds.
Damn.
So that's like what 60?
Yeah.
That's like a skill point basically. Most nukes you have to put a skill point in to raise their damage by 60, but Infernal Blade was like ridiculous damage.
Yeah.
It's like 120 plus the percentage. Good stuff. So Z-Freak in the off lane picks up level 2. Mind Control's leveling really well. He's almost 4 here, so he's having a great time. It's one of the downsides to that early gank, and A is not even trying to zone him. He's just trying to get as many levels as possible for himself. I actually like this a lot, because almost everybody looks at the same pattern. They say support should zone the offlaner. In a lot of cases, I agree, but when it's an A, and your hero lives and dies by your 6, maybe it is better to just focus on pulling as many small camps as possible.
And also, Beastmaster is just a hard hero to zone out when he gets those early levels, so I think that just alters the incentive even more into the favor of just trading farm, essentially, between the support and the off lane. Both getting experience rather than denying each other. Bottom lane, they're gonna fight over the room, but Kuro's too tanky. Will be able to live through that combination by Limp and ends up going down instead to Kuro.
Dire team pick. Reserve time, 5 seconds remaining. Team Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
If possibly off lane, but I assume it'll be Lone Druid safe, Axe, Wisp off, or Spirit DP safe, or Lone Druid or whatever.
Okay. Gareth. Time to choose.
Miracle Invoker OG.
Okay. You're going to tell me why?
Miracle Invoker.
Sorry,
That's all the reasoning you ever
He's all the
need
way
in
over
life,
there.
you know?
I'm old, so he's
I'll
too far
speak
away
up.
from me here.
Miracle Invoker. I'll wink at you as well.
I think I like the Liquid draft more. They have more longevity, more damage.
Okay, so Liquids,
OG has a
Cap.
good burst.
I'm not a big fan of the DP. I'm not the biggest fan of DP and the Sorter, but I think it's still okay. I'm gonna go with Liquid as well.
Okay, alright. Let's find out then as we head into game number 3. One of these two gentlemen will be certainly very hyped, and the other one is Australian. Let's go back to Odie Pixel and Gods.
Thanks, Red Eye here down at the Barbie, and we've got Liquid versus OG. This is game 3, and what a couple of drafts we've got again. We're seeing some classic stuff, some funky stuff as well. The Axe coming out for the side of Liquid. Over on OG, they have got that Miracle Invoker once again. Is it going to be able to pull through again this game 3? What was your thoughts, Cos? Who are you liking here?
It's a tough Invoker game. You've got a lot of catch. Earth Spirit, a great hero to pressure, and Invoker mid. You're looking at an Exo Invoker, so they hasn't got that good escape, and if he ever gets rolled on and caught by the Spirit Siphon, he's in a lot of trouble. So it's going to be up to Crit on the Shaker to do his part to keep Miracle alive.
This is going to be good. This is going to be a great one. We've had two very kind of different games. You know, game 1 very much a close affair, but something that OG were kind of constantly kind of pulling up to the front. Game 2 was just an absolute showcase of what Liquid do best, and OG having nothing in order to stop it. But here in Game 3, I feel that we definitely have two lineups that they're going to clash, but at the same time, I don't see us kind of having a game running away in either direction, kind of like Game 2 did end up going for Liquid.
Yeah, Liquid lineup much more geared towards taking objectives, pushing towers, and taking control of the game. OG more late game oriented with the Invoker. and even Beastmaster to some extent, but it's going to be all about the ability to control the tempo of the game. You get those Blink Daggers up on Beastmaster and Slider, you have these initiators, and it's going to be similar to what we saw in Game 1, where you just gank your way back in the game. Well, I say back in the game as if they're going to have a bad start. That's just been the kind of recurring trend for OG, and use those Sunstrikes flying around the map, so... That will be present here. It's going to be no-tell on the safe lane Beastmaster, though. They're going to be running Slider in the off lane for Moon, with support, though. Fly down there on the Dazzle.
And obviously this Moon Slider is something that what kind of owes back to Frankfurt Major. He was absolutely loving the time on the Slider. Obviously there's been a few changes since. It's kind of fallen off and now fallen back into favour in the current patch. And as we were talking about something earlier, and I believe Game 1, the potential with the Beastmaster could have been no-tells, because it is something that he, a bit like kind of some of the CIS teams like Empire with Ramses, does like to run this safe lane Beastmaster.
Yes, and that almost was something I was kind of expecting to see out of no-tell in Game 1, but didn't happen. But against the Axe in a 1v1 lane for now, the two supports of Liquids, though, they're smoked up, headed towards mid.
Let's see what they can find out here. They're going to catch a crit here in the lane. Miracle trying to help out the boy, but the roll in from Jerax is right there. They'll try and lift the body lock. Look, Jerax trying to create the space here. One more touch would do it. No.
Windlace, good item.
Oh, the Sunstrike. Oh, the Fisher.
They're going to get Kuro as well. He's got no tether. Oh, he's got Fairy Fire. He's going to have to use them. Does so once.
Oh, hello, range creep. Oh, range creep. Good job, Jimmy. Look at that boy. MVP here for OG this series.
What are you trying to say about Demon?
Is it,
you say he's no better than a range creep?
Continuing his pro career as a range creep.
That range creep has had just as much success. So.
Oh, man. Oh, anyway, what a start for OG there. I mean, Liquid trying to go ham in the mid lane, and yeah, the beat down really from the boys there.
Oh my god, the Windlace starting item for Earthshaker, just paying dividends there.
Thank you, 6.87. Oh, bottom lane, Timmerman laying it pretty heavily here to Moon.
Against this dual lane, but managed to at least hold his own, get some XP. Isn't getting much in the way of farm on Lone Druid just yet, but got support headed his way now.
Oh, coming back into Timmerman again. Crit on point with a Fisher, the follow-up trust. Can they do this with a heal on the Sunstrike? They might just be able to. No, it's off point. And a little bit of a mistake there for Miracle. Doesn't quite get the angle, and I would see coming back in. Again, another crush onto Jerax being buffed up by Croaky on the sidelines. Might not be enough here with a heal by Jerax rolling his way off. The right click fly through. The Fisher again from Crit will manage to catch. And the damage is more than enough.
And a return kill though on the Slider, which is the bigger kill, and it looks like they'll get two. The Fisher blocking Crit in. He can't get through there.
Oh no, he's fished himself. Oh. 3 for 2, and again, a bit like I believe this was Game 1 where it was all kind of kicking off early, mid lane. This is Miracle, okay, let's make it unfair, throwing an Earth Spirit, and suddenly Miracle is going to have trouble winning this one. Oh, maybe with the sound, behind, but Jax comes in, slap to the backside. Laying themselves down another 3 for 3. Jerax making sure a lot of action's happening this game, so.
Yeah, what an early game. The Shaker and the Earth Spirit, the two big playmakers early on, just Jerax in bottom lane, suddenly shows up in mid lane.
Oh, look at this Moon.
It's hard against the Savage Roar. You know, you might be able to hit a crush, but you'll just get roared afterwards and pushed back, so.
And let's talk about this top lane. Mind Control, 19 for 1, high CS on the board. He is having a fantastic start. I believe there was that video being shared on level 6 axe at 3 minutes. We may be seeing that done in lane here by Mind Control. He's level 5 at the moment, 3.5 minutes in. Absolutely fantastic.
Bit of an interesting build going for 2 points in the battle.
Roly. Here comes Jerax with his OS frog, and now the second score's going to miss. Mind Control a little bit off there, and with the return for Crit, they'll catch them in with the Fisher. Jerax, can he get himself out of this one? No, he can't. The beat down from Crit. Take down 1. Mind Control. He's going to wait for the Fisher to go. Tries to go for a bit of animal abuse. We'll take down the Hawk. No, they won't be able to find the axe, but getting that Earth Spirit kill as Jerax. Just a little overstepping the mark there on the top lane.
Yeah, nice rotation from Crit. Again, it's Crit matching up well to Jerax, and this is what they just didn't have in the previous game, where Jerax was just everywhere roaming on the map. OG was trying to just play defensive, but giving up these kills. Putting Crit on this hero that can at least counterplay Jerax has really done wonders for OG here in game number 2. Game number 3.
This is... I'm still just looking at Mind Control. I can't believe how much CS he's getting in comparison to everyone else. Yeah. He's absolutely cleaning up the lanes.
Having a fantastic time. Some of that was the neutral camp, but still overall he is leading in net worth. It is a very liquid-sided early game in terms of the farm. All 3 of their cores getting good CS.
All right, let's see them go for this here. Oh, right.
He popped the mango, but...
All right. Oh, so he's got a frog in his throat. Oh, here he is. And he's turning up to try now. Oh my, does he live? But he turns around, where's the shallow grave now? No, tell, bam! Crushes down the Beastmaster, they will lose the axe in return. Jerax looking to chase down Crit to the side, in comes Farder as well with the DP. And here we go, Brit, he's not getting himself out of this one. They'll chase him down, they should be able to find it. One more touch, oh, juice! Not quite good enough. We'll find themselves a second. They did end up losing the IO as well, Liquid, but 2-for-2 trade, the action continues. And we're just seeing that 5-minute mark here.
Yeah, Miracle would have loved to have gotten that kill on the axe with the Sunstrike. Unfortunately, slightly missing it. So he's still not having the best time in this mid lane, just with 18 CS. He's actually leading the Death Prophet in terms of CS, but he has not had much in the way of uncontested farm here.
Yeah, this is...
We've seen how well he catches up, though. You give him that just 9-minute minus or something, and he'll just sit in the jungle, go to the off lane, stay away from fights for about 10-15 minutes, just throwing Sunstrikes around, and suddenly he'll be top in the net worth chart.
Question is really where's it all going to kick off now again? So I see things settle off a little bit. Farder being backed up by my old Kuroki here.
They need to get the Beastmaster Raw online, so we'll see. Yeah, Notel very close to level 6, and this top lane gets a bit more difficult for mind control when that happens.
Well, mind control continues to just apply this pressure onto the top lane. Making it very, very hard for Notel to find the farm. He's still doing all right here, 24 for 2. Managed to find a little bit on the Beastmaster, but still, mind control on his axe certainly the ruler of this lane.
Importantly for OG, they deward their bottom lane, so a little bit more difficult to know where they are, and they're going for the kill on top. They've TP'd in Crit, he's got Fissure, they've got Raw, but turning around here, it looks like they don't think they have the damage to kill him off.
I mean, that's the thing, and with these two heroes, can they actually kill him? Especially not with Kuroki there.
Yeah, if they don't know where Kuro is and he can get the tether overcharge off, that Raw into Sunstrike is not going to do anywhere near enough damage. And mind control's not money.
Okay, Dazzle's coming through as well. Here we go, from the Sunstrike, mind control. Oh, Kuroki not going to be able to save that. In fact, Kuroki, he may be in trouble as well. Look at the CP out, will he make it? Yes, he does.
Berserker had level 5, could have leveled Totem. Crit. Oh, tough one there. Yes, levels up Totem now. Kuro going to be thanking his lucky stars. Thanking Crit perhaps for some mercy there.
Absolutely. He's a nice guy, Crit. Maybe a little bit too nice in that situation mid lane. Jerax rolling in. Miracle. 9Ks it to the right. Bottom lane. Moon. Trading hits for the bear here. Matuma Man, a man that we haven't really been talking about, but still, you look at the net worth, and there is this Lone Druid sitting at the top.
Yes, and is that... Yeah, his Midas is on the courier, so... See that delivered. And Matuma Man will continue to farm his way towards that Radiance, I can only imagine. Definitely a hero that OG may consider sending rotations towards. Like Slider, Beastmaster with Sunstrikes, really good heroes for actually killing off a Lone Druid. But it's always like how much do you want to invest into shutting him down. If you don't invest enough, he may escape using the Savage Roar on the bear if you roll the hero, so always need to make sure you fully commit and get the kill.
Mind control at this top. I know, has got the Vanguard done, so if you weren't having trouble killing him before, you're certainly going to have your work cut out now. The side of OG and the tier 1 as well. I mean, relatively soon we should be able to see and manage to push all the way through. Notel's actually going to TP out of this one, back to base. So the lane is now free, and Mind Control might even have the chance to just finish off this tier 1 on his own. Actually going to pick up one of the boards on the way as well.
Okay, so Notel just going to head back, actually towards bottom lane it looks like, just deciding that this top lane perhaps is done for. And yeah, I was going to say, this is a good time for him to go for a smoke. Didn't have one himself, but he joins up with Crit. He is going to rotate bottom.
Oh, might be able to kill the bear here. Oh, nice deny. Matuma Man puts his own dog down.
But he's got no bear for Savage Roar, which means if he gets ganked, he has it in 8 seconds.
Look at this invis as well on Farder. This could really catch them off guard. He's got the exorcism.
Waiting for the bear, it looks like.
Here we go. Let's see if they can summon up, and he's going to pop it now. He's ready to go. Emily Rose on them. Here we go. Chase them down. The kickstun onto 2. They'll find Moon low. The shallow grave just in time. Moon's going to be kept alive. Crit. Look at the tree line. They'll suck him down here. Can they finish this one up? Rolling onto Jerax. Should be able to find it. Crit. Chased down by the bear. The swipe's down. One more touch from Lone Druid. Should be able to do it, and it will. DP takes the kill. Find themselves to Liquid, and they'll be able to give themselves a formidable push on as well. Mind Control just returning to mid lane to continue to farm. 1100 on his way to that Blink Dagger on top of the Vanguard, and this tier 1 on the bottom lane, if this goes down, that's certainly going to help Mind Control in the back.
Such a good sequence for them, and Faster was there ready to counter get, well, I mean, he led the game here. There was just not enough OG firepower to deal with the Death Prophet Exorcism, as well as the Lone Druid there. And while that's going on, Axe takes the top tower, then TP's mid to defend Miracle push and pressure coming out from the forward Spirit. So Liquid get themselves 2 towers, a couple of kills, and OG get nothing.
This is, yeah, in terms of the gold, we can see on the graph, it's now slightly edging pretty sheerly in favor of Liquid.
And you can see this, like game 1, when Miracle died 4 times, he still had a 9-minute Midas. He doesn't actually have Midas in this game.
No, he should have fed more in the mid lane here, Gods, quite clearly.
Exactly, that's the strat. Give up more kills. But realistically, it's just OG haven't found mid-game kills. They found the early game kills with the Earthshaker, but the raw Sunstrike kills or the Slider crushing the Sunstrike kills haven't happened, and that's what they were getting in game number 1, come like 8 to 10 minutes into the game.
Bottom lane as well, OG going to get the chance to push on a bit. They did take down Matuma Man's bear, and it is still on cooldown for a good 20 seconds. So this time, OG finding the space to push in. And looks like Liquid, for the time being, won't do anything to stop this. So there should be a tower down in favouring the side of OG. So a bit of gold into the bank for the boys on.
Liquid need to wait for the Exorcism cooldown, and the Axis Blink is actually very close to completion. Mind Control actually may try and flank this one. Yeah, they see this rotation coming in. They'll leave the boars to try and get the last on the tower, which won't happen.
Really nice, just disengage there from the side of OG.
Yeah.
Making sure that nothing gets left behind. You know, indeed the boars making sure that the job's done. So not a chance for Liquid to even find a deny or relocate on mid. Here we go. Looking for Miracle. Mind Control closing in, gets the call off. Here we go with the swoops, and as he... Oh, nice. The dunk. Oh, God, by the dunk out. The dunk don't crit with his own dunk, holding back Mind Control, and Miracle's going to live because of it. Mind Control now stopped behind the tower. The Fissure is there, and the axe is down.
Oh, Miracle. He's dead, I believe.
Oh, yeah, no save here for the boys. So 2 for 1 at the moment. We can see if they turn it into anything more. Just kick there with the Boulder Smash, holding back Crit. Still chasing this down, but savage.
Level 1 sprint there. Moon just didn't have the chasing power. He had 2 points in sprint and max crush there. I believe he actually saves Miracle, probably gets the kill on Death Prophet, so... For Moon, the build he's done just not really working out from there. Just unable to keep up with the Death Prophet despite having sprint.
Let's see what the next point of call is going to be for these two sides. 12 minutes in, 7 for 9. It's going to be smoke time.
Okay.
Notel wanting to make use of the Raw.
It's a good time to smoke because you know Invoker's respawning soon, so he can offer the Sunstrike, but he's still into Road.
Oh, hello!
Will not just be going for a fight or a kill. Faster, I guess having Exorcism is perhaps a deterrent for OG to too aggressive. And
yeah, this is good. I don't think Liquid aren't going to expect this. I don't know if OG expected it themselves, but they found themselves in there.
And Miracle's like, oh, I'll take this. I'll bring my forward spirits, guys. I can help.
Oh,
he walks in.
Really nice play.
They just kind of recognize that there's not enough heroes in the neighborhood to contest this one.
And it's going to be a free kick. Something again that is kind of this close, it's going to be pretty big. Just been able to secure that for the side. OG getting the Aegis onto Miracle.
Probably mostly just a farming Aegis, I imagine. Maybe they'll try to group up a bit to push. And impressively, Crit has farmed a very fast Blink Dagger on his Earthshaker. He is sitting on 2k gold right now.
13 minutes in. I mean, he's really been finding the action. You know, we've seen people dive. He just lays down a Fissure, puts up the wall. And as you said, just a remarkable timing on this Blink.
And that's good news for OG, because other lanes have not been going so well for them in terms of just Miracle start. He's not farming as well as we've often seen. Notel's done phenomenally on his Beastmaster as well, 3, 1, and 2. He's been able to set up and find a number of kills for the side of OG. We'll see how things go in the mid game, because right now it's still Lone Druid farming away towards that Radiance. OG have perhaps like a 4-minute window now before this Radiance where they can kind of take advantage when they get Moon's Blink. So it's going to be like Moon gets Blink and before the Radiance comes up on the bear, OG are much stronger. They'll have an Aegis, they'll have all these key items, but once Liquid kind of get that Radiance up, things will swing back towards the side of Liquid in terms of like the teams and their power spikes.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So things kind of settled down, but Slardar, Mr. Moon, he's about to hit that hurdle as well, so they'll probably just wait for that OG. Yeah. And that Blink on Slardar, just extra route of initiation.
Yeah, he'll take one of these Ancients, I imagine.
Let's see. Is Miracle going to have Mercy here for Moon?
Yeah, he'll give him the small one.
CSP, sir? Yes. Thank you, sir. Well, as you can see, Matuma as well, what, 3.2k towards that relic timing, so it's still going to be a very, very good timing here for the man on the bear. 7.1k net worth, 14 minutes in. So both teams, certainly at this point, it's kind of everything you'd hope for from a game 3. It's very, very close.
And even, Lone Druid kind of pulling ahead by a pretty big margin in terms of overall net worth, but it's a much greater farm distribution on OG. It's also just the fact their lineup is peaking right now. They're behind on gold, but they are much stronger if a fight breaks out.
It's time to smoke here, OG, looking for the option to jump in. It's going to be dispelled off. Line knows they're around the corner. Nice kick, some turn around, but still Moon gets the jump in across. The Savage Roar forcing back OG. Silence as well. It's going to be hard for OG to turn around for this one. With the Exorcism up, No Tail jumps in, gets the Roar up, but the Ghost there ripping through the Beastmaster. The Beastmaster's gone. He's down. They have lost Rogue on the Silence, but Mind Control's ready for the cleanup. Zooms down onto Fly, the roll forward from Jax with the Magnetize onto Miracle and onto Moon, forcing them on diagram. Miracle turns around the Deputy Glove, gets himself a double. In comes the dog. Crit trying to turn it, Fisher as well, and he just might do it enough. They found 3 on the side of Liquid, buyback from Mind Control, trying to get himself into the fight again. The crush, the bash, Moon finds Matuma on the Lone Druid. Mind Control, can he try and rectify this? He's brought back for this one. Got to be careful about not throwing his life away. Again, Miracle still sitting strong on the side. Brit hanging around as well. But overall, their OG going to be relatively happy with the way that went. Mind Control has jumped in. Oh, he gets a few more spins. He has got the back of a crit. Should be fine with good vision, but now nearly just a tip. Jumps back in, and maybe they can turn. Mind Control and Kuroki in a bit of trouble here. Nice kickstone, the boulder smash, holding back OG. Mind Control looking to go back in, but Moon, he's there as well. Mind Control in the middle of the mall. He's maybe going to go down. The dog gets one. Can't get the second one off though, but they still get the kill. It's Miracle who gets the killing spree, taking down that axe after the buyback from Mind Control. Jax rolling forward. Once Miracle, they got detection. Have they got detection? No, they have not. Hotel, silenced up the buyback now from Moon on his slider, getting to back the fight, jumps in, 3-man crush here, the bash down onto the Earth Spirit. Can they get themselves a second? The bash onto Kuroki, one more touch and they'll get it. Finding another one here, Crit gets himself in with the Fisher. Miracle and Moon trying to get themselves through with the Slider. Yule's holding back the Slider. They should still be able to find it. 44, trying to duke out the silence and will catch them all. Miracle! Crit, Moon. Oh, Miracle's gone! He's messed it up and finally like the movement to take down the Earth Spirit around. Oh, Earthshaker blinks away. Turns around, Fisher just on the tip. Moon ready to go back in. Amplifies out. Savage Roar, jukes it out. Moon gets in, crush, Sparta's down. Now eyes on to Matuma. He's the last man standing here at the moment for the side. And Liquid Moon trying to finish this off. Matuma 3-7, 14 back Moon. You're now going to see Jarrett's coming back into the fray. Can they get themselves back in onto this slider? They're sticking around though. Boys on OG are ready to fight.
Are we done, gentlemen? Like, this is... Can we pause for a second?
I think they've managed to resolve their differences, Gods, and it is going to slow down. But oh, what the heck happened there? And again, it's 17-13, but it still feels like this is anyone's game.
That was like a 3-minute-long team fight.
Oh, Moon's got an invis. He's ready to go back in on this one. Okay, here we go. Crush down. No Tail floating in. He has got the Roar. He'll pop it. Controlling Matuma. Kuroki with the save. Relocating out the bear. Lone Druid back to base. If they can take this down with the Necreus, they do indeed. The Matuma may be back, but he's going to be without his pet.
Survived with 78 with the bear dying.
Oh, get the crush on the genocide, running gone! James is running right over Monster. Needs another one, gets a second double dunk here for the boy. Yours onto No Tail on his down, Fighter wrapping around it, and they kill off the Beastmaster, jump back and remove the crush! They've got the Death Prophet slap! Bam! They'll take down the Moon. Moon on a killing spree, finding that kill onto Fighter's Death Prophet.
Radiant's bottom
This never-ending brawl in the mid lane for the last 4 or 5 minutes now. Saw 2 exorcisms effectively in what was one just long, drawn-out team fight, engagement after engagement.
And suddenly, off the back of it, I mean, Miracle, he did go down at the end, but he's now top of the net worth.
Yeah.
He's ahead of Matuma, man. The fact that they shut down Lone Druid at the end of that fight as well, pretty huge.
Yeah, they shut down Lone Druid, they bring down his bear. He can't really farm very effectively without his bear. This is time where he's not using his Midas, for example, as well. Tumberman's Radiance timing gets delayed by a pretty significant margin, and OG get great value out of the Aegis. The initial fight where just Miracle had those 2 lives, he just did so much damage. There was a buyback from the axe as well, slowing down his item progression, and crit on this Shaker, just getting fissure after fissure off. Really doing wonders for the side of OG, but it is still all 3 of Liquid's cores in pretty good shape as far as overall farm go. It's just the fact they've got 2 very under-farmed supports.
It really is hard to tell how this game's going to swing. I mean, we're just seeing these fights, but they don't stop at going at it.
Midas pickup coming for Moon on the slider at his next item of choice. They want to at least secure some late game. That's the thing, OG's kind of fighting and killing their way into this game, whereas Liquid are out farming OG. And I think that's something that OG perhaps starting to recognize, looking to make sure they have some late game presence, Midas pickups. Both Invoker and Slider will have one apiece.
Let's see what they can find up on the top lane. Fast and Mind Control coming in. Exorcism still on cooldown for 40 seconds, so maybe not willing to take a fight. Moon, indeed, as we were saying, with that Midas now done. Yeah, he's going to be able to keep himself up in terms of the farm game. He's second highest at the moment for the side of OG. Things seem to calm down for the time being, but 20 minutes in, 20 to 15. Absolutely everything that you'd hope for from a deciding game in this series here at Epicenter.
I mean, Lone Druid will have Radiance for the next fight as well now. Being delivered as we speak, and there's already a smoke picked up immediately by Jerax. They want to engage, but
they might find something. Okay, just putting a little bit of hate down onto the bear. There we go with the Bishop of Sunstrike. They're gonna have a good shot. Won't quite kill it. Jerax. And the boulder smash. Fighter can set this one up with the Yules though. Now Miracle silenced up. He needs a bit of help. He needs some kind of help. Mind Control jumping in. Brave won't save this man because this man's got a dunk available. And there we go. Mind Control crushing the skull of Miracle, and he wants to break more. On to Fly, holding it a little bit early there. Premature dunking happens to the best of us, but still they find the kill. Top lane with the relocate, jumping forward for No Tail as well. Mind Control this time. A third one for the side of Liquid, and it's going to be OG finding nothing in reaction to that.
Yeah, some great aggressive play going from one kill to the next. Liquid get the Radiance and immediately strike.
On Crit needs to be careful here. He really does. Mind Control. We can just try and get the call, but Crit jukes it out. 4 staffs away.
Really nicely moved, using the Fog of War really well there. Mind Control had to guess a bit with that blink, and Shaker manages to get the hell out of there. With Liquid, who can now start taking towers and objectives. For OG, they've got to use their vision advantage from the Beastmaster Hawks to try and find the pickoffs. They don't want to kind of take a head-on 5v5 fight when Liquid have this tanky frontline axe as well as the Exorcism and the Bear Radiance now. They've got to utilize Beastmaster roaming around the map with raw Sunstrikes, that kind of global presence of the Invoker to take their engagements. And they'd also love to sneak another Roshan. That was when they first started finding those good fights, was when they managed to sneak themselves into the Aegis.
Taking at the Aegis on Miracle again, we're going to see these kind of hectic skirmishes that OG will be coming out on top of.
They're in there using amp damage. They see Lone Druid in the top lane, and perhaps recognizing that Liquid cannot rotate all that quickly towards this kid. It will be an uncontested Roshan. Scan used. I believe that was, by OG.
Probably OG, yeah.
So that was Liquid.
Oh, that was Liquid, yeah.
Yeah, Liquid just unsure what OG was doing here.
Oh, there's your answer for them. I'll find out the hard way.
Yeah, and I feel like that was a Roche that Liquid have the items and the heroes to contest. The vision isn't there for them. So, not knowing quite what's going on right in the Roche area, they don't make a play towards it, and now we've got an Aegis of Miracle for the upcoming fight.
Let's see what Liquid's plan is. They're actually making a movement up through the jungle of the Dire side, as we see Fad and Mind Control leading through to join the forces of Matumbaman on this top lane push. At least they'll find a tier 2. I'm just not going to be able to find a fight at the moment though, as OG in return just turn their attention towards the tier 2 bottom.
So. The thing is, OG can't commit towards this bottom lane when there's a Lone Druid in the top. Lone Druid will push and break high ground unless someone gets up there to defend. So Tumberman's best player right now, maybe he doesn't know it, is to continue pushing this top lane. There is no one there to meet him, but he will TP back. Perhaps unsure of just how many heroes are up top.
Look here. OG poised on the sidelines again. Liquid are behind it, ready to defend, and Mind Control jumps in. Call onto Moon here. The roar from No Tail holding him back. Moon goes down still though. Might have popping the X's in there. Want to try and find more. Fly, he's going to be left behind in the dunk from Mind Control, shutting him down, moving forward with the bear. Crit, no chance of escape. There's boulder smash coming from the sidelines, cancelling Miracle's TP. It's beautiful. They'll get Crit as well on the side here. He gets rooted up, tries to TP away in front of the bear, and it's going to be a third, maybe even a fourth, as Miracle coming back for round 2 after the Aegis. They'll control him, they'll bring him down. Liquid absolutely ripping to pieces OG there, as you said, just sticking around for too long. They weren't going to get away with that push, and they don't find anything in that trade.
I think OG just had to commit to the fight there. Earthshaker used his blink defensively when Liquid came in, so he didn't have a blink Echo Slam to counter shape, but he did have a Force Up, so he could have potentially forced himself in for an Echo Slam, but once Moon misses his blink crush to start the fight off, things just go south, because at that point there's no easy way to retreat. Boka not having like a blink dagger, they have the Force Staffs, but Liquid chasing potential with the phase drums on the death prop with the Yules as well to set things up. The blink on the axe proving to be a bit too much for OG to get away from. I mean, Liquid pulling ahead by a pretty big margin off of this. They're going to get multiple tier 2 towers, it looks like. They've dealt with the Aegis, and Liquid really hitting their stride right now.
Let's see what OG can do in return. It may just be way at the high ground, I guess, at this point, and look to just attack when Liquid. I feel that they're strong enough to push. Or do they come out with?
They kind of want to fight around the Exism cooldown, but they've only got about 1 minute right now. But Liquid themselves aren't going to be pushing high ground without that anytime soon. On the side of OG, ideally want to be taking the fight to Liquid when that Exorcism isn't available. Problem is right now you've got to push out both mid and bottom lane, so you can't just immediately go into a smoke on respawn, so we'll be up, it looks like, with relative safety from the side of Team Liquid.
What's the planet from the boys? Moon stocking up the gold at the moment, 3.8k. Slada. I mean, what does he need this map? Oh, okie dokie. I'll call that more, because here we go, jumping in. They've caught him out with the call, and Moon, no help for this boy.
Tried to buy BKB, was short 20 gold before he died. And yeah, BKB is, it's not going to help against everything. There's a lot of physical damage, but just against like the silence from the Death Prophet, nukes coming out as well from the side of Team Liquid, the Earth Spirit, you kind of need to have a BKB just as the main initiator. He's the one who's going to have to start up all these fights more often than not.
Now, here's that time, as you said, waiting for the Exorcism to come back. It is now there, so they may push for high.
Oh. Gonna try force this Slada buyback. He's got BKB money, but he's kind of in a pickle right now.
Do you buy back or do you just let this go?
The push with Exorcism and
it's gonna go so quickly.
There's no glitch. This is just gonna be a dead rat.
They need something back in now. Mind control jumping in. Call on to Notel. Notel getting forced to the right. Ooh, the dunk. A little bit early. They'll see Mind control try and chase down. Notel will tick down to the battle hunger by the looks of it. They try and find themselves anything more. Definitely blast. Juked out. The tornado will come through. Liquid still standing strong. They find themselves the objective. They're still very much ready to fight here. Miracle trying to control Fado with this cold snap. Jumping in, Moon with the crush. Now with the bastion on the bottom of the heals there for growth. They just turn around. BKB's come out from Moon. And Yulby himself, but now Crit looking for the walking Echo Snap. It's only up to part of it. It'll be enough. They'll take down the Death Prophet. Crit just being burnt out by this magnetized damage from Jerax. They'll get a second one with a boulder smash. And Liquid, they may have lost their DP. But she already got the work done that she needed with the Exorcism, and the rest of them will walk out.
Yeah, OG just looking a bit unsure of how they want to approach that fight. Beastmaster goes in for a roar, and I'm thinking, okay, he's going in for a roar because Slada's going to buy back and they'll take the fight. Oh, that's a freebie.
Yeah, he doesn't need the rest of his female. Kuroki, can he save him? Oh, with the going steps enough. They'll still go down. Can they kill Mind Control? Mind Control came in very aggressively. This could be a bit of a throw, a bit of a toss. It is. Yeah. Mind Control and Kuroki sticking around, whereas the rest of Liquid have got themselves out, and Crit punishes it there with a double kill.
Mind Control goes down completely unnecessary at the end there, but he was the MVP of that fight in my mind. He kept finding the Earthshaker with Battle Hunger, and Earthshaker could never get a Blink Echo Slam off. 2 Battle Hungers in a row. There was also an Urn coming out from Kuro's IO, and that was the key play that allows Liquid to breach the high ground there, is that there is no opportunity for Crit to get an Echo Slam off. He needed to almost smoke himself in the back. They had a smoke on the Kuro the whole time, and I think if they used it on the Earthshaker, he could have been able to find an Echo Slam. But with it being daytime, Liquid always had vision on the high ground. They could always see the Shaker, and there was no opportunities for him to get a blink off.
And it's little things like that, little plays like that, that's certainly going to please the side of OG, who at this point, as we're saying, is certainly playing on a back foot. As we can see on the net worth graph, it is coming up to around a 10k lead, which, you know, it isn't necessarily the biggest at this point, but it is the biggest that we've had so far this game. And Liquid, they certainly have the heroes to continue farming at a rate that it's going to be hard for OG to keep up with unless they're able to find these objectives and try and maybe find these pickoffs or even fights just across the side of Liquid's map.
We're looking to get very aggressive here, but not sure that's the best idea considering
watch out.
Liquid have Exorcism back up.
Yeah, nice ward here, spawning out the side of Liquid, but indeed, as you said,
they're aware of this. They've got a gem. They're going to deward and everything.
There we go. Yeah, OG just realizing, yeah, this is not the time or the place. Let's get ourselves out of here, and they will indeed. Back up. Keep themselves safe, keep themselves secure. Not wanting to be caught out here by the firepower of the side of Liquid. have a look. Liquid themselves. So they want to try and head towards top half of the map. Try and push another lane in, you know, have another shot at breaking the base, breaking that high ground, getting a melee Rex.
Yeah, I think Liquid's key thing for the next stage of this game is not letting OG get another Roshan. They're the ones who are in control. They've got this mid lane that's going to be continuing to push up by itself. The melee rack's gone. They've just hit a couple big item timings, having a Shiver's Guard on Axe. Prophet building towards a BKB actually, not completing the Octarine core. I really like this decision because the one problem for Death Prophet is if she gets bursted down, and the one hero that does that best, or the two, is the Invoker and the Earthshaker. So last fight was the Echo Slam. There's also the Sunstrike Chaos Meteor that can do it. But if you get a BKB off, you don't even care if you get roared as long as you're dishing out damage during that roar, which Exorcism allows you to do. The Liquid will have to look to head towards that Roche pit fairly soon. They won't know what the Roche... Well, they don't have to because it's going to be a long Roche respawn, but that's not something Liquid are aware of. They'll have to try and get some vision up in that area, or at least maintain some semblance of scouting using the Spirit Bear.
I guess at least one thing that's going to kind of set them to look around this area is the fact that, yeah, every time OG's always been able to sneak it from them. So, yeah, as you said, they just need to be super aware.
They're still, like, even if they don't get the next Roshan, I think Liquid's still in the better position, but it's more like why give it away? You've got Exorcism, you've got this great initiation. It's the only thing they're lacking is the vision.
I mean, and the thing is, well, if Liquid are able to get Aegis, then that's got to be at least another set of racks confirmed. It's going to be very hard for OG to defend against an Aegis push from the side of Liquid.
No, absolutely.
There's no doubt about that.
Just having like a cheese on a Death Prophet to give her that extra boost in HP, put an Aegis on either Axel or Druid. And that's where we're going to see both teams, kind of in that standoff position down this bottom lane. Liquid going to commit their smoke. We're going to take a fight and then be able to transition into the Roche pit. Fortunately, as mentioned, it's a very long Roche respawn, and have something that right now favors OG a little bit.
Trying to bait him a little bit with Arthur's positioning. Eric, as you said, coming in from the side. Let's see how OG reacts. I think, well, OG are reacting the right way at the moment. They're just not letting themselves be caught off guard. They're probably just going to let this push go all the way in and then try and take something from the high ground. They really can't fight blind into Liquid's lineup.
They're going to force the high ground, saying they don't want to commit an Exorcism in the Roche pit. They want to force OG to come at them and defend.
Get the fortification out at least. And yeah, the rate of this push, of course, with the AC now on the bear. Tier 3 will fall. OG, they need to do something, otherwise the rack themselves will be trouble. No-Tail jumping in, but a straightaway Fudder's reaction with the Yule. Holding No-Tail up, he'll still get the roar out, but Fudder already got a BKB on the backlash. Moon crushing onto Mind-Control, holding back the Axe there, so does look for it. Not quite enough damage at Croak. He's starting to heal the Axe back up. And with the call onto Moon, they've already lost No-Tail. Moon falling low in the middle, but it gets knocked down. Miracle now on a retreat, and Moon before Mind-Control should be able to find another Miracle with the Tornado. Holds back the side of Liquid. OG, they fall back on Moon, they fall back on No-Tail. They're beating down to Croak, but Croak with the Ghost Scepter is going to be able to keep himself alive. He will live. The Sunstrike will not connect. And Liquid keeping the lives intact and forcing out those two buybacks.
And they don't get any kills with the buyback. It's one of those big things when you're doing a high ground defense, you have to commit 2-3 buybacks
and now,
to defend.
Now Roche is up. This couldn't be written any more perfectly for Liquid.
It's a bit risky. At this point, OG are going to heal up ASAP and come out to contest this. There's no Exorcism, so I think if anything, Liquid will be a bit tentative and cautious about going for Roche. They're going to have to probably wait for that cooldown to come into play. And if you're OG, you commit those buybacks, you ideally want to be chasing down heroes. They'll get aggressive.
They're trying their best, yeah.
Radiant Vision sees all this. Tail's got a gem, so he takes away one of the wards, but his presence has already been scouted, being aggressive.
Let's see how this goes down.
Yeah, OG's just in the Roche pit, recognizing that Aegis and Cheese is one of the few ways that they can take in a subsequent fight.
Let's see how well they can take a fight without the Exorcism. What's coming forward? Drops the silence down, flip onto Miracle, but he's able to blink away. Bash onto Moon. Roshan now half health. Liquid, they'll jump in now. Mind Control with Deceivers to call onto Moon. They've got the control. If he goes down, let's die back into. Oh, he will. No saving time. He's gone. Now Liquid looks to move in for more. 90 seconds without having to worry about the slant on the Sunstrike on the Jack, but Croaky saving the Earth Spirit. No-Tail. He's TPing out. The shame is Miracle can't himself. Gets caught out by the Boulder Smash. Flies down as well. Liquid finding 3 there off the back of a failed attempt on Roche from OG. Miracle will buy back.
Yeah, Liquid's saying, screw Roche again, we're seeing this. They recognize that the key heroes are dead. There's no Roar as well. They can take a second lane of Rax, and with that, it's almost just game over for OG.
This could be it for Liquid. It really could be. This could be the point where they take the game. OG fighting without two. Exorcism is back up. Miracle caught out, and he's got no buyback now for the man, and dieback effectively on the Evoker, and GG is for Liquid. Taking the series here. Game one, a little bit shaky against OG. OG managed to storm through. Game two, Liquid smacked them back down. Game three, OG, they managed to get much more strength, but just the lineup, the play style, the strategy from Liquid, it worked out at the end, and it was just a little bit too much for the lineup of OG to deal with as things just seem to start to fall apart in terms of just how the team was playing together at the end of the game for OG.
Yeah, we're seeing the return of the Jarek's Earth Spirit just wreaking havoc over the laning stage. This game, OG did a much better job at
of OG, and of course they are the Frankfurt major winners. Not so good in Shanghai, but looking to do better as they move towards Manila, and certainly looking to do very well here at Epicenter. In terms of the way that they match up, there's an interesting little storyline, a little thread in there. They mentioned the defense 5 against Liquid. Since then, Liquid have always been the bridesmaid. What's occurring with them? Why are they not able to just make that extra? You know, every time they get to the final, you think, this is it, this is the one, and then they've fallen over against Wings. Damn, that was so close. What is it about them that stops them winning a title?
I think they've just got unlucky. Like there's one team that shines. Like Wings, I don't think anyone went into that tournament.
No one had them on their radar, did they?
And Liquid just get caught out.
Yeah.
I think that they have a team that is, like, you know, is going to be strategically really sound because of Kuro. He has some pretty innovative ideas for most patches. They've got some players, they've got players on the team that will shine at the right times, but I think it's just like they just don't seem to hit like their full momentum or something about it. It's like every single time I look at Liquid, you know, it's not a team that I look at and it's like, oh, they're going to get first place at this tournament. I look at them going, they're going to get top 3. And that's how I see them, right? It's just something about it is that something they're not going to perform all the way to their peak standard when push comes to shove. And I'm not sure exactly why. I think the only person...
we can keep that conversation going, but the draft is ready, so let's pop the draft up and we'll get into there, and we'll continue to talk about Liquid as well as the bans come in.
I think it's a bit limited on the fact that they focus on the same kind of heroes and drafts. Like, I feel like they're all very talented players. I'm sure they have huge hero pools, but it seems like they go with the same kind of heroes in their drafts to try to keep to a sort of formula. And maybe what happens is they encounter a team, usually in the finals, they went on a dream run because they figured out the right heroes or what's a little bit better actually, and they get crushed in that way. Because every single time that happens, the finals, man.
Well, let's find out how they go through the draft. OG are going to go with Beastmaster straight off the bat. No real big surprises. The IO has been banned out, so interesting. We wondered whether that would be targeted.
Alright, and I think great picks here for Team Liquid. There was a game that Liquid played against Cole, game 1. Cole went for the all tanky cores with lots of armlets, and Earth Spirit just wrecked that strat. And I think that's with Magnetize, exactly. And that's one thing that I think that is the solution towards armlets and Dragonites and things like that right now, is they need to have magic nukes that can kill those heroes in those 10 to 15 minute fights.
I was kind of expecting the Earth Spirit Darkseer as the opening, but the Doom is still fine. This probably means that our Doom is going to be a off-lane Doom. I'm not the biggest fan. I much prefer the 4-position Doom, but as long as they're running some sort of aggro dual line, I think it makes up for some pretty obvious weaknesses of Doom. Starting out with no armor and current patch that is very physical damage and even minus armor heavy, it's kind of dangerous for that person, right? We've seen that a couple times. Most notable was like Swindles when he played the Doom offlane. He died over and over again to Slardar.
I want to talk about this ET pick, because yesterday it was picked 5th, which was sort of okay. Everyone figured that was all right. Today it got picked 3rd, and we were all a bit like, "Whoa, second phase pick? Well, that seems a bit strange." Second pick now?
Yeah, this is something that Shiva and I were talking about earlier, is that the kind of meta shift or the style of drafting within tournaments developed very quickly, and I think prime example is Frankfurt Major last year, where Dazzle was picked very rarely. But as it progressed through, and especially as Secret and OG went through the tournament, Dazzle went from being a 5th pick to like, yeah, we'll pick Dazzle at the end just for the grave and, you know, a bit of armor here and there.
But that sort of makes more sense though, Gareth, doesn't it? Because it kind of opens the draft up, and USD will leave them plenty of different options. King and ET in this.
It's a bit more interesting.
It protects you, basically. It's the same reason that Earth Spirit was picked here in the first round, despite the hero getting nerfed and Boulder Smash being worse. They need solutions against ultra tanky lineups, because there's been so many games now of this tournament, especially in the last day or two, where they just grab Huskar or Dragon Knight and they get Armlet and they just win the game. If your opponent has a solution against that and you don't, then your opponent can just ban out the counters, and they can be free to pick all of the best tanky cores. Like
we're going to see if that's the bans now, because that in theory should be the bans, shouldn't it?
Well, but they can also pick them now, because they have some minus armor as well through Elder Titan. Both teams have some good solutions in their early game to those tanky heroes.
Yeah, we're going to see those kind of heroes being prioritized more. In fact, Kevin and I just got done with Complexity going for a 1-2 of Ancient Apparition and
some others.
Yeah, we've been talking about the AA as a first pick for a little while, and it's finally happened. I think Gareth actually called that one yesterday, so...
Yeah, so if you're
coming.
Yeah, if you're naturally going to become tanky, then like Elder Titan's a great response. Takes away your resistance, makes heroes squishier, and it's percentage-based damage on the Earth Splitter, which we've seen some pretty good success with that. Plus it couples with really popular heroes right now, like the Marana, like free arrow shots all day, every day. But sure enough, they actually give one of the heroes that's affected by Elder Titan kind of most in the Dragon Knight.
Yeah.
Don't think the aura applies to Dragon Knight's passive though.
That's
I think it's
armor on top.
separate. Yes.
Oh, okay.
So it doesn't remove that, but he still does have pretty high base armor.
So we haven't had the Phoenix actually, because it's been banned most games. Actually, it's been kept out of the pool.
And Newbie were one of the teams that really kind of abused Phoenix the most over the past couple of weeks. And again, it's another hero that's both good at dealing with tanky heroes, but also keeping your tanky heroes alive with that Sunray and having that percentage-based heal when you're pushing high ground, especially. It's very good at that.
It does do pure damage, though, right? Is pure damage, so it doesn't actually stack well with Elder Titans, so they're getting some anti-synergy there.
Yeah, and now they've got percentage-based damage into a percentage-based heal from Juggernaut with the healing ward. Juggernaut's kind of constantly be one of the favored carries for various reasons. It deals with the aggro dual lanes that are being run pretty well. It combos really well with the strength heroes that are being run, and all around just a nice carry to have that keeps tempo pretty well as well.
And Vlad's is now a super value pickup for Liquid, as they do have 4 melee heroes. Actually, almost all melee heroes this game.
I'm a little bit concerned about the support combination of Elder Titan Phoenix. You have to have really solid disables to couple with a Phoenix, and Elder Titan can be a little hit and miss, a little.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with that actually. Their early game rotations might be a bit weak. Phoenix is mostly gonna have to prioritize levels, I guess. I mean, it's a great Supernova game with this many melee heroes. It's very fantastic.
But now they get a hero that sets all of this up.
Such good team fight on OG. But I definitely am scared about their early game.
Right.
And I'm slightly surprised about this considering how OG played their previous series. It was literally all in push strats. Changing it up, they have more strats than just that one.
It's also kind of interesting if you look towards objective taking, and especially the Roshan pit, I think, here for Team Liquid on the dire side. You know, Juggernaut sure with the healing ward, they've got Sustain through Scorched Earth as well, but they don't have a great way to kill Roshans. This is going to be mainly about like fighting around things, so I think OG have the right idea in looking to defend their tier 1s with big team fight ultis.
I suppose you're right. They can still grab like Avenge though.
True, get away with Terror going.
I was thinking Bench would probably be one of the highest profile heroes for Liquid at this point. Minus armor, saving mechanism against Void and Beastmaster.
Yeah.
I think even if you don't get that, another defensive hero that's still in the pool, something like the Dazzle, which can be considered. Not a terrible fan of it most of the time, but I think you've got enough disables on Team Liquid at that point.
That's sort of okay here. I would definitely prefer Avenge though.
I agreed.
For all the reasons you mentioned. Very likely it's banned though.
Dazzle was first phase banned.
Oh, what's it? Oh, Dazzle was okay.
Oh, it
No,
was.
not
I didn't even
Avenge,
notice that. Whisk Dazzle.
Yeah,
That's definitely a targeted.
Exactly. They don't want him to do that death five man. They just executed it so well. I don't know who they've been practicing it against, but I'm sure they found some team and they practiced the 5-man. It was so effective the way they did that.
Yeah, that was a Huskar game as well, wasn't it? Dazzle Huskar.
Yeah, Huskar, Dragon Knight, and Bristleback with a
the other one.
height.
Yeah.
Like, how do you kill that?
Yeah, there was a decent number of those Frankfurt heroes that came back into the meta this patch.
Yeah, it's funny actually. OG's
Huskar,
first game against the Lions almost reminded me a little bit of Frankfurt in the way that they drafted. It was almost like, oh, we've got back in a TARDIS here and gone back in time or something.
Even the offlane is a little bit better for Moonmeander, who was notorious last patch for complaining about how the offlane was very simple, you know, Iron Talon gaming and that sort of thing. We've gotten a little bit away from that, and the offlane is a little bit more dynamic. You can get some more aggressive style offlaners rather
Also,
than the
shout
farmers.
out to Moonmeander as well. Glad you brought him up because we shouted out to Miracle for being near 9k MMR the other day, but Moon's also very close to 9k MMR right now.
What's
ridiculous?
Yeah, like 1,200 points away, right?
No, he's not that far away.
Did he tweet that? Are you talking about his tweet?
Yeah, he was only like 2 games away.
Wasn't that everybody said it was Miracle's
It was a
account?
couple of games.
That was a Miracle.
Everybody said it was Miracle's account.
Yeah.
He just changed the name and tweeted
Yeah,
it.
that's
Moon was trolling people.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was just trolling.
No shout out for Moonmeander for trolling.
Got you, man. Got you. Double troll. So, where's the Void going? We thought Beastmaster would be offline. We thought Elder Time Phoenix were
I
support.
think it's a safe lane Void. I think it's the carry Void.
Okay.
Miracle Vodka.
Maybe we'll see a little bit of Radiance action, a little bit of Vanguard, a little bit of Radiance.
Not bad. Would keep them all. Yeah, if he just stays alive, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, we're talking about survivability, right, Purge? And we casted the game where Juggernaut, gets the Vanguard build. We're talking about like these heroes just kind of like going for that. The Faceless Void carry is that times 10.
Yeah. Close quarter combat with a Radiance mischance as well against all these melee heroes.
Yeah, I'm worried about Doom though, because if he gets Doomed, then it's I mean, still Radiance burns, I guess, and they can still keep him alive with Phoenix. I guess it's okay.
But it is interesting that Liquid have either banned out or picked all the heroes that OG used in their first 2 matches against the Alliance so far.
I don't think that's super surprising though.
No.
I mean, everybody is playing DK now, and nobody even goes Drum anymore. It's literally treads Wand Arm like every single game. The value is too high. But against a Phoenix, Elder Titan, Invoker, tons of nuke damage here. and really good team fight as well.
Yeah, Phoenix was like a Liquid specialty that we saw at Shanghai that actually turned out to be like quite good for some other teams as well. But the thing was, in this patch, it almost feels to be stronger. If this is going to be a strength meta, where a lot of heroes are getting free armor and such, pure percentage-based damage is awesome.
The Enchantress, which has sneaked through undetected.
I like it.
Whereas it's been banned quite an awful lot.
Yeah.
Very quickly then, let's go down the row. Gareth, quick 10 seconds.
I really don't know. I think it's really too close. I'm an OG.
Wow, that was very fence-sitting of you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with Liquid. Enchantress will make space, and they've got tanky cores.
Okay, Cap. Yeah, straightforward.
Yep.
Straightforward as it comes. Nicely done, panel. Split decisions once again from the judges here on the panel. Time to head over now to the commentary desk. Odie Pixel is waiting.
Indeed, thank you very much, Red Eye. Here we have it. Liquid versus OG. It's myself and Gods, and what a couple of lineups we've got. We are going to be treated to what looks to be no tail on the Faces Void. We're going to see a very nearly 9k Invoker from Mr. Miracle himself, something that I feel like we haven't been treated to for a while, and wow, this is going to be good. I mean, people were excited to see what some of the top tier teams would be doing on this patch, and here at Epicenter, we're already seeing some kind of crazy stuff.
Yeah, and Miracle's Invoker was just one of the best when this hero's being picked all the time. It was one of those heroes that really rose to prominence under this OG team, so really looking forward to see him playing that. And I mean, they get a bit out of their comfort zone, it feels, with the IO plus Dazzle's the first bans, but they've adjusted, picked up a Phoenix Elder Titan support duo. Curious to see how they make this one work.
Absolutely. Well, here just starting off trading a few blows around the bounce room, but I will go for the lineup here for both sides so we can see what we've got coming into the game. It's to be Fly, of course, on that support. Phoenix Crit on a hero that we do know to be a hero that does enjoy playing, that Elder Titan. Miracle, the showman himself on his Invoker. Moon on the offlane, Beastmaster, and of course something a little bit different, but I'm excited to see it. No tail on that safe lane Void. Over on the side of Liquid, it's going to be Kroki on the Enchantress. Joining forces there with Jarrett on the signature Earthspirit hero. Seen its ups and downs, but we have certainly seen that people are still able to do a lot on this ban, and mind control on your offlane Doom up towards the middle. Liquid got Banter on Dragon Knight, and to finish it off, Matuma Man on the Juggernaut. I mean, looking at the two drafts, the two lineups, who do you feel to have the more comfortable game? In your eyes, who's got kind of the, is OG got the OG draft, has Liquid got a more liquidy draft?
I think it's neither team totally in their comfort zone. Like some of the Liquid picks you see, like taking away the GK was a bit of a block pick after OG ran it both games. And Liquid don't really have strong lanes in the sense that their two supports, one of them is going to be roaming and one's in the jungle, so there's no like stable laning support to help secure them early game farms. So very likely OG can contest the lanes a bit, but similarly on the OG side, you've got a bit of conventional support as well. Phoenix and Elder Titan, perhaps a little bit more laning presence coming out from these two, but it's going to be really up to Kuro to get a lot done out of this jungle. Starting in a very unconventional place, he could have actually taken the Korea snipe here, but didn't. Oh, he's going to go turn his head around.
Вечный просто Маус, тут пожизненно Маус
Looks like he was spotted.
You can see the being very careful for the positioning in that top lane. Laying him to the Timberman here. Absolutely beaten down on this poor old Juggernaut.
Yeah, and this is where having the Earthspirit plus the Juggling Enchantress really gives you weak lanes. And the fact that you've seen Kuro on the Enchantress in that position there gives him a ton of information. They now know his ganking rotations will either be going towards mid lane on Miracle or towards the bottom lane to help out the off lane.
Let's see how Miracle plays around this one. Already coming in with a Satire Blast that will chase him down. Fodder and Kuroki, have they got the damage to deal with it? Dragon Breath's going to bring him fairly low, but Miracle should be just about fine. I mean, that Satire Blast, one more right click might actually do it. We'll see how far he's willing to dive. He's got down the ice. Is he going to be on point? How good is Purple Balls? It is! Kuroki there with first blood. I think he started to draw, they knew he was around. Didn't matter, he's just taking down Miracle on his Invoker. What a way for Liquid to start the game.
Absolutely. Miracle, I just overestimated how tanky he was. He waited a long time to use that Tango. Could have actually dropped the Brad even to Tango up, but not respecting the Kuroki rotations.
Damn, just what a way to start. Yeah, and Kuroki just goes back to the camp. He's like, alright, let's just continue doing this.
He's got a Wild Tornado. It's all about shutting down the mid Invoker this time around. And well, if there's a play to shut down an OG, it's definitely Miracle.
Absolutely, yeah. They can keep control of the Invoker, find the space pace on the other lanes as well so far towards the top lane.
Мне
Just
это
going on
напоминает
just around
групповой
the
этап
full cap.
шанхайского мейджора
Again,
и
Moon
KD
and Jerax just kind
Они
of
любили
trading
играть
hits
вот
it.
этой стратегией, и
Going
получалось
nice
не так
aggressively
себе.
forcing Jerax
Когда
back
они брали
behind
байта,
the
когда они
tower.
брали вот эту
Just as well
четвертую
to back him
позицию,
up. And I mean, this is a really
товарища
beefy off-lane
Самрея, который
combination, isn't
должен
it?
был
The Beastmaster
нагребать
and
силы,
the
в итоге
Overtime.
получалось
Oh yeah,
вообще
and they've
так
got
себе.
Ну здесь на
boots
самом
up on
крутой
both
пик
heroes,
под
so
это.
there's a lot of
Тут очень
chasing
много
potential.
дизейблов, очень такого
And both Ursper and
ауешного
Jug have to be
купола,
very
там
careful
вот
to
Again,
do that.
слипы,
Miracle!
Миракл опять
Oh,
везде может брать
Kuroki,
инициативу,
not
чтобы
just gone
запускать
and done
сначала,
it
скорее
again
всего, ему
for a
опять
second
будут
time within 3
Ой-ой-ой.
minutes. The Sunshine will be dropped down.
Он
It's
бросил
going
на
to go
себя
down
Sunsтрike с
again.
надеждой, что
Mid
может быть
lane
как-то
is getting
Сатир в этот
absolutely
Sunsтрike
trashed by
зайдет
this
и как-то
Enchantress.
умрет до того
Kuroki,
момента, когда
he's
у него
giggling all the way to the bank
сам.
here.
Absolutely. What, when Miracle's trying to cold snap and Sunstrike the same team, that's how you know things are not going well for him. Almost saves his life with that cold snap.
Да, нужен какой-то подтейк
Kuroki has the last
был.
Miracle's TP'd right back in, already taking harass, taking a breathe fire, and now we see Crit rotate back into his own jungle just to try and offer some
Натомя
assistance.
Мун, проблема у него огромная, раскрутился здесь потом момент,
Kuroki's
пытается
is
убить
it,
Муна,
right?
да, его еще засловили.
Beastmaster and
Огромные
Colt going
травмы
down
Муна,
to
кушает
Blade
Фэри
Fury,
Файр, как можно засловить.
Quite close the gap, and then he's got the sound, so means to get himself back into fighting shape. And on this top lane, he's been able to find quite a bit. He's 12 for 6 on the Beastmaster, 3.5 minutes in. This is a really strong
Странно
start
об
for
этом
Beastmaster.
заявлять, но скорее
They
всего,
did
если
manage to
все-таки Венеров,
deboard
то
behind the mid
что-то об
lane
этой
that
игре он
observer that
понимает.
Kuro planted, so that's going to make life a little bit
Да,
easier
ну
for
что
them
ж, 2-0,
as
счет
far
в
as
пользу Лики.
protecting Miracle, but
Опять-таки оба
this
фрага,
is
напомню,
perhaps one of the weaknesses with this OG support duo is that they don't really
и разбегается.
offer enough in the lane.
They roll in with Jarrett, they go in with the Blade Fury, a little bit of a miscontrol
А
there.
вот
They
Кинча
should actually
можно
make the focus on the same target now.
Sunstrike
Sunstrike from Miracle, alright. He's getting his, he's starting his game back on
Джеракс.
after a bit of a beat down at the start. Jarrett's going for the TP, but the Stomp Dash cancels it. The Sunray will continue. Jarrett stuck in the tree without mana, without any escape from Crit. Give it a run down.
На самом деле, мы
One more
разве
smack
ТП,
to the
там
back on
категория
top of
30
it,
КП,
but
он такой,
can't quite dive the Taz. So Jarrett's lucky to get away with his life there. I mean, oh no, poor old Miracle.
третья смерть.
This is so much hate on the mid lane. I mean, this is how I can imagine, you know, he goes into his post games, everyone's like, let's kill Miracle, right? He's the guy who's nearly 9k. That's exactly the approach that Kuroki's taking this game, and he's made it his sole job and sole purpose to just really screw up Miracle.
So what you're saying is Miracle's fine because this is how he's used to
Well, that's
playing,
the
you know?
thing, though. That actually is the thing. Miracle will be used to this kind of pressure, if not even more. So there's definitely the potential for Miracle to come back off a bad start. But I mean, my goodness, Liquid is certainly making sure that he has one of those.
And he's playing a hero in Invoker that can
По-моему, они
get
еще
kills
прощаются.
without even
Один,
having
если еще
wall
есть
farming.
еще
He
одно
can just throw
ТП,
Sunstrike out the
хоть
last,
за
hit
Крит, так
kills
что
with raw
освещается
targets,
еще и
Chronos hit
Феникс.
targets, and
Ну
that's
и
probably
решили
just going
дать
to become
вышку.
part
На
of the
самом деле не
game
особо
plan
хорошо
for
получается,
the
потому
OG
что
side.
РДК
I mean,
продолжает
that really is the thing. If this
Вот
game ends
сейчас
up to turn around, you know, it gets to the point where we see OG eventually win, if that's going to be the outcome, I want people to remember where Miracle was at the start. Maybe in another bit of a tricky situation, the body blocks from Kuroki. Look at his control in. With the center, it's going to be just about to win again. What was that again? Kuroki's on a killing spree. 5 minutes in. Miracle, 4 steps. I mean, OG, they are just going all in on this Invoker.
One for Invoker. This is very good. Reminds me of the game where
Reserve time. Evil geniuses turn to bad. Ten seconds remaining. Newbies turn to ban. Evil geniuses turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
paired up with the gyrocopter before?
Yeah.
For newbie?
I feel like the Chinese teams generally don't do like an all-in IO strat. Like they'll pick a hero that it combos with, but it's not like IO is going to be tied to the hip with that character the whole game. And it's a really nice thing to do. Like they can put it with Doom occasionally. It gives you more gank options basically across the map.
The move Viper.
The hard carry Viper. Let's be real, he's getting farmed.
Yeah.
No matter what.
So that was one of the combinations of 3 that they've used already, which was the IO Doom Viper. So not a surprise perhaps to see that con.
Yeah, especially since the earlier performance by newbie. See, Juggernaut.
They have left the line open for them though if they want it again.
Reserve time.
Another hero that like Doom offlane is particularly afraid of.
Gyrocopter.
Slark's a
maybe
little annoying.
Sword or Slark.
Yeah. Slark's annoying because you just like you have to go Shadowblade Doom at that point. But
Now, when EG played this morning against Virtus Pro, the first game that they won very fast, they opened with the Beastmaster Puck, followed with Juggernaut, which is now banned, also with Bane and Elder Titan.
yeah,
Sort of like
I'm
Elder
hyped
Titan.
for the Elder Titan pick.
Yeah?
I
Is this
bet
a good game for that?
I think EG are gonna go for it in this series. Yes.
It's definitely solid. You can set up the sleep on IO, for example, which means he's not going to be healing himself, which isn't going to heal the person he's tethered to. Gives you a ton of damage as well. You can ulti into the puck ult, for example. A little bit of combo there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, the
10
lifesteal.
seconds
Lifesteal
remaining.
combo with Puck. That makes sense.
5 seconds
It's up Doom
remaining.
pretty quickly. Isn't afraid of relocate combos. That's what both those heroes have in
Reserve
common, right?
time.
This is magic immunity at will. Makes them just really annoying carries to gank. It's like kind of low percentage that you're gonna be able to pull that off.
True. Especially if you
And,
don't have the physical damage. It's tough.
Yeah. They're heroes that can naturally push the lane solo without backup from their supports. So if EG are going to play much more of an aggressive game, you want to be able to free up your supports as best as possible. And yep, there it is, Elder Titan versus the Wisp.
I'd like to see him go maybe Elder Titan bench, because they're already getting a lot of minus armor magic, minus magic resist, and the Venge will amp really well with Beastmaster. Plus you can swap out a Dream Coil. Only downside there is that they're kind of all in on their
10
carry.
seconds remaining.
I mean, they have a lot of nukes out of Puck, and Elder Titan's going to amp everything that everybody else
5
does, but
seconds remaining.
it would kind of put all their eggs in their carry basket. So maybe they need a. They can't do Elder Titan
Reserve
5
time.
really. I don't think that really works.
No, I don't think so.
Maybe they're already set up for that. They're kind of committed to this whole carry.
Looking towards the side of newbie, how do you deal with an Elder Titan?
Buy armor items, buy magic resistance items. Don't buy stats.
Newbie dealt with
Don't
it
buy
in
stats.
the second game against Secret earlier on, didn't they?
Mhm.
There was that long game as well, which could have easily gone either way, but that game they had a line and an IO as well, so there's the
Oh.
line.
Turn to pick.
Surprising picks from Newbie.
We haven't seen that combination of supports before.
No, never.
You guys are terrible at sarcasm.
Just so good at killing Puck. Just the fact that you can instantly hex him and Earth Spike afterwards, it
10
just
seconds
counters so
remaining.
many of the things that Puck has for advantages in the early game.
5
And they can burst a lot of
seconds
heroes too,
remaining.
so if they catch like Elder Titan. That was a little, I kind of felt like they might do Sven here. He's one of the best solo carries, since he just does so much damage.
Yeah, and in some ways because of the fact that it's the fact that they have like Puck, Beastmaster. It's not
10
their late game
seconds
isn't the
remaining.
greatest, and I think they needed to be able to secure high
5
ground
seconds remaining.
and just being able to end the game. Because there's so much that newbie can still pick up, right? That will give them superior late game.
Yeah.
So if they just get themselves like pretty good team fight and then just slightly superior late game, then they have this really big advantage if EG don't have pushing arrows. And I was thinking like maybe they would pick up Lycan, Lycan Beastmaster. We saw from Liquid how strong that was in the earlier series. But Sven is obviously a great pushing hero as well.
And he can kill a lot of
I mean,
these
Newbie have
heroes.
already shown us that they've got quite a wide array as well. They've used a wide array of heroes even in the last 2 days. So
it comes online fast.
there's
You know,
the Spectre, so that's 4 out of 4 now that they played earlier in the same lineup.
Or Paul, tell me,
on that
who's the
occasion
last
they
hero?
used the Viper as well, which they can't use this time. So that's the only one they're going to try and find a space for.
The Moo
Yeah, 'cause
hero.
Viper's like a space creator in many ways. It's such an early to mid game kind of hero that it creates time for the Spectre to be able to come online, because even if an enemy team has sort of a run at you lineup, they don't want to be running into a Viper, right? That just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
I
So
also
you're
like
have
this.
to find something else similar.
Reserve time.
Razor, I guess, is the
Razor could be
definitely
another
most
one.
similar.
They've used Rubik as well, which would be really,
Rubik mid.
not really this particular draft, but they have used the Rubik as well.
What do you think about an Invoker for Moo?
It could work. They don't have tons of setup for Sunstrike, so I'm a little iffy. They could go Quaswex decently, maybe.
I think you need. I think you need to be more active with Spectre, right? Like you have to be like. I don't think Invoker is going to be active enough to set the tempo of the game for you to be able to get Spectre ultimates out. And that's really the way the Spectre gets ahead, right? Is being able to be a part of these kills. So you need like a really active tempo controller. Batrider was actually really good. I was thinking, you go back to the Queen of Pain.
They've already played as well, and it's worked effectively for them, and they've just had it banned. So
yeah, I mean that was just like a gap in my head, right? That I couldn't identify like the Batrider. I was thinking Queen of Pain, but Queen of Pain's not really like much of a hero that we've seen so far. But it's that kind of hero, you know. It just I can't think of what Razor wouldn't be bad.
It'd be alright, but Razor is more of like a defensive, force them to go on you so that you can tank and initiate in that way. And they do kind of need a tanky hero, but with Doom offlane, it'll probably be good enough. But they need something that can force the engagements. I mean, Lion can do it in the early game with smoke ganks and stuff like that, but they definitely will have problems setting those up and forcing fights. And it's going to be tough as well with Puck being kind of hard to kill, Elder Titan Spear can scout, Beastmaster Hawk. Getting those first initiations might be a little tough for newbie this game.
Poor, this is not going to be a fun game for PPD, right? Because you have no good supports left that deal with Spectre, right? It's just a hard fight position, just purely as that, right?
Crystal Maiden.
Ready to go. Shadow Demon's so good against Spectre.
Crystal Maiden?
You can Frostbite the illusion.
Yeah, that's not gonna work.
so when Spectre jumps in and pops the Manta,
yeah, okay,
what
then
do you do
die.
with Crystal Maiden?
Then you die, fair enough.
You die a lot.
Also,
you die
Invoker
many
picks,
times.
so we still got to see the Moo Invoker. It was always a treat.
So I guess he can just do Exhort, I guess, push lanes, transition into farming build.
I personally think that he has to go up. Like they've got to set up Lion and Doom rotations to allow Moo to get the early momentum for him to start going as ham as possible.
What about a Witch Doctor? Sorry for the interruption.
No, it's fine. Doctors. It gives you sustain, which is something they don't have yet.
I mean, they've got Forge Spirits and stuff, so it bounces pretty decently. It amplifies, gives them really good damage as well, because they've already got minus armor from Elder Titan. Like, Elder Titan's actually very good against Spectre on paper, because Spec builds so many. And Shiva actually called everything.
Shiva! Oh my god!
Shiva.
Doesn't change the fact that PPD is not going to have it.
Called the Invoker.
He's like, oh god, I'm playing Crystal Maiden.
Okay.
I'm just eaten alive.
Called the Invoker, got shut down. Was correct. Called the Crystal Maiden, got shut down. Was correct. What do you say, boys?
You have to watch the game first and see whether or not the analysis was correct about whether or not those heroes. I mean, if Invoker isn't fast enough to be able to set the tempo of the game and EG take control, and maybe PPD does die a lot, it doesn't change the fact that those heroes were picked, but it doesn't necessarily mean that
they were the
those
best
things
ones.
aren't going to happen.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, all three of you. We are headed over to our commentary team now, led by the one and only Toby One. Take it away, sir.
Shut up, Blitz.
Thank you very much, Red. Shush, Cap. It is time to get ourselves into the game. It's Newbie on the undefeated run. Blitz, on a scale of 1 to Shiva, how confident do you feel in EG's draft?
Is Shiva the max, I guess?
Well, I don't know. That's the beauty of the scale.
Okay. Pretty confident. Did Cap just tell me to shut up when Shiva just proved him wrong twice in a row?
I don't think he told you to shut up. I think he actually said shout out.
Oh no, you just.
He may have actually been offensive, but let's go with the good guy kind of perspective
Yeah, what is Shiver some kind of god? I didn't. I saw
you were expecting the CM from PPD?
I didn't expect CM. I expected the Invoker actually, because they run that combo a lot. But
well,
CM was
the newbie draft actually seems really like standard. The only thing I was expecting from them was a Gyrocopter instead of the Spectre. Because that's at least someone or a couple more with the Ire.
I think Vector though in a game like this makes it hard for heroes like Beastmaster Puck to get around the map, and more importantly, it's kind of a hero that Hao feels comfortable on. I think the one downside of this hero for newbie is in recent performances I haven't seen Hao be too impressive. In fact, the two games that stand out to me are the ones that he played yesterday, where he was feeding while his team was owning, and the other one was that C9 game, which I don't think I'll ever forget, where Vici had to play against C9 and Y was trying like his hardest to carry Hao across his back with him. He's like, "Let me win this game for you, damn it!" But still a good pick in this game.
It seems rather easy in this game for him to keep finding kills, however. Like, if he gets Diffusal and Manta, all he's got to do is Horn, and he kills PPD. They should just be a reality and just take out the Crystal Maiden.
At the same time, you give your team a lot of different options. The CM multi is above average right now, and you can get a lot more active on the map, especially if you go Tranquil Boots. With the self-regen that you have, you almost never have to leave the map, which I think against a team like Newbie is ideal. Now that you think about it, and what you think about is good in a game like this is you have to be able to just gear up and fight. The one thing Shiver misrepresented me on was she said I thought EG was a better version of OG, which I don't, because they're both unique teams there, but I think EG is one of the more flexible teams for sure. That part I did mention, and I think it's going to help them in this kind of matchup.
Well, let's have a look through our lane. So it looks like we get the standard Puck versus Invoker lane on the mid. Down the bottom, it's going to be Hao as well as Kaka combining together with the Spectre and the Io. Chon doing his Lion, had an amazing game on that earlier today. And Fia is playing the babysitting Elder Titan, combining up with Bulbous, so the same combination that EG was also running earlier today.
Yeah.
So everything seems very, very familiar. And the last one is just KP's Doombringer for the offlane up against AUI on call with PPD support.
This bottom lane is very hard for newbie to fight against. In the early levels, especially when Lion's level 1, it's not a very good hero early on. So it's going to be up to... I'm going to just kind of hold the line for now, Toby, because bottom, you're not going to trade against the Boar, plus the ET who's got boots ready, especially if you're Kaka who's playing the Wisp, but what can he really provide for you? I am a little bit surprised that they gave away the Wisp just because of how dangerous newbie's Wisp has looked, but this is EG, remember. This is the team that almost always gives away Wisp, regardless of who they're playing against.
Yep.
If you remember at TI4 when they knocked out Alliance after the group phase, they gave Alliance their dreaded CK Wisp, dominated it.
I can't believe how out CS this Invoker is getting right now. He's managed to find a couple more hits in, but Samael's currently 9-2 up against the 4-0 Invoker. We're almost, like, every time I look at him, he's cold snapping or he's trying to attack into the puck, burn off these consumables, which has managed to work. Samael doesn't have his money for the bottle, so he can't fully stay on that lane to be aggressive for bottom lane. Initiation, Fear, he's in a world of hurt, and that's me first blood going the way of Hal. Bob is also a little bit further up. Chorn doesn't have his stun available, so Bobble will get back to the T1 tower. So that's first blood for the safe lane of newbies.
Yeah, getting that level 2 onto your line is what enables that to happen, and that's what we talked about. First level is going to be a little bit weaker, but once line picks any form of levels, one of the strongest supports in the game, just with that duality, and having two different types of disables. And up at top, he's going to get gone on, but of course he's Doom, and this is going to be a lane he's going to be incredibly successful in, because I don't think he really respects this lane. He doesn't really think that the Sven is going to be able to do too much.
Well, as long as he's got Scorched Earth, right, he shouldn't be too fearful, and can Crystal Maiden really trade up against him when he's got the Alpha Wolf inside the Doom?
It's not really even about trading up, it's more, once you get a few levels of the Arcane Aura, you could just trade spells, and that's going to be perfectly fine, just because Doom will run out of mana before you do. At bottom lane, though, gotta be a little bit more careful than they were at the onset. And so far, it looks like the laning phase is working out well for them. Big question mark right now is mid, just with how hard Sumail is dominating mid.
Well, PPD wants to try and give him a hand. Bottom lane might be getting a little bit more aggressive, but that first smoke being used by PPD can't find an opening to actually reach Moo. And with the placement of the Observe Ward that's further up on the river, watching the top rune area, it's like PPD, yeah, he's actually going to walk directly at him to Nova, but Sumail doesn't have level 6, so they can't control Moo.
That's also a Quaswex Invoker. That is pretty unkillable anyways.
They also didn't bring detection.
Yeah, that I don't think that kill is happening regardless of that, and I think that's why PPD just bailed on it. He said, okay, I'll try to make this maneuver to help out, but wasn't really going anywhere, so he immediately just shows in the lane, throws out the Nova just so that Sumail can get the range creep, and I think that's fine.
AUI seems to be having one hell of a time up on top lane. It's the dream for him almost. A lot of flame, the stomp, initiation up. The stun, however, is going to create no space for Kaka, who actually tethered himself back in, trying to keep Sean up. He's bottling us as well. Before he managed to bring down Bulba. And yep, Fear is going to join him. Sean, he's got something 1 second time. So Fear, Sean actually keeping him just out of range of the stomp, allowing him to save there. And they get the kill onto Hal. So that's 2 out of the 3 kills you managed to get on this safe lane spec.
He's got 1200 gold already. Buy up the urn if he wants. Could go for the phase boots. Oh, wait, he has a wisp. Oh no, he doesn't go urn, but he can buy up the phase boots. Start building components for his drums, and it's going to be early with how many kills he's just gotten. In terms of CS, AUI is still ahead of him, but net worth-wise, they are neck and neck.
Do you still feel alright if you're EG? Primarily because like PPD's managed to hit level 4, he's still farming inside the jungle, so supports are at least keeping up.
No, you're not happy about this, especially because of how bottom's gone. You commit 2 heroes to this lane, you expect to at least bother or win this lane outright. But how doesn't really feel the impact of this lane whatsoever, which is why they're going to start to rotate PPD down. I think PPD might be a little bit concerned that there's a ward down here. They're going to scout out, try to see what's going on. This would not be a bad gank opportunity. Hao is pretty low, he doesn't have any regen. And I think with PPD moving down, if he moves down like this, and Hao doesn't run away, then I think he knows. But Hao makes the correct play right there.
It comes at the same time as Sean starts the pull, so Hao knows he's going to be farming up underneath his own tier 1 tower. And what are they actually bringing in? So Kaka, quick bottle charges, and Hao's back to full.
Yeah.
And no bottle charges lost.
And he brings him his Ring of Aquila, which is an item that most Spectres don't go for, but I think in a game like this, it's perfectly okay, mainly because of the Fear's ability. The natural order at some point, you need some armor. I wonder if that means he skips drums, actually.
Well, what is your mid-game build anyway? Because if you're gonna skip drums, are you trying to get that early radiance up? Is that what Spectre's looking for?
I think it depends on region and it depends on how certain players play. Because I know some people feel that going for the radiance is kind of like the GG point of Spectres, right? And we saw that advent of people going for the Manta Diffusal, where that has a more natural power spike where you can continuously fight and you don't have to wait for that timing.
Yep.
It's a difference. If your team can hold the line, you go for the Radiance, then yes, you're in a really solid spot because Radiance scales incredibly well for Spectre. It solves almost all of our issues. Radiance, the mischance plus your dispersion, that's natural synergy right there. On top of the fact that you can flash farm. The downside of that build, of course, though, is you can't always fight. There's going to be that time period where your team is effectively fighting without a carry because that run up to 3,800 cold is quite a lot.
So maybe that's when we have to start asking the question, like, can Mu actually help create this space? Because if you had someone like a Queen of Pain moving around, maybe then Spectre will feel a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah. I think that's why he went for this Quaswex Invoker, because I think they wanted a hero like Puck actually to set up for something like this. Like, Puck would tie all of newbies lined up together, but because they can't grab it, they get something that kind of similar in its role. Quaswex Invoker, you just set up with Tornado, then you can haunt it, take fights, ice walls off, so your Invoker and your Spectre can continue to chase.
Hao could also have a lot of confidence over in Chuan. Like, Chuan, his play throughout this tournament so far has been absolutely stellar, and his early influence with the Finger of Death is maybe something to which EG have to give a little bit of respect to and then back out. I still cannot also believe, like, how much space KP's getting up on this top lane. Like, yes, the Sven is obviously looking great for farm, but you had a Doombringer who's pretty much been walking around fairly uncontested on the top. Because the supports like PPD's been moving towards bottom lane, ET's still been committed to the bot lane as well.
Yeah, you can't kill this hero anyways. It's a Doom with 3 levels of Scorched Earth. He's got a wand and Tranquil Boots, so he's got armor too. Not really lacking in anything, and like you said, because of the support rotations, he's more or less at free farm, and that's the big difference right now, is that Bulba is not getting this amount of free farm.
EG just scanned on the bottom lane. It looks like they were looking for Newbie doing the pull, but the scan was off target. They don't really know where they can go. It almost looks like what does Fear even do? Like, I've been watching Fear sitting on this bottom lane for the last 2 minutes, almost looking like there's no purpose to him being there.
But where else does he go? You can't kill. Yeah. Talked about how hard it is to kill a Quaswex Invoker mid. Like in this mid lane right now, Sumail going to be forced to jump out. Part of the problem is, normally what happens in this mid matchup, or most mid matchups whenever you play against a hero like Puck, is after 1 or 2 abilities, you chip him down, then you can do the full combo, you get a kill. But against a Quaswex Invoker, because of the high rate of regen, you just keep refreshing essentially. Sean's going to try to find the angle on Sumail here. This is going to be a weird timing though. No nighttime.
Oh, I'm with the orb up. If Puck actually goes for the... Oh, and he is. He goes for the top room. Chuan and KP read it perfectly. Hal's going to horn himself in. But and then he actually horns back down to the bottom lane on top of Bulba. So doesn't miss any time on the lane at all.
Yeah. That was so well done by Newbie right there. Chuan read that situation perfectly. He knows that Sumail's going to go for that rune play. Instead, they even grab both sets of runes. KP makes the rotation down. Doesn't even have to waste the Doom right there. He's already got 1100 gold. Game is kind of already getting rough for EG.
It's the influence of Chuan. Like before he did that till he sentry warded up the Ancients. So EG, who were trying to stack it with the Beastmaster Boar at the time, they can't even stack for any kind of recovery. And it's around the same time too that EG would prioritize the Dominator creep to try and stack up. So this is now the second stack which they've failed over on the Dire side.
They're going to realize it as soon as this one hits. Yeah.
And PPD is going to de-ward it.
I think the cool thing about Chuan's play is if you just watch his movement, you don't really care about KD or anything like that. I think that's a silly metric, but if you just watch his movement and how many kills he sets up and where he is on the map positionally, so he's always in position. He's guessing ganks based on like actual fact. You know that Puck's going to go for that top rune at the 8-minute mark, so it's easy to wait on top of that cliff. At nighttime, that gank would be 100%. He doesn't even have to do that, but he knows, oh, Sumail's going to go for this, and why would you make that kind of play on a Puck during day? But he knows, he reads like the psychology of the players, like he's going to get the kill.
And just beautiful Dota to watch. We had a wonderful spectacle of it with Newbie earlier today. And with it being 4-0, like the advantage is like we're 10 minutes in, they got about 1500 in the gold and just shy of 3k for the experience. And it looks like they're going to try and push it even further. There's a Hand of Midas build coming in here from KP. They're going to try and amplify the Doombringer up a little bit more. Invoker, we don't see his next item yet. We obviously assume it's going to be Hand of Midas. But again, we're seeing Moo running around with these infused raindrops, making it almost even more difficult for Sumail to get kind of any burst damage against him and find a counter kill. Actually, can you even do that if you're EG? It almost looks like you gotta like wait on Bulba's rotation.
Yeah, you can't kill Moo without the roar. It's too hard. They don't have any hard reliable stuns aside from him.
But Bulba's too busy farming up Necrobook.
He's a little bit more behind than he should be on the Beastmaster.
Here comes Chuan again. If he can get the Hex off with Finger of Death, it's the guaranteed kill on Sumail. The damage output is just ridiculous. Okay, phase shift, not going to be enough. The Scorcher from KP is there, trying to make a bit of a filter. Stormbolt, Maybe White, they go on KP with the Roar as well. KP's going to go down before he gets the zoom off, but Hal comes in on the back line. He's already taken out the poor little Crystal Maze as Kaka tethers away, trying to keep his distance over at AUI. The stun from Chuan's going to create this. The Spirit, however, from Fear will cancel that retreating hero, but you've got so much work being done by Moo as well as Hal. They are all over EG. Fear will try and run to the high ground, but with Spectral Dagger, a small slow, he'll try and TP out, but that damage output is just way too much from the spec. And that's be another kill going the way of Newbie. Not the greatest thing for Hal to get caught in the tree line. No, you can't help him. But still, good fight for Newbie.
Yeah, Hal's on his own right there, but that fight, it wasn't just a good fight, that was incredible. You dragged the safe laner out of his lane on the side of EG, who's doing by far the best in this game. You let the Spectre pick up so many different last hits there. The Invoker gets involved too. This is textbook Newbie. They're ready to fight at any given moment. You have to prepare for their 5-man because positionally, their supports are always in where they need to be.
Hal's getting so much stronger as well. He's gonna have his Vanguard up. Like, how does EG even put damage into a spec at this point?
I think he just stays.
You leave with casual bit?
Yeah, you get the casual bit booster, so a lot of EG's damage is just that initial burst, but if he can survive behind it. And I think the principle behind all of Newbie's strategies is survive long enough so that we can all get there. You see that in every single one of their engagements. That's why you have something like the Quaswex Invoker or the Puck, so you have the opportunity to come back into the fight, so you can continue the fight. It's this hyper-aggression mobility style led by Chuan that kind of just makes everything happen here. I know cores normally get the credit, but on Newbie, this guy is undoubtedly the leader.
That's the reason why we had like that 10 points up for supports of Newbie. Nice tornado from Moo actually keeps Bulba out of play. And with the Cold Snap, EMP Burn's going to take away a lot of his mana. He cannot roar, he can only summon Negrius, but Sumail with the Dream Call, Moo's in trouble, but support will arrive. is how the front lines move. He can't get away in time. It's actually PPD with the Nova finding the kill, but with the Doom over on Samel, KP's going to get a very quick revenge here. There's no denial, even if it is going to be attempted, as Fear is also on the run from Chuan. His Sun to Bubble, he's a little bit out of range, but as Fear cuts his corner, they let the Spectral Dagger go. There's just done to start with, and how they actually make sure he gets the last hit. Just 6 kills and 4 assists over on this Vector at the moment.
His rotations with his ultimate have every single time been on point. And this is the kind of How that newbie needs to be dominant. For me personally, I thought How was the player that was playing the worst, and that's no knock on him. It's just how well newbie has been doing overall as a group. But with him playing this well, this team looks just on point right now. And I thought EG was going to cause them the most troubles in the mid and early game, but again, it's just this lightning fast 5-man rotations. They're completely prepared for it.
Here they go again. AUI thought he could attack down the tower, but a Moon TPM behind the tower. Now they go for the EMP burn. You get the stun off, but Howard move. They're perfectly spaced. The combo is there. Fear buys the space, however. AUI on 29 HP. They got no other way to chase it. Chuan's making his way over. He's got Finger of Death available. So they try and kill off Fear. The Raw now in from Bomber and Samel. A 3-man coil. Can they do enough, however? Moon keeps Fear away from where that stop goes. But can they make the plays? You got the buyback now coming out for the Lion, but Hal is still on the front lines looking to do the damage with the support of Kafka. He is going to get back underneath the tier 1 tower, so EG is away, even though it looked like Newbie had a lot better initiation than EG.
Very well done by EG. Again, this is the kind of play that you have to have. You have to be able to respond just as quickly in kind. They bring everyone down there. Whatever fights that you're prepared for, it has to be as 5. Really good setup for them, but at the same time, I guess the biggest concern for them right now is that How is on top of the net worth charts. He's already got the Radiance recipe. Just 1,800 gold away from his own relic, and at that point, the game is just going to change completely. EG did a really good job, though, of setting up for that fight around AUI. They still have some options in this game. They are going for the stacks. Sven notoriously does pretty well against the Spectre just because you can survive through a lot of that damage with the Warcry, help your teammates out, but they're going to need another few fights like that.
They just can't move. They know someone's behind the tower, so Bulbul Smith, Necrobook, the Tornado EMP, Sean in from the rear. He just instantly fingers down on top of Samel. KP doesn't have his doom thanks to the silence. With the easy foot of Bulbul, no, he ain't going to survive. Moves right on his tail, and Fear goes the tree line. Kind of given away by his own spirit, but PPD! He almost got himself a double kill. Chuan got picked off, but now the doom is over on AUI. So there's no presence to come out from this vent. PPD just wants to retreat, but with the call snap there, it's a stop from Fear. But no, Spectral Dagger is right in his tail. It's going to take 2 hits from Hal, maybe 3 to Frostbite. Actually locking Hal in, Tornado up in the air. Crystal Maiden dies from the fall. And EG losing a couple of extra heroes on the way out. Fear almost saving his captain.
Yeah, that was really well done by PPD right there. The exit for the Sven could have been a lot worse. They could have lost their Sven once again in a fight like that to the Spectre. But fortunately, PPD was there. And the scary thing about playing against Newbie, though, is even getting out 3 for 1 in a situation like that is somewhat okay. Pause is going to come down as Chuan calls lag.
Right, Hal is just getting so big. But it's just like Sven didn't die. AUI keeps finding more and more farm. And he's not really being contested on the Ancient stacks. Ever since that first Sentry Ward, Newbie have had no presence over on the Dire Ancients. It might also be because EG is continuously fighting on the bot lane, so it's difficult to get away.
They are. They're just... These two teams are just running at each other, and this is what you need to do when you play against a team like Newbie, is that you naturally have to challenge their aggression and don't let them just set up map control.
Well, that's what Secret did to get ahead in that game earlier today.
You have to bring the fight to them. This is a team that, yeah, they're scary in team fights, but just play different styles as a result. And How might go down mid is the puck commits the Veil and the Coil, but misses on the Orb, unfortunately.
Hal's still insanely tanky. And Karka was just in the neighborhood anyway. So Dagger towards the mail. A little bit of pressure to add towards the tier 1 tower, but nothing much more. As Chuan tries to find himself some space up on top. That buyback kind of hurt him a little bit. He ended up expending about 350 gold at the time. So he's a little bit short of having that Blink Dagger. And once that's up, Newbie actually hit a different power spike with their initiation of support.
Man, this KP, he already has Shadow Blade. It's going to make it so hard.
Going directly into Silver Edge.
Yeah, this is going to be so difficult for EG to take the fight. They're going to have to invest a lot in these sentries. I don't know if a gem is a logical pickup here, as they simply just can't afford it. And the Necrobook 3 is going to be not at a reasonable time in a game like this.
Who is KP's primary target for both Silver Edge as well as Doom?
Silver Edge, obviously you'd like to hit the Sven. Doom depends. What you have to really assess as a Doom player is who's used what spells. If the puck hasn't used any abilities and is saving everything, of course you want to go for the puck. He's your hyper-mobile hero that dies really easily. But in a situation where Sumail gets everything off, then maybe your priority shift Olva if he doesn't get his roar. Like, as a Doom player, you kind of have to leave these options open for yourself.
This newbie movement is almost hilarious. Now they move over towards the Dire Rangers, but it's the one time that the Dire Rangers are not stacked, and when EG is also smoke ganking over towards the Radiant Ancient area. Put down 2 aggressive wards up on the hill as well as behind the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, both teams had the exact same idea.
The only difference is EG is able to take that tier 1 tower on the top lane thanks to AUI being on the lane. Where newbie, potentially they can rotate in towards the tier 1 tower in the mid. But they've already lost the top lane, so EG are willing to just straight come back and defend against any kind of newbie push.
Yeah, I guess the difference too is, yeah, you lose the tower, but at the same time, there is 600 gold away from having that Radiance, and of course he already had the Vid booster to slow it up. So this is going to be a nice timing. Of course, EG have this ward right here, which is going to allow them to play quite aggressively on him. And at bottom, AUI might just go down from this.
That's the aggressive ward from KP, but he brings himself in first with a 10 around Taka. We're going to help too much. He tries to keep Chorn alive, but AUI, Doom done. You can have a 1-for-1 trade-off support for Core. And PPD and Sumail are on their way forward. Tornado from Moon creates so much space. They just can't get to the front lines.
No, this right now the Invoker combination with House Jump is too hard to fight. And at bottom it looks like
they're relocating. They're going for PPD. How's the front lines? PPD, the Frostbite's going to be there, but the Spirits from Kaka do the work and win this kill. Okay, they're not going to force the issue any further. They still have their own problem, the fact that Fear was cleaning up the mid wave and took out the tier 1 tower there.
I think the biggest problem right now is that Spectre has Radiance and they're still dominating fights even without it. And the power jump in this hero is going to go through the roof. Took that fight at bottom thinking Sven could get out a lot of that damage with that Echo Saber blink. Newbie didn't quite expect that. They didn't even get the stun off on him originally, which allowed him to make that first jump, but yeah, Newbie just completely prepared for everything, and their heroes are way too tanky.
It's also like EG is trying to focus down Chorn at the very start of the fight. Like they're giving respect to the support hero.
Hey, he's so much of their disables right now. If you look at their team, he's aside from the Tornado.
Bulba. There's no Doom, but Kaka's coming back in again, and they have the extra help from Moon.
He was even trying to cast the roar on whoever he could, doesn't even bother popping the Necro books. They'd just be feeding them away.
That's the Shadow Blade initiation with Infernal Blade.
Yeah, he's been doing that. Instead of going for the Blink Dagger, it naturally makes him a more prevalent threat on the map just because he can cut through the wards. He knows where your sentries are as a result. If you keep the supports on the enemy team really poor. Like you see PPD right now, he's just buying sentries and wards essentially because of this Doom. And he's got to waste a lot of these sentries going to the counter wards too. So now he's in a lose-lose situation where you're going to start to see the impact of the CM start to lessen over time. And so if you're EG, that's a hero that you're going to start to rely steadily less and less on because the Spectre. What is he going to do?
Yeah, jump over on Kaka. Kaka tries to juke it out a little bit longer, and
no
wow.
Way.
He relocates himself away to safety.
That's brutal.
They didn't stop him. And the Dream Call Snap didn't kill him either, so Kaka will come back full life.
They're all going to come to make absolute sure that nothing happens. EG going for the immediate Roshan, but
this is
they're going to take this fight. They've got Hanta.
Time. You've got a blink over on Chorn, you fit just a full Silver Edge over on the Doombringer. Here comes the Horn, PPD, the first one to be isolated, but Bulba, he's completely out of mana. At least he got his abilities off AUI, doomed up further down. This is a disaster of fight for EG. They've lost 2, they can lose 3 as well. The EG splitter having minimal effect over on Newbie. Sumail at least is able to blink himself away from Hal. And Newbie, a 3-0 fight, looking very, very clean. And they're looking for more. Sumail's trying to come back in again. He won't have his blink of bubble and then catch out Fear. With a stun from Chorn, Fear's going to get cold snapped up as well, so you'll never get a stomp. In fact, it's just not going to do anything anyway.
Going to get killed too.
Oh boy, that's a team wipe. That's 23-7. EG have just been worked. Absolutely worked in this first 20 minutes.
Newbie are just so good. This has got to be so scary for the other teams to watch too. If you're just looking at this right now,
it's still crazy to think too that this is the team that had to actually go through a qualifier for a major.
bottom tower has fallen.
They are looking amazingly good.
Hey, who's gonna stop this streak at this point? This is just incredible teamwork right now, and it's the speed at which newbie play is the thing that I want to keep highlighting above all else. Is they play with purpose. They always understand, okay, we're gonna go for this objective as a group. We're gonna send you two up here because you can TP in at the last second. We're gonna be as farm efficient as possible. Then their team fights comes to spell and item usage. Click button as well. What can you say about them?
KP's looking to go again. The Silver Edge just to go to work. The smoke happened from EG and AUI. The jump will happen. At least the Mel gets a quick revenge. So you'll already lose the line with a stop. AUI, he's living, no he won't. How comes in? PvD will let the ulti go, but How is all over you. At least having a lot better fight than EG has ever had so far in this game. The Tornado is going to kill Bulba on the fall, and How's still standing in the middle of it. Bulba picks up a double kill.
How accidentally killed the Necro minion, which enables Bulba to get the last hit on him.
Unfortunately for Bulba, I believe he actually died. He died first, so he doesn't even get any of the advantage from it, as in experience. But that's the best fight EG has had so far.
It's a pretty good one for them to take too. Mail immediately rips through them with that Veil. They still have some options here. The problem though is keep losing Sven every single time one of these fights happen, and the Spectre just continues to come in that way.
Chuan? That's aggressive. Is there a relocate coming? Ah, of course. You got a Spectre on the field. He just haunts himself over. Samael with the phase shift. He's going to blink himself down into the tree line. And then Hal with a Spectral Dagger tries to catch him. Chuan, he blinks right next to him 1 second until stun. He didn't actually see him, so his stun was in the wrong direction. And Hal's still having a bit of a peek, but I think they'll realize that Samael is long gone.
It was very good though. They didn't lose anybody off of that haunt. It's going to be... In a game like this, you're going to be incredibly satisfied with something like that. It's take whatever you can at this point, Toby. When a game is 26-10, that's a moral victory right there. But still, you have to just look at the facts right now. Newbie is averaging more than a kill a minute. Hyper-aggressive style paying off for them.
But the money which to go into EG, like if we are going to look on the bright side, the fact that Bulba got so much means that Blink and Necro 3 initiation is becoming a lot more of a reality for EG. However, Blink initiation from Chuan is still pretty good, but not enough to kill off PvD. Samael picked up, the Dream Coil is there, but the rest of EG are on top of it until down. The Blink hit, the stun of How AUI really wants, he's going to get two stuns. PvD lets the ulti go. Chuan is actually just How who loops himself over the hillside to find the kill. AUI needs more space. Chuan actually gets cleaned down, but How up on the hillside and away. There's only equals to made for both the Doom and the Lion with the stun. How and Kaka are locked here. There's still a relocate out for Kaka if he can get them free, but the stun from AUI, he focused on Kaka, the relocate happens and they're away. They're back to base, and now Moo makes his play from behind. He goes for the cold snap, AUI, the tornado! It barely catches him, but it's enough to find the kill. And now it's Fear who's on the run as well. Moo will go on a Ghost Walk. The movement speed 467 versus 390. Fear just doesn't have enough speed at the moment. He's going to go for the stop. Moo actually understands this happening. He had no vision of that, but he backs up from the stop. He doesn't take the kill and pursue any further, however. But 29-12. That's EG's best. Is this now EG's best fight? Are we going to keep doing this?
That was definitely EG's best fight. They picked up kill on the Doom. They almost killed the Spectre right there, so there's still ways for them back into this game. They led with a 4-man coil from Sumail. And Fear's doing the best he can with the situation, but of course you're still playing an ET in a game where everything kills you.
Yeah.
That was really well. That was a cool sequence of events though by both players. That was one player outplaying another, then another player outplaying.
You almost want to go back and watch the small little duels. Like I want to see the PPD versus Chuan duel just like isolated.
Yeah. I mean, PPD is doing the best he can in a situation as a Crystal Maiden, but again, this hero is going to have limited impact in a game where your team is losing this hard. It's going to come down to pretty much whether or not the course can make it happen for EG. Games like this, it'll test you as a player. But if you're a core player, because you can't rely on your support in a situation like this. They're 200 farmed. When you have a 5-position CM with 1900 net worth, that's not going to be a hero that can inherently win or lose you the game. So yeah, much sure this game is going to come down to what kind of initiations can Sumail have. Can get their damage out on their Sven, things of that nature.
I still want to see if they can kill off Hal with a fully completed heart as well as Radiance.
Oh,
Hal is a beast, and like this isn't a normal build. Like you don't normally just go for like full strength like this.
Yeah, he usually goes for the Manta right after, but I think he understands there's a lot of burst damage on the side of EG with that Veil, trying to avoid that.
Does this just mean now he just goes to nothing but tier 3 items? Like you go into something like a Monkey King bar, sorry, a Butterfly next?
I still think you go for the Manta style. And Manta Spectre is one of the biggest upgrades in Dota. And the good news for EG is that they've slowed down a lot of the item progression at KP. At one point he had 16-minute Shadow Blades once the Midas. Since that time period, only completing the Blink Dagger and the Silver Edge. And considering he has a Midas and Devour, it's a little bit later than he'd like. EG still have a lot of room for growth.
Nubia trying to fight. A smoke maneuver, they draw the line to go over towards the Dire Agents. You still have Taunt available, so Nubia can be here as a 5-man maneuver. As Lion, the ward goes down, they see Van instant doom, so there's no ulti, there's no nothing. PPD tries to let it go, but he'll get dropped down. They catch out here. This is just perfect surgical attacking on EG. From the left, the right, and the middle, every single side of EG gets hit, and the rest of them just have to run. How do you even fight that?
At this point in the game, it's so difficult. They can always lead with a number of spells. They have the Invoker that they can open up with. Hao can just haunt in at his leisure. You see him farming top, all of a sudden he's right there. You're just using the Spectre ulti. They're utilizing their cooldowns really well, Toby. That's the main thing. They're just utilizing their cooldowns really well. Whenever Doom is up, take a fight. Whenever Hans is up, take a fight.
And they always seem to be fighting with like free vision, like that wall that was put down from Sean. They got the perfect vision over on Sven, instant Doom. Then the Horn comes in. PPD like was in the neighborhood, but he died so quickly as well.
Yeah, Sumail's invis. He's looking for something, but probably doesn't want to go on any of these heroes. And even if he goes on the IO, that's a pipe IO at 28 minutes. Not even the best target to go for.
Do you like the Orchid build following directly after Ags for Mu?
Yeah, it forces a lot of different things. Like you have to go for, you can't really take a fight before BKB on the side of AUI. Of course, Sumail already built the Yule Scepter, which I'm a fan of. But it does increase his...
Oh, Mu, he doesn't need the Sentry Ward, but it may not even matter. The Yule Scepter from the ET actually is able to break off the Orchid. Meanwhile, Puck is able to find the kill over on Chuan.
This could be
Mu's going to get brought up. And with the Necrobook right behind it, Mu... No! The relocate out! Mu barely surviving! Do they come back and help him? Wait, where's the 3-second TP play? No, he's coming back with Mu. No, Mu's going to TP. Good luck. Kaka,
oh, they might have
KP also trying to help out. And now PPD's ultimate. Kaka can't just walk himself away from this. It's a double kill for Bulba. Huge fight for EG. They get, well, very little as a trade for it. That was straight, really.
Yeah, that's 2,000 gold going in their pockets. And again, it's like I said, they keep catching out KP, so his item build isn't really progressing, and EG are doing all the little things correctly to try to get back into this game. They're still a pretty big deficit, and at some point they're going to have to deal with the combined strength of the Aegis Invoker and the Spectre, but they are taking these fights really intelligently. Problem is whether or not the net worth lead is a little bit too much.
It's only about 16, 17k worth of net worth and about 22k worth of experience. Anything is doable.
Yeah, they just need a few more engagements like that, honestly. They have ET, one of the best heroes that coming back into the game because of the natural order. So whenever anybody scales on the side of newbie...
The Observe Ward revealed that even if Fear did have the counter ward, Fear's going to get jumped on. Chuan does not have the mana for a Finger of Death. Trying to train a little bit more, and now the Spectral Horn. TBD is the one who's isolated. The Sunstrike right on his mark. So Mu will find that kill. With reality over to Bulba, and they relocate forward, bringing in KP, zooming up to BKB up AUI. There's his 10-second BKB, and he may tie. Newbie hasn't even taken a tier 2 tower yet, and then underneath the tier 4, killing off EG. The Mal tries to make space, now he's probably going to lose his life. A triple kill for Hao, an ultra kill for Hao, and GG. 30 minutes in, a tier 3 tower won't even fall, and EG will lose game 1 up against Newbie.
Newbie just planted a flag that said 25 plus. Like, so Toby, at some point you said, well, we shouldn't give them too much credit for their streak. Maybe they have to play outside their competition.
No, don't you go red eye on me.
What else do they have to? Honestly, who else do they have to beat? In what dominating fashion do they have to win in?
They have to beat MVP Phoenix.
Team that isn't there. Oh.
Well, maybe next tournament. Oh man.
This is just, that was a you know how cool of a game that was? I'm gonna go back and watch a replay and just pick it apart because I actually have to see that for myself.
I almost want to watch Sean's initial like rotation, that movement on the Sumail, like that for me, like you see it happen. Even his movement to go straight up the ramp, like the way the creep wave pushed out, like did Mu even plan for that to happen so Sean could get into position? It was so Sumail fights back from underneath his tower farming. It's I don't know. Newbie are just on some other level.
Kaka has 2 deaths in the game as a wisp against all these heroes. Even a puck not even able to catch him up. He's got a pipe. That one death was to try to save his invoker, if you remember, when he relocates him out.
Yep.
Dive at top.
Newbies, turn to ban.
I just, even when they traded evenly, and we're all on the side of Secret's. And that meant that if Newbie won the fight, hey, they get a tower, great. If Secret won the fight, they wouldn't make it in time to get a tower. Also, their lineup wasn't really built around taking objectives at all, and Newbies only had Invoker to do that, but since they were on the right side of the map, if they won a fight, they could take a tower, and I think that that's something that Secret, in terms of decision making on when to take a fight, try to take fights more closer to objectives that they can take afterwards. I feel like that's kind of where they lack, because even though, the early game was not as strong as it should have been, because obviously Arteezy wasn't doing as well as he should have, I think that if they shape that up a bit and get some towers, because late game they did fine, as in until they lost.
I mean, you're right, they did struggle, because God's mentioned that as well. The draft is ready, so we're going to get into the draft right now and see exactly what they're going to go for second time round. Well, actually, it's pretty much the same thing again with the bans already. Nothing that we didn't expect to see in the first set of bans or in the second set of bans, frankly.
Same bans, different teams banning the heroes, but based on first pick has changed over to Newbie this time around, so it looks like Secret take Dire side, and that's something which I think is key, because Newbie ended that game with a tier 1 tower swap, which was the tier 1 tower by Roshan. Every single Rosh went, for the most part, uncontested Newbie's way, so that's something Secret take away from them here in game number 2.
I think one of the big things about Newbie, we talk a lot about them grouping up and playing this kind of 5-man style, but it's not just that, it's the fact that they don't get picked off. They don't have one hero off doing his own thing and farming somewhere maybe a little bit risky.
They've tested a few times, but
that's kind of creating space for the rest of your teams like farm jungle and stuff like that. But when you've got a Queen of Pain and Lifestealer, that's your kind of pairing to jump and catch one target, find a kill, and then you've got like Darkseid to counter-initiate when you're forced into these bigger team fights. But Newbie never have that hero that's off doing their own thing, and that's mainly because they've got good vision aggressively, watching for the movements in, and they ban out heroes like Beastmaster and Bounty who can give that vision maybe further and deeper into their side of the map.
Same bans, same first pick, different though.
Yeah,
I was going to say, it's mixed around a little bit this time. Lion was first pick last time for Team Secret, so it switched over. I think the Enchantress was the same ban as last time.
I think both teams just recognizing what's going to be the highly contested supports and kind of cores in this series, so they ban out some of the cores, the Lion, something that perhaps Newbie would have wanted if they could have got their hands on the last game, and they're going to make sure they do it their first pick.
Early Dazzle.
Now that comes out of nowhere, kind of.
That is not a hero that would have gotten banned out in the second phase, either.
But Puppey being a bit of a mystery, a Houdini at times, and that first pick Dazzle definitely something that's going to throw Newbie off a bit.
10 seconds remaining.
So normally we see offlaners picked IK Darkseer in this case. I thought Universe played a good Darkseer. I was going to say that it should
Puppy
be.
agrees with you.
Yeah.
He's like, okay, we can do that again. Darkseer's over there right now going, Shiva says Darkseer, I think we should pick Darkseer.
Is this last game their pair up was obviously they could have a vacuum into an Earth Spike, and we saw amazing Earth Spikes coming out from Pilot Eye. What are they going to try to pair up with the Darkseer this game?
I think with Secret with their cores, they want to have some more pushing power. The Lifestealer plus Quap to me wasn't the ideal core duo. That's something I mentioned during the draft and even later to Gareth again. Is I think the SF would have been a better mid pick for them.
Okay.
Perhaps they just haven't felt like SF has come back to the meta, but we've seen Liquid run the SF successfully as of late.
No, they're not.
Blitz isn't here. You'd have to whisper.
Jakiro mid?
No, they're not.
We said that last time and it ended up in Jakiro.
Sound like a broken record here. I really like the IO though, so that's Kaka's support. But I think yesterday, Gods, we were talking that you didn't like C2 supports locked down at the same time. Was it you that said that or someone else?
I don't mind it too much. It does go away. I mean, it kind of. As long as it depends what those two supports do, because you've got burst damage and lock. Like if you have no disables and you pick your first two supports, then it reveals a lot. If you do IO Dazzle as Europe, now I think that's kind of a weak opener, but it fits newbies' cores that they like to run. These tanky pushing cores with the IO really effective. The Lion just guarantees they have some lockdown and a playmaking hero for Chuan, which is always what he wants to be on. Last game was the disruptor, this game the Lion.
What weaknesses does the openings leave for the teams, for the other team to exploit?
I think there's less that you leave weaknesses. For Secret, it means you can't really run a jungle. Well, you know you're not going to run a jungler now that the two supports being picked up with the Darkseer. For the IO line, it means that Secret can build kind of strong team fight to help fight around the way newbie play with IO and just the relocate in general. Maybe we see like a Puppy Enigma come out. Possibility. That's something that was more like an EG style pick where you see your opponents pick IO, you go into like Enigma and Tidehunter and heavy team fight or Enigma Darkseer. Pilot Eye is not normally the Dazzle player though, it's normally the Puppy hero, but they feel Enigma's going to fit the bill, they might pick it anyways. So Viper and Batband out, something we saw Newbie run the Viper when they had this kind of heavy sustain lineup. There's still like Bristleback in the pool, Dragon Knight, Juggernaut. There's plenty of heroes that can go well with this, and those are the kind of heroes I expect Newbie to pick up. Bristle, tank, frontline cores that can benefit a lot from having the IO behind them.
Yeah, back to your point about like weaknesses of opening up double supports. It means that you can focus your bans a lot more against other players because you know that Kako is obviously not going to be playing Phoenix this game, so you can look towards your KP and your Mu heroes especially. But not the same for Newbie. It's a difficult ban out here. You know, you could look for Arteezy's Invoker or something like that maybe because he's practiced that a hell of a lot.
Yeah. Target Envy, same as last game. But the Ember Spirit's still in the pool though. That was banned out in game one. I know so many times with Secret, I feel like they just fall back on Jackie's Ember Spirit when they're in a bit of a bind.
Especially if you get like the Lawnmower Ember Spirit going with Iron Shell Flame Guard.
10 seconds remaining.
You can run at people a fair amount.
5 seconds remaining.
Clark and Spectre removed on the side of Newbie. So still banning out some of the Envy cores that they're maybe a little bit worried about. Last game, I believe they banned out Ember against him.
Yeah.
Would you think that Ember is still like why not ban an Ember rather than Slark Spectre?
I think they. Dire Side Embers, like again, you want to have some Roche taking potential, which Slark and Spectre themselves don't particularly have, so in some ways they're also not great for taking Roche, but Ember is particularly bad at Roche. And that's where I think most scary, we talk about the Ember being a fallback for Jackie, the other fallback for Team Secret has been Drow Ranger strats. If anything, I wouldn't mind seeing them go for like a third pick, either support or ranged mid, and then fourth pick the Drow Ranger. Because that's been like we're in trouble, we need to win a game, let's pick a Drow Ranger.
And then they can actually focus on objective taking.
Yep.
But super important for
ET, so they get the support pick. And then Newbie know exactly what they want. The DK kind of mentioned like they're picking DKs, Bristles, Jugs.
Why pick the ET so early though?
you
It's
know.
Poppy. If you shrug your shoulders and say it's Poppy.
He's maybe trying to disrupt the think process.
He wants. They want to save their. This is, I think, the one kind of common and consistent thing Puppy's done with his drafting is saving Envy and Ortiz's heroes for last. I feel like not just in game one of this series, but at ESL Manila, they were almost always picking up their carry and their mid in their last 2 picks. That was very much something which was consistent with his style. And that, yeah, it's like a hero that you can pick later in the draft, but it also doesn't reveal too much. Like, Newbie are going to pick kind of tanky frontline heroes regardless. DK is very good against all the time because you get the bonus armor, which doesn't get taken away by natural order.
5 seconds remaining.
We could even see one of those dual lane scenarios. We saw it from, was it Complexity or was it earlier today?
A Death Prophet.
Where it had like Iron Shell all the time and just run at people. And with a Wisp that might be looking towards the mid lane, you know, we see Kaka focusing on controlling runes and regening up mid. ET can just run at the line and punch them down.
So, big kind of criticism we had of Secret's game 1 draft was they didn't take objectives well. They fixed that with the Death Prophet. It's still the only hero they have for objective taking, but it's a very good one. So they can guarantee towers if they want to fight, if they've still got Exorcism up. Roshan, similarly, you can force a Roche using Exorcism. And this just gives you a much kind of clearer approach and game plan going into game number 2. But a hero that needs to be careful not to get run over too much in the mid game. Burst damage is there from the Lion. A good front line in the DK who's got high armor, who doesn't just melt to the Exorcism as well.
Percentage-based damage up against Newbie, who like to go for these strength heroes against the DK in particular. It kind of says, try and pick Bristle, try and pick another one of these strength heroes, and Death Prophet will run over you. Because, you know, in these fights, DK and Bristle, they're not that maneuverable. You know, they've got decent move speed and they can get in and out of fights a little bit, but they like to stand their ground and just battle head to head. If the Death Prophet's got her ulti popped, you can't really do that.
And Gyrocopter again. So they're going to get the strong laning carry against Darkseer, and it worked out for them in game number 1. So they'll continue that. And Gyrocopter, not really talked about so much as being a tanky frontline core, but he really is.
The way he builds into
yeah, the itemization for this hero, we saw Dragonlance last game. He has really high armor. He gets tons of HP survivability items with BKB plus SMY, butterflies. Like pretty much all of Gyro's like core items give him survivability. You're not seeing MKB's Gyrocopters anymore. You're not seeing Daedaluses until much later on. The Rapier is that late game desperation item.
They even ban out the Bristle.
Yeah, the Bristle could have easily been run as an offlaner, I think, with the IO. That was pretty much what Newbie did in game yesterday, I believe, with the IO Bristle.
That's what OG did earlier as well, of course.
Yeah. See what KP's hero is going to be. He's played offlane Jug a few times. I'm not sure if you'll really want to Jug this game, though.
Oh, hey, look. The EE Ember.
Yeah, still
remove that one. And that's little interaction as well with Dazzle Weave and Exorcism, that minus armor. Back over onto the DK as well as the supports. I could have been good with a Sleight Fist.
Right, so team fight, survivability in the front lines. This also gives them a clear like mech and pipe builder as well to kind of match up to what the Darkseer's can bring to the table. Gives them a ton of sustain as well.
So no Ember, no Slug, no Spectre. Drow Ranger doesn't really fit here too nicely. Eternal Envy. What does he even go for?
Tide.
No, not Jakiro. Red Eye, please.
Oh! What?
They watched OG apparently.
Okay.
So I was wondering if he pulls out the PA or something. But...
Okay. I mean, the interesting thing is that we've already seen it from OG today, and Secret have obviously had the same thought around this, the same kind of composition as well. So does it work for them?
I think it worked really well for OG because they had 2 defensive supports. They also had 2 tanky cores. They had the Bristleback and the Dragon Knight to push towers very well. Like the Husker was playing from behind the whole game. Bristle and DK were taking towers, so I don't think it works as well here for Secret.
All right, let's find out. We will be heading over to our commentary team for game number 2. Toby, 1 and Blitz, it's all yours.
You know what? I was almost disappointed. 1, because of Red's handoff, it wasn't creative at all. But 2, I'm not. I got a Huskar pickup. Blitz, we saw it earlier today. OG, as Gods was saying, like they coupled it with a DK as well as a Bristleback. What is Secret thinking by picking up this Huskar as their final?
It's one of the best direct counters to the gyrocopter. The gyrocopter relies so heavily on call down and even more than that, the rocket barrage. This has been one of the counters since forever. I think it was I casted a best of 5 way back when. It was NIP versus what was that team? Vega. Back when NIP was stood together and they drafted a Huskar into a gyrocopter and they forced the gyro to play support. Like that's how bad it was. And then they just last picked Wraith King, who they initially planned on making a support. They actually had to swap things around. That's how bad it was.
And we'll see if they swap the roles in this game. But either way, we can actually see what lanes we're going to get. So at this point, no surprise, Universe will be on the off lane. Poppy actually picks up a PMS as well as a set of tangos to go this off lane to start with. And Newbie, after seeing the fact that the ET as well as the Darkseer on bottom lane, 30 seconds. It looks like a bit more of a rotation here.
Yeah.
They're switching KP, the Tidehunter, to the bot lane. So they can have the Tide up against the ET as well as the Darkseer.
They're just trying to understand what lanes Secret are going to go to because they want to dodge this Huskar against the gyrocopter because obviously the gyro's not going to be able to do too much in this situation, so trying to make sure that he gets a decent matchup. But
if they're going to dodge that, they're going to send the DK to the top lane. That's the only other way to do that.
The battle begins.
You're okay with this?
So you're okay with like the EE safe lane Huskar up against the gyro off lane?
Yeah. This is, I think, the ideal situation for Secret in a lot of ways. You would rather have your tri-lane against the solo Darkseer. And now that Darkseer gets a one-on-one matchup against a melee hero. Granted, it is a Tidehunter, and both of these heroes are kind of really well known for beating melees, but...
Oh, Highlight Die. You want to say hello to Chorn as well as Karka to start with? It's only a little bit of damage. Nothing more than that. Even with Eternal Envy coming in to lend some burning spears, they're okay with this because Karka, he's already got the bottle coming to the top lane. And they're shipping Puppy straight away to this defensive tri-lane now of Secret.
Using up a lot of that mana. And now Puppy's going to force these two heroes out. With the 4-man shield, it is nigh impossible to trade hits with him. And this is just going to enable an Envy to get the one-on-one matchup against How. How obviously going to be really strong here when Envy's still only level 1. No Berserker's Blood quite yet.
Still interested to see how long they can keep it up. Like as you said, like with Berserker's Blood, Envy's going to get a lot stronger. But you've still got Karka giving a huge amount of regeneration to How early on. Thanks to the early bottle, so how can be as aggressive as he wants to be at this point? Unfortunately, Chorn can't say the same. Puppy is just an absolute beast, and in fact, Karka now has to tether himself down Chorn. Just how becomes a space creator, and everyone's just like pumping out so much damage, but no one's actually near death yet.
Both of these lanes relatively defensive. For Eternal Envy, going to be pretty hard for them to kill once he gets at level 2. Same with the Dazzle. Puppy has that 4-man shield, so both supports not very effective at trading hits with him. The matchup I'm more curious about is the one here at bottom, as Universe is kind of doing Darkseer things. Trying to make it hard for this Tidehunter to trade hits, but Tidehunter getting kind of lowish on regen, and once Universe gets his Soul Ring, he's going to be in a much better position anyways.
I think KP will have to do it tough, but it does mean you're going to get an early level 6 over on this Tidehunter. The Universe isn't going to be really denying up any of these creeps, so at least you know you're going to have that Ravage timing to combo up with the rest of the top lane.
Yeah. One thing I want to point out about Newbie 2 is during the original TI run, it was really founded on these two cores, How and Moo, and How sometimes still makes some confusing decisions in like his Spectre game, I think I saw earlier, but Moo has just been an absolute god. This guy has been playing at a tier 1 level, even when his team was on a downswing. Now he's got two supports that really know how to make things work, and Chuan really finding their rhythm on this team.
Yeah, their movements are just so wonderful. Right now, Puppy and Pylai Dive, they're still being watched like a hawk by this Observer Ward. They can't pull the camp because the Sentry Ward is still blocking up the normal pull point. And the Observer Ward behind, the second you try and rotate anyone else over, and Newbie have a very early detection of this, and they committed both of their Obs Wards to this top lane. They really want this top lane to work for him. And so far, it kind of has. Like, Eternal Envy is getting almost no CS. He's 5 for 4 up against the 12 for 2 CS of the Gyrocopter.
Yeah. The good news, though, is that Darkseer at bottom has absolute free farm. And this is kind of what you expect just because they don't really have the best way to pressure Newbie, because they don't have any disables or anything like that. Mid lane Moo just constantly getting pelted by this Spirit Siphon.
Just harassing him out, but you still got a DK with 2 points up in Dragon Blood. That level of harassment doesn't really seem to do that much, especially when now Kaka will also arrive.
They really both need runes here.
They couldn't get the top one before because each time Secret, they rotate both their supports to control up the top rune. So both Kaka as well as Mu can't pick it up.
Gonna be real rune at top. It's gonna be for Arteezy is Mu. Gonna be bottleless. And Darkseer even takes that one at bottom, so that might actually just force Kaka to go back. That might prompt Secret to get aggressive here at top. As this mid lane...
Mu taking way too much damage. Yes, he got locked in by his own creep wave! Oh boy, the double damage ring gives the extra bit of damage he requires, but it's the Crypt Swarm that finishes the job.
Why did I praise him?
Yeah, you shouldn't have the cast curse.
Yeah, exactly.
That's instantly how you know it, not easy. Doesn't waste any time, he's got a catapult wave. He does not want Kaka dragging the creep wave off, but like there was no option there.
He's just trying to deal damage to the tower while he can. And this really hurts the DK because this is Dragon Knight's job. This is usually what you're going to see the Dragon Knight do. Rotate over, push out the lane, and Kaka going to have his own bottle refilled by the Dragon Knight, but still good lane so far for the DP. They're able to get the solo kill on him. That rarely, if ever, happens in tier 1 battles now in mid, where you get solo kill.
It's almost like you just got screwed by the creeps that came up behind him. Like there was just no way for him to walk away and escape. There was one escape that happened while that was going on. It was actually KP, who was able to TP himself away from Universe. So you force the Titan to go all the way back, and we actually have the lane change up. So Hal will TP down to the bottom lane. They move him away from that Huskar. Now the Huskar is about to crack level 5.
Yeah, he needed the solo XP. The two supports up there aren't really going to do too much for him, as both Dazzle and Elder Titan, those sort of disables between the two of them. At least reliable ones anyways, as the Echo Stomp is something that you shouldn't fully rely on too much.
Do you actually want to move Poppy down the bottom lane? Like, should Secret rotate with Newbie and try and keep that gyro under pressure?
I think you're in an okay position right now. The Darkseer is getting so much out of this lane, as is. Got 39 CS. Downside is that the Tidehunter gets free farm too, but that's something that you sort of expect in this kind of matchup. As Arteezy's going to pick up the top rune, Universe gets the bottom one, and if they want to make this rotation mid, they know that Mu doesn't have that dragon form yet. They're going to try to go for the sandwich.
He's got help though, because KP's here, Universe. Okay, KP started the Ravage animation, but he will not complete it.
Yeah, just fakes that one.
It just seems so brutal. Like, the last 6 runes have actually gone to Team Secret.
They're just making it a priority to shut them out, because you have 2 bottles. And Wisp especially relies on runes more than almost any other hero. You can't do anything with an empty bottle of Wisp. You're actually just a ball of light.
It's almost like you're reaching the point where Wisp just goes back to base, TP's forward, and then you use the bottle manipulation with Mu.
Yeah, that's
right?
what he
Just
has been
keep him
doing.
up.
But you get under leveled that way, you don't really feel the impact sometimes. He is level 4 because he is dual laning, but at the same time, your mid lane suffers as a result. He's a full level behind the DP. He can't really leave him behind either anymore because Mu just gets gone on. We're gonna see mid. Both supports standing behind Arteezy, but shouldn't really have to worry too much as Chuan's pulling bottom, and Hal has shown himself too.
It's almost like they're just trying to like balance out the lanes, and everything is still fairly balanced. Until like Arteezy does something like this. They force the mid lane, there's no fortification, so Mu just gonna quickly Dragon Form and Tail. Getting Arteezy into a little bit more of a riskier position. And Sean almost looking all alive. Here comes Kaka. The Ravage gonna blow. Sean lines up with the double stun, catching Puppy out at the same time. They need more damage though, and they just don't have it. They're fighting underneath the ultimate, the Exorcism, and now in comes Hal with a black cannon damage. Who will stay alive thanks to Kaka, and Arteezy, he is gonna go down. He actually doesn't get to the end of the Exorcism, so extra alive coming back into him, and Puppy can't even get his stomp off. She'll actually trade off a 2 for 1 with the Tidehunter going down. Newbie, but you've just lost your mid, your big mid as well.
That was so good by Newbie right there. You saw Chuan block off the Darkseer too. That would have been a dead gyrocopter, and that would have been a good trade for Secret, as they already nabbed the mid tower. Use the Tidehunter ultimate, which is a lot of what was stopping Team Secret from getting ultra aggressive around the map, but any sort of 2-for-1 trade is always going to be okay. It's just that you had to expend cooldowns on a lot of different TPs. And during this time, Eternal Envy just got free farm. Yeah, so Newbie's happy because they killed the Death Prophet, but Secret's happy because they forced a lot of ultimates and they allowed their Huskar to continue to get farm. And it doesn't really slow down the pace of the DP too much. Realize she still has 3,800 net worth, leads the game, no problem. Darkseer's getting a lot too, so all three cores are really starting to get quite a lot as Moo mid.
There's no more Spirit Siphon.
Oh.
If there was, he probably would have been in a world of hurt.
They do know about this, and he has a Spirit Siphon up. KP has to actually run away.
Be a little bit concerned about this top
hit.
lane, waiting for Chuan to actually be initiated on by EE. Support's arriving in the form of the Dazzle.
Yeah, I don't think he has. Don't you just stun and then Hex and run away?
You should be able to do that, yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't have any follow-up initiation. It's just the Dazzle up here. Puppy showing himself on the map as his Universe.
How doesn't really care if Universe and Puppy want to try and go on him. Like, yeah, he's probably going to take a little bit of damage, but okay, maybe he'll care more when Arteezy moves over.
Yeah, this is just a bit of poking and prodding. Set up for the rune in 30 seconds too. Whole lot that he can do mid. Without the tower available, he's just got to wait for the lane to push in. Heavy rotation is Newbie. Start to make their way across by Newbie.
The Observer Ward actually gives them great vision of what's going on, and they'll see the fact that Eternal Envy just TP'd down here. And Obs gives a hell of a lot of information.
They just beelined away from him.
Yeah, you got Hal, who's already leaving the lane. You don't have Finger of Death get over on Chuan, so they can't get an instant kill. They're hoping for a moment on Arteezy. But it's bottom lane where Hal's going to get caught out first, down inside the tree line. But then back to him, the relocate's coming in with KP. Arteezy will drop, they blow the Ravage. Did Highlight die as well. And they'll get a twofer, even if they do lose their safe laner in Hal.
Yeah, that was such an awkward engagement. They were going to make their way bottom. They see the Huskar immediately. They're just like, no, this is not
Keep dodging. He's got the arm that he wants to fight. I'm surprised Hal didn't back up a lot earlier.
Yeah,
because he stuck around to farm the wave.
It was so funny how they swerved like that though. On the map, they're just like, nope, that's not what we wanted to do at all. But yeah, it is surprising that they knew Eternal Envy was down there, so they make the rotation otherwise. How knows there's going to be no support because they're all in on that DP mid, and yet he chooses to stay down there. Absolutely cannot afford for that to happen.
Just pushes him a little bit further back behind in the net worth, but they can start claiming some buildings that Newbie can pick back up, because right now Team Secret, they own the top 3 net worth positions, with the Tidehunter only just now taking out that 3rd spot from them.
Yeah, he
and
just
the Tide's
continues.
building into that mech early on too, so Secret's team fight's going to be a little bit more difficult once that's up and running.
Secret have to kind of push the pace. They know there's going to be no counter initiation with something like the relocate into Tidehunter ultimate, which I don't think the Death Prophet expected. And at bottom, they know he's down there. They might actually just go for the dive with Eternal Envy.
Yeah, there it is.
No, there's no TP.
Search him up. The support's coming in. The call down's on his way. EE. Well, he's going to run into the last bit of the call down now. He does almost no damage to Gyrocopter. Moo, however, stunning up Universe. There's no instant back into a wall, but now it comes out. Hal will drop. The Lion of Chuan will join him. And KP will arrive, but he's coming in almost a little bit too late. Karka also relocated himself down to this one. They need the kill on Eternal Envy, but the shallow grave from Highlight died, allowing Envy to fight a little bit longer. But there's that mech charge. Eternal Envy will be dropping here.
Radiant structures.
They're able to, well actually KP, oh no! He had five charges of the Burning Spears on him. He was never going to live from that.
Yeah, Eternal Envy just mows down 3 heroes and... Okay, somebody didn't send Hal the memo. Like, you're not going to fight against a Huskar. That was just kind of sad.
Maybe he thought everyone else was going to come. Like, I think the reason why the IO
They did. What was
didn't come straight away. They didn't come straight away. Like, IO TP's in behind the tower, KP comes in after Hal was dead.
There's just so much, there's just only so much that you can do. And it wasn't even like it was a full 5-man secret rotation. It's just Gar against Gyrocopter. That's sometimes just what happens. Yep. That's what it looks like if you were curious. That's why Secret decided to last pick it, because even though you have some physical damage counters with obviously the Tide Anchor Smash and the DK right click, doesn't do a lot when Huskar can destroy your safe laner. You saw how got everything off. He got his call down, he was rocket barraging at close range, went down in 5-6 hits.
They really need to get rid of that Berserker's Blood, and that's when I look towards Moo. He's already walking around with a Shadow Amulet, so more than likely, like, the Silver Edge Rush. Can you get away with that with the DK? Like, obviously Silver Edge is, just Shadow Blade is a normal item on the DK currently, just for initiation purposes.
Sort of think you need to... Well, BKB's not going to be an absolute priority, right? I'm trying to think. Kind of like for him to get an armlet of his own at some point. He needs some cheap damage. I do like the Shadow Blade though against a lot of Secret heroes. They need to be able to open up on some of them. It would make it so that Highlight Die has to play his positioning a lot more carefully too. Good news for Newbie though is that their 2 supports are really level compared to the 2 on Team Secret. You just grab your level 6 on Puppy. Highlight Die is in a pretty abysmal situation at just level 5, as he has to act as kind of the saving grace for Secret in a lot of these engagements.
The only downside is the fact that Sean's ulti does almost no damage to Eternal Envy.
It's whatever. To worry about that.
He can look for another target. Maybe he can also control the Darkseer, but you also look at Universe's like items. Top net worth on the field already with a Hood of Defiance and as well as the mech.
Yeah, that's a smoke though from Newbie. They want to take this engagement around their Ravage. They don't want to get this game going way too late just because again, Arrow against Huskar.
Oh, Universe is going to break the
break it.
Desire Observer what's there. Eternal Envy. He wants to jump in with a life break, but he's already hexed up. The armlet's on it, so 51 times the jump like break. And a backball. Institute and the splitter. Eternal Envy will just survive with this. Oh no, he won't. He'll go down. How? They actually managed to regather themselves with the help of the Ravage. Then Envy, okay, he's going to fight back. They feel like they need to commit to win this engagement. RTZ still got the next system going to work. Sean wants to keep him in position. KP's going to TP out. Universe does not have a back to stop it. The chase is going with RTZ. Can he actually reach him? He just looks so slow with just these shreds on. And Kaka will tether away. The stomp will put him into sleep, but Universe will break him out of it. Kaka up to the tree line. He will now drop, and Chuan will also have the same fate. But you managed to get a buyback over on the Huskar Secret. Are they bearing down on Roshan?
You have to. You use the buyback on Eternal Envy. You know there's no Ravage. Relocated still up, but Ravage is a big spell there. And they just had no way of helping Envy up there. Like they had the Vacuum into Earth Splitter combination, but they used everything to ensure that Eternal Envy was going to go down there. Wasn't even able to pop his wand in that engagement. Goes for the buyback to ensure that Newbie can't fight back, but especially me, I underestimated how much they were going to be able to heal.
Moo's going to pop the Dragon Form. There's a Sentry down already. The relocate going to bring everyone else back to the front lines. Roshan over the back. Again, the no more combo. Moo dropping down very low. Low to the Eternal Envy. He's just thrown down once again. The celebrate. Highlight dives inside the Roshan. He's able to keep him alive. KP back to the front line. The relocate out. You've actually got 1-for-1 trade-off at the moment. Roshan still licking his wounds at 730 life. Chuan just needs to get himself away from the tilt. Turns for the one stop. The damage from Artis not enough, but it will be enough from Puppy Stomp. Keeping the spirit on top of Newbie. They go back in to finish the job. They look towards Roshan. No call down available. The buyback comes down from Sean. They're trying to make Secret think twice. With no exit, the damage won't be as much to stop. At least keep KP in position. Then the splitter tries to respond to the back. Oh, combo! Hit beautifully. The damage still isn't enough. Kaka, okay, it will be. Arteezy finds the double. How isolating up against Universe, who wants to walk back through the wall. Roshan is still alive.
So
Universe is getting out, but Newbie is on the way. Sean is back to the front lines.
They don't want to give up this Aegis. They know it's really low. Puppy though, trying to guard it, moves back alive. Everybody from Secret though, they have to lick their wounds and run away. Eternal Envy's gonna TP down.
How thought they were still in there.
Oh, that stun is gonna delay up Moo even longer. And Roshan might just be too tanky for Newbie. I think they have to disengage from this.
He's back.
Yeah, they're gonna have relocate in 10 seconds though, and the Ravage is coming soon. That's gonna be way too late. Secret walk away with a good fight as Puppy and Universe hook up for that combo. The vacuum wall into that first order did so much damage.
For a moment, I thought they were going to survive, like Kaka. He still had another 2 bottle charges once he got out of the stun. But he just can't repair that damage quick enough. Now Chuan also in a little bit of trouble. The stomp not instantly coming out from Puppy. He's almost playing around with Chuan at the moment. And a relocate is on the way. They'll look towards Universe, bringing Hal along with him. Kaka, well, there is actually a Shallow Grave still available. And Universe triggering off his mech. And Finger of Death, he's still got 7 stick charges as well. Makes the break for the tree line. The flag cannon will not be enough damage. He waits longer before he'll trigger off these stick charges. Now it happens with a combo heal from Highlight Die. Universe keeps running, but it's not far enough away. The stomp from Puppy, just a fraction of a second too late.
Yeah, but Arteezy might be going down here as Heals is up the Dragon Knight as he's just gonna run away, but in some cases, I think they could have won that fight even harder. Eternal Envy forgot to the one, and if you notice, I think he actually turned the armlet off when the Tidehunter went for the anchor smash, so that's why it looked like the Tide did a 600 damage anchor. But still, fight goes for Secret's way just because they pick up the last hit on the Aegis, and more importantly than that, they're really bringing the fight to Newbie. We talked about how Newbie really relies on getting the map control, winning these mid-game team fights, and then just kind of starving you out and taking objectives one at a time.
Yep.
But Secret with the dire side, bring the fight to them every single time. And even with the Ravage up, they're not afraid to take these. And I think this is the right idea with how you're going to fight into a team like Newbie. You have to pick superior team fight, you have to get a really good laning phase off, and you got to maneuver around their large ultimates.
So far, Secret have been doing a pretty damn good job. They actually held a 5k net worth and a 3k experience advantage, but just the way things have been going recently is starting to curve back in favor of Newbie. Look for the next major items arriving. Like, the DK is getting a hell of a lot more farm. He actually picked up the Ogre Club now, so it's not the old style build of Silver Edge. Obviously, they got changed. So it looks like he's going to go for a BKB.
Yeah.
If he forgot about it, then that's just really sad for me.
Nah, I doubt it.
Yeah, it would be unlikely.
Although BKB, I guess he can start the Titan Stomp and the Vacuum. There is a lot of physical damage on the side of Secret. More than anything, you can also stop the Burning Spears, which is a large part of where the damage is coming from right now.
Well, that's his item of choice. Not finding any initiation. Secret have actually already prepared a nice little wall of observers, which see any kind of entry into their own jungle. So they know when they have to rotate out, and that's probably also the other reason why Eternal Envy, now with Dragon Lance in hand, is just pushing out the bottom lane with the babysitting of Highlight Eye.
Yeah, good pickup from him. Kind of gives you everything you need. Better item than drums in this situation. Just needed all-around stats to be able to survive. Secret gonna go for this two-man smoke.
Well, they still have an Aegis team order they want to capitalize with. At the moment, all they're doing is just, well, farming, and they've got 2 minutes left on the Aegis.
Yeah, they've got to make something happen soon, and it looks like they want to invade back into their own jungle. They have full vision of where Newbie are at right now. Of course, you don't want to engage into one of these heroes as
They just saw Mugo invis.
Yeah, they're going to pick him off here. Do they have any...
They have no detection.
Nope.
Poppy doesn't have it. In fact, now the supports actually have detection. There's 2 sentry wards flying out in the Curry at the moment.
Okay, they really need vision up here. They still see Kaka though. This ward has been really effective for them. It should tip them off to the fact that Newbie might have a ward in their own jungle too though.
The Secret are going to force things down the mid. Criticism is up, so it wouldn't be too difficult for Arteezy just to push down the mid lane. At the same time, Chorn's already attacking into the top lane. He's got a little bit of help behind him, so this may be a straight tower trade. Al, with the cooldown, will slow down this push from Team Secret. Arteezy tries to just force them out a little bit more. The cooldown actually doing very minimal damage to the creep wave. And the TP is already starting. Puppy's coming up to the top lane. Be interested to see if they bring anyone else. With a fortification up, it's not going to be the easiest thing to finish off this tower. The stomp from Puppy will come, and here starts the TPs. With the split, the cargo right for line for this. He'll snap him back, wants to get himself out of here, but he cannot do it in time. With the relocate, he could have brought Moo with him. And the tower still goes down to the Dragonite. Moo makes a break for the treat line. So you lose your IO, but you ensure the kill on the tower. And Jaro then denies the mid tier 2 as well.
Yeah, at the same time, you also had to commit the Death Prophet ultimate, just take that tower mid. They didn't even get the last hit on it. They weren't able to take a team fight after that fact. Yeah, you lose the IO, but that's a level 9 IO. Not a lot gained by Secret is. Maybe we just continue to split up the map a little bit more, farm around the map more efficiently too. And you're starting to see that reflected in both the XP and the net worth as it starts to curve up in favor of Newbie. And Secret, even though they've got the objective advantage, mind you, they still did take the Roshan and they have their bottom tier 1 tower alive. It's Newbie that are just farming around the map a little bit more.
Yep. It's almost like they're just denying Eternal Envy the ability to do whatever the hell he wants. Like, he's got a wonderful fighting build early on, but ever since he's reached that point, like, Secret almost have to force the fights. And as we saw, like, you trade a tier 2 for a tier 2, you can't force it.
Also, probably the bigger thing is the Dazzle just hasn't been able to get anything. He's more or less just sitting behind Eternal Envy, waiting for situations where he gets gone on to get that last second grave off. But when you do that, yeah, your Huskar is going to be in a much better position. But at the same time, you're never going to find individual farm for yourself.
Alright, so Team Secret, they still at least hold 1 out of the top 3 net worth positions, but the Gyrocopter and the DK are moving up very, very rapidly. Moo's BKB, now 450 gold away. I'm just flying for him.
Yep.
And the Gyrocopter, he actually went in for a Dragonlance before finishing up his own BKB. I say finishing. He also needs to get the full Mithril Hammer before he finishes his BKB.
I believe he thinks that he has to be able to just hit from further away to play the positioning game against Huskar. And the BKB, it's helpful, but he needs some measure of damage and tank. The BKB is going to be huge for him though. It's going to allow him to kind of hit the Huskar without just melting.
Yeah.
Before, what would happen is Eternal Envy is like, please hit me.
So that almost puts more pressure on Arteezy, right? Like if the X system doesn't start doing a lot of physical damage.
Yeah.
Like the BKBs just negate a large portion of the hits.
Especially since Spirit Siphon doesn't go through the magic immunity anymore like it used to, which meant DP would scale even later into the game. But in this kind of situation, Secret, they want to take fights. Part of the issue is they don't really have the best disables on their team. They rely pretty heavily on that vacuum into ET Stomp combo.
Yeah.
But not a whole lot of ways to lock them down. You notice that, especially in the fights where Eternal Envy gets gone on, they just sort of watch him die because what are you going to do? Once you've expended the vacuum and the ET Stomp, you don't have any more disables. You could Dual Scepter somebody, I guess?
You also have Dazzle help out, but Dazzle can't seem to stand anywhere near the front lines without dying almost instantly.
Yeah. You have one unreliable time.
How is really trying to force Secret to come home. And he's managed to get at least one back. Again, Puppy will be the first one to TP in. If he can get the Spirit and Stomp out, they would have an opportunity here against Hal, but Hal's already finished his TP. He only takes about 100, well, actually a little bit more than that, about 300 life off that tier 3 tower.
He was super efficient though, up there. He got a lot going there.
He actually finished his BKB and still has 1400 gold up his sleeve.
Yep, disassembles.
It's like Newbie have perfectly throttled this game until they're at a point where they know they can fight. And Team Secret was so grouped up that actually this experience graph is almost looking like it's had a team fight happen. Like you've gone up by a good 2k experience in favor of Newbie in just the last minute. Getting so much out of this map, even Sean with a blink dagger as well as that level 2 finger of death. I'm very concerned for Pylai Dai's safety now.
Pylai Dai has to be the man of the match. His positioning in these fights are gonna have to just be masterful. There's a lot of different ways that they can gap close on this team. And again, like we talked about, one unreliable Sun on the side of Secret, and that's gonna be the ET Stomp. So if he just gets ran at, not a whole lot that they can do to commit to save him. It's gonna be the initial fight. Whatever Secret can burst, that's going to be the most important for them. They have to get their combo off. They're going to stand a chance at taking a straight up 5v5 fight against things like the Ravage, against the Lion.
There's smoke moving down the bottom lane. The Dragon Form was triggered pretty early here by Moot. He's now in range to the tower. He did it because he actually just farmed up the ancient stack of Team Secret. Here they come. Where is the movement? TC wants forward. NV, who do you want to jump on? He's going to go over towards Moot. You've still got Parker in a position where he can potentially relocate things out. Then they move forward with Hal. Sean, they isolate Eternal Envy. It makes it difficult. Now the Ravage will pop.
Oh, he dodges it.
And holding him there for the moment. And now the battle wall will happen. The mech and the splitter. Kai P, he's actually moving far enough away, but no, he's got Puppies there waiting with open arms. 2 heroes down for Newbie. They're just trying to bail out of here. That was not the fight they were looking for, but there's still a 2-for-1 trade-off.
KP looks for the counter initiation, but immediately gets clipped. Uses the Ravage. The Death Prophet dodges it with the Yule Scepter, making it completely useless. Now you're in a situation where you're going to have to give up the Roshan. You don't have the Ravage available. Relocate is still there, but without the Ravage, no way that you take that fight. In Secret, that's exactly what they needed. The biggest thing is, again, Ravage was wasted. DP gets his Yule Scepter off at the last second. Right as the tick starts to hit. Secret read that situation beautifully. It looked for a second like maybe we were just going to stomp that fight, but...
Instead, the Secret Root comes out at the top and he could... I still love to like this entire fight almost feels like the entire movement of the Radiant side feels like it's 4 on 5. Because KP, he spent majority of his time on the Dire side of the base.
Pretty much has been so far. Naga Siren countering out a lot of what whatever push the Alchemist can go for Toby. Does have the Manto style completed, so he's in okay fighting shape as EG. They might actually get my pocket here.
Caught inside the ultimate. Hal makes his run through as he actually misses on absolutely everything. AUI now actually capitalize on it. Sean will drop. Hao is still running out of here, however. They bring down the Phoenix, they bring down the Lion. And that is the first big opening EG have kind of, I kind of feel has happened from Newbie. Like Newbie giving him the space to do this.
Yeah, one of the few mistakes that I've seen Tron make throughout this entire day, just YOLO running through, but he has to realize EG, they mop him up real quickly. Without a 4-staff on him, not able to reset the blink, they take him down so quickly. And Newbie just weren't in fighting shape.
Yep.
KP wasn't willing to come there. Exactly.
The Invoker wasn't there either. He was busy farming up his axe.
That's a lot of heroes that weren't ready to fight, and that's the first time Newbie has not immediately just been like, okay, we're going to take this fight.
Yep. Almost like an afterthought. PPD gonna finally get rid of this Observer Ward, the Radiant Jungle, where he's just being watched like a hawk the entire time. It's been one of the most warded positions of this game so far. What are you up to, Hal? Can sphere up on him, he runs after Bulba. Doesn't actually get the damage with Shikuchi, but Bulba stands his ground trying to get rid of this. I think he's hoping for more, but it's going to be Moo. AUI, is there any kind of stun? Hex, nope. Now Rage will protect with a TP out from AUI.
Yeah. Good escape by him is Newbie try to get control of the Radiant Jungle. G then going to play on the north side of the map as Sumail's going to push things out.
What is PPD? Oh, he's coming in behind. They're going to try and have a move at Hal.
Static Storm is very good for this.
Sentry's down, but he time lapses out. They still have the control though. They've got Fiend Script. They can hold Hal here. They won't even require it. The Beastmaster Raw does enough of the work. And he was so close to completing up the Death Star.
That was a lose-lose situation, Toby. He had absolutely nowhere to go. EG just sandwiching him in. Very well done by
Smell. Concoction prep. Kaka gonna just Icarus dive away over the hill. So there's no way EG can catch up to him.
Does seem like EG's okay with this pace so far, though, even with KP getting farmed, because their Alchemist continues to scale himself.
It's just the fact they're still so far behind, even with an Alchemist on them, because they're 4k net worth in arrears.
The XP, though, is starting to finally become okay. And this Lifestealer is going to be quite good against the supports of Newbie. You notice that he goes to the Deso, he's already got his Blink, the Rage can deal with a lot of things that Newbie can throw at him. And ultimately, EG's 2 supports are very good against the cores that Newbie have so far. The Static Storm being one of the best support spells against this Naga Siren, one of the few that can consistently catch her out. Usually when you initiate on a Naga, obviously, high amount of mobility coupled with the Song of Siren, but Silence is being very good against her, and even more than that, AoE Silence is being very good against her.
Well, this is not the fight you were looking for, Newbie. Starts to drain the mana out of Sumail. They're bringing in more support, and EG are here in force. At the same time, the tier 2 tower in the middle lane's being pushed out, so was the top lane, so Newbie are comfortable in positions to try and defend this bot lane. And they do bring everybody. Moo's preparing himself, AP still got Song of the Siren, AUI hanging on the sidelines, they start initiating over Sumail, AUI runs in, goes for Kaka, who Icarus dives and then gets into the Nova. You've already brought down Sumail. They want more. The Nightmares on Weaver stopping his attack on a PPD. So they're able to disengage the tier 1 tower. Oh wait, no, AUI, he blinked up, he was infested. Now starts the raid TP out, they don't have a stun, they don't have anything. So Sumail will be the only casualty of war from that fight.
They had to blow a lot of cooldowns though on the son of Newbie. And EG walked away with just 1 casualty. If Newbie were able to get that I was about to say that Invoker because of that fortune, but if they were able to get that Lifestealer, that would have been well worth it for Newbie, but they commit a lot of different cooldowns for that. All they get is Sumail. Probably not the worst case scenario for EG, but during this time period, while your Alchemist is dead, even worse for Alchemist is to die, just because of the high net worth that he brings to the table. All of the death cost going to be quite high for him. More importantly, it's the time that he's not farming.
Oh, Beastmaster Raw, they're able to catch out Hal inside the Radiant Jungle. So you can say goodbye to the Weaver, and you're also going to say goodbye to Phoenix, AUI, with now a Blink Dagger. The old classic way to try and reduce that distance and not get kited. He's able to pick that one up. But you're starting to get more and more items on the other Newbie cores. Before he died, Weaver still did pick up the Desolator, and you've got KP with a Manta Style on him.
He needs a BKB now though, if they're going to take any sort of fight. You see that how, even with this considerable net worth lead over a lot of these heroes, goes down very quickly. And now you see even the Lifestealer leapfrog over a lot of these heroes, despite the fact that, for example, the Invoker has that Midas, and it just comes down to the Lifestealer taking a lot better fights. But like you said, Naga Siren is in a good position. It has the Manta style completed for herself.
And Moo just finished up a Blink Dagger, so they got his jump on the field. everything could just start to slow down for a bit. 13 on the kills. The experience is almost back at 0. The gold advantage is still leaning in the way of Newbie. Now EG have now turned to the power of the Ancients. Black Dragon from the Lifestealer. The way AUI can stop this push.
It's like for a second they wanted to set up for Roshan, but I do not think their team can take that fast enough, and instead it looks like they're going to go for the team fight at bottom. Might actually find the angle, but if you look at EG's wards...
Ooh, they just smoked.
Yeah, EG has way superior ward vision right now. They know exactly where Newbie are. When you have ward vision like this, you want to take this kind of fight.
It's also having an Ancient on the front line. Still AUI trying to cause some problems. Hal has his Lincoln's triggered. They get the roar over on Kaka. There's not enough mana to get his Nova off, so KP needs to stop the fight. You can still have AUI run in because he's in the Ancient form, looking to attack over on Chorm, but the double stun, Chorm has to just sacrifice himself. He can't flick himself away whilst the Mal's hopping his tail, and AUI blinks forward, so yep, there goes your Lion. But instantly Newbie, they accept the fact that Chorm is dead. They push up top, they push towards mid.
That's still, again, another example of Newbie just being a little bit off their game, or maybe EG forcing them off their game. I think Newbie are way too used to being much more ahead of his position in the game with what cores that they have, and Chuan sets up the fight, but nobody else in Newbie wants to take that fight because they can't have the egg up.
Almost kind of looked like Chuan was going to fall on the sword for Newbie. Understand that that fight was over.
If they thought that from the beginning, why not just run away?
True. Oh, with an Aegis Simul now in the hands of EG. Well, it's more protection for Samael. He's about to finish up the Octarine in 400 gold, so he will not have buyback available. I say that for an Alchemist, so buyback won't be too far off. But they're just being poked and prodded on every side. Like, can you even achieve something with this Aegis? You want to force down a lane, you're just going to get split pushed out. Like, if Mu also finishes up BTs, he's going to be just as much of a problem as KP is on the map.
I still want to be able to take fights. You can just push lanes out with the Alchemist, which is what Samael is doing right now. Just continue to farm out. He's got the Octarine core, like you mentioned. The Aegis available, I think they do want to try to frontline him. Newbie so far have been finally playing back against the team in these team fights too. I think they understand we're not that far ahead.
Yeah.
Whatever gold lead that they once had, 2000k or 2k.
Yeah. The experience has gone too.
Yeah, that was one of the bigger things, is that they were doing so well in the XP region, especially with the Naga Siren. Just because Naga's going to be one of those cores that is under-leveled, simply due to the fact that she's not going to be farming with her illusions, obviously, not getting XP from those.
And for a very long time, we haven't really felt the effect of Chuan. No initiations on the field, it's just back up, farm up, pacify the game, make it so EG waste this Aegis time.
This is a radically different game than we normally see on Chuan. Because part of the problem is his normal ganking buddy is KP, and KP really can't help him out in a game like this.
Yeah, because KP, like, this is the 3 core, right? This is just when you end up sacking your 5th so hard. I say that when he's still approaching a 4-star, but it's not the bash squad. In fact, you almost can you just make it so? Oh, hello, that's not good. Can you just make it so Moob becomes his bash partner? You work with the Invoker.
I guess.
And then KP actually plays like the Raw 1, and you use the Weaver as. You just keep farming him up until he completes that BKB.
He really needs a BKB. Pretty much everybody needs a BKB in a game like this.
If he gets the BKB, like Disruptor's not even going in for an Aghanim Scepter, so he will still remain effective. You can soak up at least the Fiend's Grip and Beastmaster Raw.
Yeah.
And give space for the other cores to work around.
Fiend's Grip though, it's going to be a lot harder to get off just because Veer's in a position where he doesn't want to overcommit too hard, positioning-wise.
Mm-hmm. As opposed to if he also Fiend Scripts, you're just going to Naga Song, you got Blink Hexes, you got a lot of things to disable him.
Yeah, and Mu bottom is just going to push out this wave. EG still looking pretty good right now. This Alchemist is steadily starting to get ahead, which is what you want to see out of Alex. Obviously, there are very good Aghanim Scepter upgrades to be had on this team too.
I remember the last time I saw Lifesteal get out of this Black Dragon. But he defends the bottom push from Newbie and EG. Now they open up on that tier 2 tower on top lane. The only thing Alchemist is kind of missing in this big
bottom. Maybe if they have the initiation, but Chuan
quick rage.
Second too late.
Quick rage. So tier 2 tower drops. That tier 3 tower takes minimal damage. And Ark is still getting more and more farm. Etherlens is also now completed over on PPD if he wants to disassemble, which he will do so. Is this the point where you actually want to finish up like the AC over on the Alchemist, or is it worthwhile actually buffing up your teammates?
I think it's worthwhile buffing up one of your teammates. The Disruptor Ags ulti obviously being one of the best upgrades in the game. It's just, at the end of the day, you're almost always playing Disruptor, so you can't really do too much. But being able to stop a lot of these items would be incredibly helpful.
Actually, I only just checked after that. He bought up the AC. Or most of the actually no, that's AUI who built the AC.
Yeah, it's gonna be AUI that's building his AC. He already had Hyperstone going in. No reason to get both.
So what does Samel then build into afterwards? Because normally it's just the Assault Cuirass as his last one.
You can go for Shivas.
Work.
Does need an armor item, pretty bad.
Is it worth actually getting a little bit more lockdown? Like potentially like Abyssal Blade up against Hal?
I don't really think so, just because of the fighting style of Alchemists with this kind of build anyways. You're more about playing around your illusions and not so much rolling in and hard committing, because at that point then you would have to get a BKB yourself. That's an item that you sort of want to avoid. I kind of think that even going for a Shiva's Guard at this point is not the worst thing.
Geoforming up again on bottom lane. But Naga Illusions moves forward, doesn't get the Riptide off quickly, and AUI already commits open wounds. KP, he doesn't TP to the bottom lane, in fact he TPs in towards the mid so he can send his illusions down the mid and then rotate over to bottom. There's fortification from newbies, so they can stall this up a little bit, but not too much, and in fact they're not going to stall it up at all. They're just, like the tier 1 tower is going to drop anyway. They're not looking to fight.
Yeah, I was just pushing out top. He's saying to himself, why bother? We can try to force somebody back, please make them play reactionary Dota.
Well, Invoker wants him to come back too. We just picked up an Arcane Rune over on an Aghanim Invoker.
And he gets Dust Fade on Sumail though. So there's going to be a time period where EG, they maybe not going to look for this fight quite yet. Sumail just continues to rack up the gold. 6,000 gold already built up on him. As it looks like it is going to be the Shivas. Yay!
Love it when you're right, Blitz.
Item builds, guessing item builds is the lowest hanging fruit. Don't do that.
Oh. Cautioning to try and get rid of damn illusions on the top lane. But it's Karka who's the one who's in a little bit more peril. Bulba, the blink came, they're going to give it back over. So Karka, he goes into Nova, but that's very easy to deal with when you got 4 heroes on all sides of it.
He did not stare at that sun long enough.
There's the BKB from Hal. So he's got his BKB.
Okay, that is the fighting item number 1. But you're still in a position where your Phoenix is dead, he doesn't have egg for another 90 seconds.
And with an with no BKB Alchemist up against a Diffuser Blade Naga, I think it's going to be a little bit harder for him to keep up with the fights.
No,
maybe not so much for Lifestealer.
He just keeps, he'll power through it. He just Shivas, clears the illusions, he's going to be fine.
Looks like EG will be able to take out that bottom tower. Negative 12 armor on it to just try and rip through. And then a quick infest into Bulba.
They still have Roar available, and more importantly than that, there's no Phoenix egg. I think EG still want to take a fight if they can.
The only issue is the side lanes. Like top lane's still pushing in, and Sumail's going to come back to defend it. All right. So how long can this go on? Like, EG are poking and prodding on all sides. They seem to be getting more and more map control back again. But it doesn't look like any team is clearly moving ahead. Like, should there even be a plan for it? Like, because Newbie is farming up these battle items you're talking about.
It's weird because Newbie feels comfortable about the pace of the game because they have a Naga. And EG's feeling comfortable about the pace of the game because their heroes continue to scale.
So we continue to be at a point where everyone is happy to farm.
Yeah, everyone just seems really content to farm. EG obviously being a little bit happier because they're the team finding these mini one-off pickoffs. And whenever you get those, you're going to be incredibly happy. Whenever the pace of the game slows down, you got to kill, reset the game.
First Ags.
Alright, who's it going to?
It is going to go to drumroll, please. It is...
Disruptor.
Ba-boom. Nope, it is Beastmaster.
Huh.
It is the Beastmaster Ags upgrade. So PPD is not the lucky one.
guess the cast range is phenomenal. From the Primal Roar, it almost fits my entire screen, but still, you would have liked to see that. For example, if they could get the pre-BKB jump onto the Weaver, just drop your ultimate on top, he can't BKB, pop the Lincolns, immediately kill him. That is only 1700 HP that he has to deal with, and Bulba gonna look for it.
Jump
the Necro
to give him the vision, but the BKB came up from Hal. He'll timeless back open, and Fear is waiting for him. He gets the grip. AUI flings forward, so Hal will go down. The Sunstrike will connect on Fear, but there's just no rebuttal from Newbie. I say no rebuttal when I see Naga Illusions pushing in the bottom lane, pushing in the mid lane, pushing in the top lane. Even when they get a kill, they don't create space.
That is still a lot of rotations for that Weaver, but at the same time, he did pop his BKB. He got a kill on one of the higher net worth heroes in the game, and so the slow, rigid pace from both teams, again, all of these micro engagements are going to start adding up for EG, Toby.
Well, they can keep them going and then eventually have some kind of like pushback. The Alchemist will spend a little bit more money on himself, but at this rate of farm, like you don't even care about the nerf that happens to the Alchemist. He's just going to keep buying up Aghanims, and every single person on EG actually has an Aghanims upgrade. Even if we're going to include the Lifestealers one.
Yeah. I don't know if the Lifestealers is as cool as the other ones, but...
Bane and Disruptor seem to have a lot better ones than the Lifestealer. Alright, so Roshan's up, scouted out by Newbie. Ancient running. Also, everyone kind of sees everything on the map. The decision-wise, okay, is Newbie gonna... Yeah, they're coming down now. All 5 heroes converge on Roshan. AUI is actually here at the pit. They just have to get through the Ancient Black Dragons, the only downside. Okay, AUI jumps out, and now in comes the fight. It's a nice only from PPD, but Hal is the only one caught inside it actually with that BKB. He just keeps fighting, and Bogus already killed off Beastmaster. The Phoenix Egg will also drop down. You've lost 2, you've lost 3. EG is trying to retreat out. Fear gets stunned up by Karka, and then burnt by the sun. Sumail is the last man standing on the front line. He's got so much life. He looks for the stun. He'll TP out. Is there? Yes, there is. The stun to the stun from KP. Isolating out Sumail, so we go for another net up, and Sumail, he tries to battle it out. Toggle your heart out, Sumail. He'll go for the stun over on KP. Almost the stun range there. Hal's on his tail. The bug is down. He'll finally get his armor back as well as the chemical rage. Hal keeps the chase going. They can't kill him. They have to give him up. The Alchemist will survive, even though the rest of the EG are currently fertilizer to the ground.
That is so many heroes that were trying to hunt him down. He had every different way to be able to catch up to him, but still manages to get out of that one. That is just the power of the Alchemist. Gotta respect that hero, but still an incredibly successful fight for Newbie where they drop the Disruptor ulti, but it's on Hal, who just pops the BKB, and Hal just kind of makes his move right back on top of them. G in a position where a lot is still onto this Alch. Like, he's just gonna have to start giving away Aghanim Scepters.
Right, KP built into not exactly what I thought he was going to, but it's a Skadi for the Naga Siren as his 6-slot item, holding on to the Diffuser Blade. We'll see if it actually helps him right now on bottom lane. Hal's on the run. Sean gonna 4-star him away, and then Sumail picked up by the Tornado. Bulba goes for the Roar and actually has the Roar trigger the Lincoln Sphere on the Invoker. So they've lost that big ultimate of theirs. Obviously, there's still the upgrade, so it's not lost for too long. As everyone is around Roshan.
That's going to be the next major objective for Newbie is EG. They don't want to give it up, but at the same time, Newbie, they want to fight around it. They've got Egg up, they got Song of the Siren. Why bother not taking this fight? Newbie have every advantage. At the same time, EG can't really afford to just give up an Aegis. Trying to look for a fight around this pit. If they can open up on one of the 2 cores or this Phoenix.
Well, Fear's so close with Bulba and AUI.
They're going to wrap around though.
This is actually so easy for EG to do, because you can just beat
really quickly.
Wow, they actually done it?
Yeah, EG's got to respond to this instantly. They're starting to ping out. I think they start to realize what's going on, but...
They're waiting for the kill. They're not waiting for Roshan.
A Song of the Siren already popped for this, and I think EG is surprised at the speed at which they did that at. Like, Newbie had no hesitation. I thought for a second they were going to go for the wraparound play, reminiscent of TI2 the play, but instead, it's just, let's go into Roshan, Alacrity Weaver, take this really quickly, cure it with the Song of the Siren, which is already almost off cooldown.
Hal's having a little bit of indecision. He actually bought an Eagle Song and then sold it. Picks up a Hyperstone instead. They find themselves a target. It's going to be Samael. Isolated inside the Dire Jungle. Swan needs to get that sort of getaway. They go instantly into the Nova with Meteorite dropping Swan. He triggers the cheese, so we get a little bit more life from Samael. Locked inside the ice wall. Finger of death. Swan's the stun. Samael can't get out of it. Down for 90 seconds. I suppose that's one way to kill off Samael. Have all your abilities and all your players with no one from EG then. Way to kill
Even the
Samael.
Phoenix Egg is committed for that one. They wanted to make absolute sure. I think they realized that he's just the living embodiment of tank when they were trying to kill him the first time around there. So they said, rather overcommit for this guy than let him get away once again. This is going to be their avenue to go. Continue to push as they might catch.
He is far enough out.
Not going to get anybody out of this, but again, it cost them nothing. KP's pulled down the short 40 seconds away. Newbie start to TP heroes in. At the very least, they want to force the buyback. They still have the Aegis available.
53 seconds.
Finally an opening for Newbie.
Where is that buyback? Hal's already brought that mid-tier 3 tower down to 1/3 of his life. And he just keeps going again. They give him the extra Lincoln Spear off move, and now your buyback comes in from Samael. The roar from Bulba, the initiation, Karka, still no Nova to work with. He don't have Song of the Fire, so pulled up for another 11 seconds, but how BKB triggered, look for your extra stun, but now they can't. Samael, if they can kill him again, a dieback would be huge, but they can't do it. Karka was isolated on the backline, how is insane right now. The Aegis is going nuts, Samael being drawn in, KP stops the fun. AUI under the rage, he can still have some fun, they drag him back. KP, he just can't escape, but the rest of his team will be able to disengage.
Unbelievable. They try to isolate out Sumail, but they simply just do not have the damage for this guy. And meanwhile, the rest of his team just rip into them as AUI covers the backline for his friend. And without the egg up, no way that Newbie can take that fight.
They still took out the tier 3 tower, and that's... Like, is that Newbie pushing it a little bit too early? Without these abilities, going high ground seems to be insanely risky, or do they just have enough confidence to bail out before Alchemist could have impressive?
I think they knew that the Alpha was going to buy back, but they probably just wanted to force it and reassess the situation because they had the Aegis on Weaver. That's still an okay fight to take. You just want a fairly big fight, but they forget to realize is you need the Phoenix Egg more than anything. That's going to be one of the easiest ways to deal with the Alchemist if you can force him to hard commit or if you can stun him up while he goes for the egg. That's a no BKB Alchemist. It's very easy to kite him around. But without that, without the extra stun, without the damage from the Sunray,
I didn't have enough to work with.
Yeah, that Sunray does the most work on the Alchemist by far. That's where he's taking the majority of the damage from. They can't really forget about his contribution to the fight.
Can't believe how much money AUI has. Alchemist is also in another position where actually Samael, okay, initiation, Karka, Warren has longer the start from KP, actually turns it off even though AUI was nearby. And Moon, he has to make some space here, they're losing too much. The Naga, 4-star bub, almost up the hillside, he's doing enough damage, he's healing up while it's all going on. PD on the backline is going to be torn apart by Howard. KP, he just keeps running. AUI will blink forward to take him down, but Boulder's down with trouble with Hal behind him. A double kill from him. Sean doesn't have a lot of amount of work with, but still enough to get the stun over on Samael. That AUI, one hit will do the work. Now the Nova will go out, but will it be enough? Rudy to somebody can attack back to the Nova. Can't connect, it will! AUI and Samael stunned up. Now Samael buyback, and he can't afford it down. It's gone! There's no buyback available! Newbie, a huge fight for them. It looked a little disastrous at the front, but they spent so much time chasing KP.
100 seconds without their lead farmer. And it looked like for a second EG was going to be able to do it. They forced the buyback out of Kaka, but that egg, you have to go back to watch how close that was. That had to have been a quarter of a hit away, but instead it pops at the last second, stuns up everybody. EG now in a position where they have to hold without their lead farmer.
How do you do that? You're gonna lose ranks guaranteed.
It's about not losing more than that as Moo's gonna TP in. He has 5,000 gold. Buybacks available. They're gonna have to hold this against so many different buybacks on the side of Newbies. They could just boots of travel back in.
There's no modification as well. You can almost use Song of the Siren at this point just to guarantee your attack.
Yeah, KP used the buyback too, so if EG can somehow take a fight.
AUI the first one forward, triggers up the range to get the Roar over on Moon. A lot of drop the air, can't throw the ollie down until now. KP's there. Hal locked inside the Fiend Strip of Fear. They hold him there, but AUI says he's too much life and so is Boulder. They're both down. No buybacks available anymore. He'll bring it out from the Bane, but the tier 3 tower's dropping. EG, they're dropping like flies. PPD as well as Beard, they are no match with this 5-man line from Newbie, and they're coming in, they're looking for more. PPD, KP wants it, he'll be glimpsed away. PPD almost dies from that, but they find the bigger one as well. It's going to be Beard dropping down. KP's back for round 2. He'll go for the beautiful plate.
Looks like it's going to be 29 in a row. EG not going to be able to stop this. As right now, we've been counting if anybody can take a game off of them at this point, let alone a series.
The male, welcome back to the world of living, and return to the underworld from whence you came. He is down, and GG, 29-25, Newbie will take it in 45 minutes, a clean sweep, the streak continues, and they will go through into the winners bracket as the #1 seed out of their group, joining Team Liquid, the only other team to achieve that so far earlier today, and meaning EG to play more games tomorrow.
That is... Okay, you just ran up against a freight train of a team that will not be denied another win. I mean, I'm actively rooting for somebody to just take a game off of them at this point, not even the series. I don't want to get my hopes up that hard. It's just somebody take a game off these guys, slow their roll. The lineup doesn't even have a lot of cohesion. You're running tri-core that don't really have a lot of disable. It's not in Newbie's wheelhouse at all, what we've seen of them. Normally, at least 2 of their cores have something that can constantly fight, where they look for fights off the cooldown. And even then, they still make it work. This is starting to just get baffling.
I hate to say, but I'm actually cheering more for Newbie right now. This is the resurgence of China. I thought we had it at ESL 1 Manila, and now Chinese are playing next level Dota that will make everyone step up and make hopefully more of the Dota even better in the scene. Can't wait to see more of Newbie. This is absolutely stupendous to watch, and we'll see more of it